If you are new to web development, you will find a lot of frameworks out there called JavaScript frameworks. They're very advanced frameworks like React, Vue, Angular, Svelte, and so on. If you take a simple React component, it will look like this. So in this, we have so many things to talk about and learn about. So we can see the basic HTML written here, but this is entirely wrapped up into a JavaScript function. This is called the JSX syntax. JSX means JavaScript Syntax Extension. Along with JavaScript, there is something called TypeScript. JavaScript doesn't have any data types. TypeScript is an extension of JavaScript which has data types in it. That is to avoid developer mistakes. So we'll go in depth into TypeScript also later. If you look at JavaScript, JavaScript has so many flavors. So traditional JavaScript is called vanilla JavaScript. So you also find that there are different variations of JavaScript called ECMAScript, ES6, ES2015, ES2017, ES2020, TypeScript, CoffeeScript, JSX, Node.js, React, Angular, Vue.js, Babel, Webpack, Gulp. It's all confusing initially, but as you learn one by one, it will become more clear. If you are confused about that, you can just learn vanilla JavaScript or pure JavaScript, then you are good with it. There is nothing else you need to learn about. And as you progress with JavaScript, you will get to know other things. JavaScript is nothing but vanilla JavaScript. Everyday what the code we write is all vanilla JavaScript. So you would have heard about ECMAScript. ECMAScript is nothing but a browser specification. European Computer Manufacturers Association. So ECMAScript is a standard that European Computer Manufacturers Association has defined for the modern browsers on how to interpret JavaScript. So ES6, ES2015, 2017, 2020, these are all different versions of ECMAScript that are not yet supported by the browsers, modern browsers. So mostly they are all backward compatible. The browsers, if they implement it, they are backward compatible. Sometimes you'll find people writing code in ECMAScript syntax, which is a future version of JavaScript that is supported by the future browsers, but not yet fully supported by the current browsers. For converting the future versions of ECMAScript into the current version, we will use tools like Babel. TypeScript is another version of JavaScript. It's a variant of JavaScript with types. Once you learn JavaScript, then these things will become familiar for you. Now let's look at linting and formatting and indenting. If you want to make sure that your code is perfectly formatted, you will need some tools for formatting and also for finding the errors in your code while writing the code itself. There are tools available to find errors in your code and also to format your code. So let's install those tools. One such tool is ESLint. Let's click on ESLint. ESLint is useful for finding the errors in your code while you are writing the code. Let's install ESLint. Click on install. Now ESLint is installed. Prettier is another tool that is useful for formatting the code. Let's type Prettier here. So if you see here, so let's click on this, install this also. Press publish and install. Without any indentation, we have typed this code. So we can actually indent this with right clicking on it and format document with Prettier code formattation. And I can also choose the configuration to format by default with Prettier. Let's click on configure as default, Prettier as the default. So if I just go click on format document, it will automatically format the text for me. So now it's all formatted. That's how you format the document. Right now, let's look into how to build user interfaces with HTML. So for that, I'm going to start my VS Code. So this is a workspace I had already. So I'll put this entire code in a repository, but for now, for the class purpose, let's have some temporary workspace here. So I'll create a new directory. Okay. Yes. So HTML is a markup language. So it doesn't have any compilation logic per se. It's only used to represent data. It doesn't do any calculations or anything at all. So it's just a template representation of what we show in the browser. So all the logic and everything, styling, everything happens in a different technology called CSS and JavaScript. So for any basic HTML or any basic web page to work, we need to have an HTML context. So let me create a new file called index.html. The convention usually is the base folder or base HTML page will be index.html. It's just a convention. We need not conform to that convention. We can name a file as anything. So .html is the extension used for HTML content. So basically, in any HTML page, there are certain predefined components. So one is the document type. So if you see here, basically, VS Code has this feature which will templatize this entire template. It will generate. If I press exclamation and give a tab, it will autofill the details for us. This is the basic HTML template. Let's type it down manually right now, or we can just go through each of these components. Any HTML page, if you take, has these components as a bare minimum. So it has document type. Document type specifies this tag. Actually, the HTML tags start with something like this and ends with slash something. This is actually an XML syntax, but HTML is also an extension of XML. So this something is not a tag. So HTML has a predefined set of tags that we use for different purposes. Head tag, HTML, body, title, meta, all these are different types of tags. We'll go into what these tags are, what tag is used for what purpose and all that. But basic syntax wise, this is the starting tag and this is the end tag. So if I am using a division tag, if I specify div as the division tag, so it automatically has a closing tag. This is the open tag and this is the closing tag. Whatever content I write here will be within this context of these two tags. This is the opening tag and this is closing tag. Just like in programming, when we opening brackets, all the code that we write will be here. Similar to this syntax, this is also the HTML way of representing content. Any content that goes into this division will go in between these two opening and closing tags. So let's go in depth into what these different tags are. So any basic HTML has these elements. Document type is the first definition of it. Represents what is the type of this document. It is a HTML document. If it is doc type XML, it will be an XML document, but we'll go into XML later. For now, let's stick to HTML, and we will have a new file for us. So first thing is doc type HTML. So any HTML page also starts with HTML as the starting tag. All the HTML content should be wrapped inside this HTML opening and closing tags. And inside HTML, there are two elements, basic elements, which is head, which represents the metadata, and another element called body. So the body element will contain the actual content of the web page, and a head element will have the metadata of the page. Let's say a title of the web page. So how does that title gets represented? Let's see. Let's open this file a.html in a browser. Okay, I will right click on this and open with Google Chrome. This actually has nothing. If I right click and inspect on the browser, it has basically three elements here: HTML, doc type, HTML, head, body. So let's edit the HTML to have inside the head the metadata information. If you see here, the title goes as a.html. So the browser title, the tab title is a.html because we haven't explicitly given any title to this page. Let's go change that. Let's give a title here. This is as my first HTML example. So this title, if I give in here and then go back and refresh, and if we can see here, this is my first HTML example. This title will come into the web page. So it's just that whatever we represent in HTML code, it's a markup that presents data rather than manipulates any data. Like in traditional programming, we manipulate data and do calculations and everything, whereas HTML is not a completely programmable language. It's just a markup language, which means it only helps us represent existing data rather than creating or fetching data. So for fetching data and all that, we will use JavaScript. And for styling purposes, we will use CSS. So now let's go to index.html, see what is meta. So this meta, there are certain metadata elements that we can present to the browser. This actually is read by the browser to interpret what kind of data that we are putting in the head and body section. So this UTF-8 is a encoding format. So characters, what type of characters, ABCDs, it's all letters or images, or what kind of data we are representing. Most of the times we will be using UTF-8. So this is the character set that will be used while interpreting the content of this HTML markup. And apart from that, we have some set of viewport configurations, device width and initial scale 1.0. This actually specifies the browser how to zoom in. Like if there is a initial scale to 2.0, it will zoom in the content twice. So we will stick to the conventions. We will keep these two as they are. So we actually don't need these two. We can skip that also. And title also is not compulsory. If you eliminate the head section, the browser will automatically add this head section for you. So by default configurations, it will add. So most of the times, the HTML tags that are here, meta tags, are all optional. We don't need to specify it compulsorily. Let's go into body and say something. So there are certain tags. Heading tag, I'll go over what all tags are available. But for now, let's demonstrate heading tag. H1 is a heading 1 element, the type of heading. This is a heading 1. Heading 1. And let's copy this, or let's use a.html for that. Or I'll just copy this entire thing and move it over to index.html. Let's remove this. And now instead of a.html, I'll just use index.html. It has nothing yet. So let's go change that. Now I will add a h1 element, heading 1. Let's go back and refresh. So this is a heading 1 element, which is the bigger first titles. Let's use something like H2 now. H2 represents a subtitle, subheading. Let's refresh. This is level 2 heading. So we have till H6, H3, H4. So as I said earlier, HTML is used only for representing data rather than creating or fetching data. How to represent each individual element is what markup specifies. So we can use H1 to H6 for this. Let's see what this looks like. So these are the different heading elements. Okay, that's about how to represent actual content. Let's say now I want to style these content. So the tags and all, reference of all the tags available and other things we will look into in the next upcoming classes. But the basics of HTML is like this. If you know the different tags, we can use for different purposes. This time we will use styling elements also now. So let's do one thing. First, for adding styles to it, let's say I want to change the background of an element or color of the text, etc. Let's use something called style tag. The style tag is used for manipulating the style of the web page. So here I can specify some set of rules. Let's say I want heading 1 to be in color red. Color. There are properties that we can use in CSS. We'll go in depth into CSS rules, what kind of properties can be set on elements. All that we will see next. This is just a demo of what can be done in an HTML page. Color I'm going to choose as red. And this is the syntax for specifying an element style. Now H1 will have color red. Color red means the text will be red, and I can actually choose background color also. Background color blue. There are predefined set of color names. Instead of color names, I can also use hexadecimal RGB representation. This is called RGB representation. So let's say I will use 0F. This is one kind of color. So the first 2 digits represent red. The second 2 digits represent blue, green, and then the last 2 digits represent blue. So, any color can be mixed up with RGB, basic colors, RGB, red, green, and blue. If we mix up these 3 colors in different combinations and different set of intensity, we can achieve any kind of color. So we will go into color theory, how to build new colors and all later. For now, I can either use a name of the color or the hexadecimal representation of the color. If I go click on this, and this is a feature of VS Code. This is not usually available everywhere. So if we see here, we can actually select which color we want to use. And let's go change that to something like this. This is different ways of representing color. Let's use this color. We have to end with semicolon. Let's now go back to the browser and refresh and see the color and background. So H1 element has a background of blue and the color that we specified. Let's inspect this element. So if we go here, if you expand this section, you have H1. So if I click on this element, we can also see the styles applied to this element. So if you want to experiment and try out different combinations, you can also manipulate here instead of directly manipulating on the code. We can do something over here, and let's use red instead. And this is temporary. When I change the color here, when I refresh the page, it will go away. It will go back to the version that was saved in the file like this. If I have to retain it, I have to change it in the code rather than changing it in the browser. The browser manipulation is only temporary purpose for experimenting with various values. So this time I'm going to use color as yellow. So yellow, it shows yellow. So this is how we use a style in one format. So this is one way of specifying styles. So what if we have like hundreds of styling elements? We can't all fit into one single HTML. It will become huge. For that purpose, we can actually divide this styling into, segregate the styling elements into a separate file and include that styling element here. Let's create a new file called mystyles.css. Sorry, it's a CSS file. In this, I'm going to copy paste this style, and I'm going to import that here, just like we have imports in another languages. We can import external style sheets from here. This time, I'm going to use an element called link rel equals style sheet. This is predefined syntax. Source dot slash mystyle.css. And one more thing that we forgot to do is when I represented div opening and closing tags, if a tag does not have any children, we can actually close the tag with like this. This tag does not require a closing tag. So this actually means that it is self-closing. So there is no content within this opening and closing. Let's say just image is one of such element. Image does not have any content inside it. We can either use image opening and image closing tags like this, but it's no use. But image need not have a closing tag. It's a self-closing element. So we can use slash greater than self-close the element. If a link does not have a content, if there is content within these opening and closing tags, then only we need to have two separate tags like this. If it is self-closing, we can use something like this. Link this. This way it will self-close this tag. Let's remove this content. So now style I have included here. I don't need this style. So I can actually comment out this code like this. In HTML, we can comment out code like this. Exclamation, two hyphens, and then at the end of the comment, two hyphens, and then greater than symbol. This way it will completely remove this content, but this is still there, but it is commented out. HTML does not parse this content. It just ignores the content. So let's go back to the browser, refresh. If you see here, it's not included. MyStyle.css has not been included. And there is some problem. Fine. I think this should be href. One second. Yeah. So it's not a source. It should be href. This is the property that link has to have. Href represents which file I need to include in this code for this link. Let's go back and see the explanation of this. If you see here, this link actually is nothing but it's copying this entire content into this HTML. It's including this content into this HTML. Instead of writing it over here, we are just writing it in a separate CSS file and importing it here. And if we go see the element, same set of rules have been applied, and we can see the which file it is written in. If I open this, it will show me the content of that file. So in this place, I have index.html and style.css. This is how we include style sheets. What about JavaScript? Let's say I want to write some JavaScript. I can write it here. Actually, I can write something like script. Let's include this, and there is something called script tag, which allows us to type the JavaScript. Type I can specify as text/JavaScript. This is just a hint to the browser, but it is not required, compulsory. It's not a compulsory thing, but it will be helpful for the understanding purposes. Type text/JavaScript. So let's use document. Okay, get element by ID of hello dot text intent equals hello world. And I need to have an element. Let's say this code is actually manipulating the DOM elements. This code, I need to put it in the bottom. Let's demonstrate that why we should put it in the bottom. I'll create a new element called division that has an ID as hello, and it has previous content. Let's reload, and it has previous content, but we have written script here, document text content. I wanted to make it as hello world, but it did not work because by HTML gets loaded top down, top to bottom. So as soon as the script is loaded, it will see if there is an element called hello with an ID hello and change the element text. If it is not finding that element, it will ignore. So by the time the script got loaded, this body has not got loaded. That's why the script is not seeing the body div element. So for that, what we should do is we will put this script at the end of the body so that all the elements are loaded. At the end of the loading cycle, the script, as soon as the browser sees the script, it will execute that script. Let's reload this. Now it has changed the content to hello world because div got loaded by the time script got loaded. So it all comes down to top to bottom loading of the content. This is how we write a script. So even this we can have in a separate file. So let's have one more file. MyScript.js. The script, I'm going to put it over there. I'm just going to comment out this portion like this, and then include the script here. So There is one way to do it with link rel as script, href as / my script. Let's reload. I think it should be JavaScript. Test text / JavaScript. Okay, my mistake. So we should use script itself. So we should use script tag to include this script type text / JavaScript, and then source as / myscript.js. This can be self-closing. Let's try this one. Okay, it's not closing. I think it should be href. Let's try this way. I think it's not self-closing. Script. Let's use it this way. Yeah. If we lower it this way, it's working. Yeah. This is the opening tag and source and then script. So scripts, we should always include it like this. All right, this is how we segregate from style sheets into separate files and scripts into separate files. So we have seen three parts here. So we have seen the basic HTML structure and then style sheet structure and then script structure. This is all the basics that you need for digging into web development or UI development. It's all about styling these elements, and scripts can be more complex. First thing is this script is a plain JavaScript. So as you create more complex applications, the code, if we write it in plain JavaScript, it becomes more and more complex. That's why we have frameworks like React and Angular and Vue.js. So what those things do is it will allow us to write object-oriented programs with JavaScript, and then it's a wrapper on top of JavaScript. It allows us to write high-level logic so that it will convert that into low-level logic with JavaScript. So there is a library called jQuery, which we can use for simple experiments with JavaScript. So first thing is to include the jQuery in the HTML. Basically, when we are trying to do a post request, we can do it with Fetch API. There is something called fetch in JavaScript. Let's try doing a fetch request to http://abcd.com. This by default sends a get request. So as soon as this JavaScript loads, it will do a fetch request to that. Fetch request actually does send a AJAX request. Let's go to the network and reload the page. And if you see here, it is sending a HTTP GET request to abcd.com. But it is throwing an error, response headers FSC. It's not available. Strict origin on cross origin. Okay. If I have something like an API /API, it's trying to send the request, but it is failing because server is not available and we haven't specified any server. So this is useful for fetching data from servers. If I have a server running or where this HTML is getting loaded from, we can actually call this slash API something like size of an element or something like a post data, something like that. So this is a basic way of fetching data. So there are advanced features of fetch which we can use like options here. Options as method as post, something like this. Let's try running this, and it's trying to. We'll look into that post request later, how to use fetch API, and also we will go into jQuery next, how to use jQuery to actually fetch the contents. This is a jQuery way of getting the content from a remote server. Okay. We looked into the basics of HTML, a basic structure of HTML like this, and we had included JavaScript also into this HTML. Like we had like two different ways of including JavaScript. One is plain mode like this, source as myscript.js, and there is another way, like dividing into modules and loading these modules as type module. So for simplicity, we'll just use this approach. Later, we will divide the code into modules. So for now, I'll just write a simple script.js stuff. This I'll create a new script. So this time, I'm going to write some simple code for demonstrating the objects. So in this lesson, we will look at objects in JavaScript. Then we will, so there are basic concepts like data types and functions. We will visit that after we visit the objects. So JavaScript is an object first language. So we'll take a look at objects and then we will look into the functions and variables. So, so how do I define an object? It's like similar to our real world objects. Let's say I will have an object called box. So basically I need a variable to hold that object. There are different ways to define an object. Let's define it in one way. So there is a keyword called const. Const means it's a constant. So let's say I have a box object, my box. I'm storing the box object in my box variable. So this variable is a constant. So the way to declare this is to create an object like this. What this actually means is it's an empty object. If I already have included this. So let's start a live server. So I have actually installed a live server in my VS Code. If you see here, this allows us to load this HTML and JavaScript within our local server. So to start the live server, I will have to go to here and click on the live server, go live. So this will open the browser and serves me the current index.html right now. So if I'm in this folder, it will open the server in that folder. So this is the local server is listening on 5500 port. I have a sample script here. I go inspect. So let's dock it to the bottom. So this is where we won't be dealing with the HTML today. So mostly we will be handling JavaScript in the console here. Let's clear this. So in this script, as I've included this script, let's go write something here. So my box is defined here. How do I access this? This is actually an empty object. So how do I define an object is with opening bracket and closing bracket. I can put properties in the object. Let's say name of this object is my box. This is one property. So the convention, so the, let's say I will have another property as color as gray. So at the end of this, we don't need to have a comma, but it doesn't harm us to put a comma also. So this is usually uh, we'll use a comma at the end so that if we add more fields to it, we don't miss out on the comma. So even if there is a comma, it will just be ignored by the JavaScript browser. So this object is defined and it's included in the HTML. So in order to access this object, I can actually do it on the console here. So if I go refresh this, let's try to access the my box object. So now we can see this my box object here. So it has a prototype. So this is actually inherited from the default object, that is a JavaScript object. So any JavaScript object inherits a set of properties and functions or methods. In object-oriented programming, we call functions inside an object as methods. So this is an object. Any object in JavaScript inherits the properties and methods of the parent class object. Every object is a subclass of the object class. This is by default given by the JavaScript runtime. So we can see the constructor, and these are all different methods in the parent class. So this is a simple object which has two attributes, name and color. So like this, we can have nested objects also. So inside this object, I can create another object and put it in here. Let's say this has holes in it, or I can just put as strap length, strap. So we'll say if this box has straps to carry it, let's say define an object called straps, strap length, and left side length as 10, and right side strap length as 10. This is a nested object. So within my box object, I have a strap length object, which is another way of embedding an object inside another object. If we see now, I print my box, it has a nested object. If I expand this, you can see the nested object here. And this is how we define nested objects. Now, let's say I want to define a method, a functionality on this box object. If I want to drill holes on this object, or let's say increase the strap length, something like that. So let me introduce new properties. Let's say holes. It could be an array. So all these data types and data structures, we will go again in the future classes. So inside this holes is an array right now. So inside this, I will have objects itself. The first object, it's an array of objects I'm declaring holes as. And this can be like whole number, which wall it is, hole is in number of holes. So the hole radius, let's say 3, and I will have another hole number 4, radius 2. So I have two objects inside this array, which is a property of this object, my box object. Now let's introduce a functionality to drill new holes in the box. I will just write a function here, drill hole. It's also a property. So property and the actual value are separated by a colon. So in an object, left side thing will be the property, and right side thing after the colon is the value of the property. So here, drill holes, I'm going to define this as a function, which is used for manipulating this particular object. Let's define it as a function. So all the syntax we will go in depth in later. This is just a demonstration of how objects work in JavaScript. So drill holes, I will create it as a function. So at this point, we can give the wall number as a parameter to this function and radius as the second parameter. Now I want to drill a new hole and add it to the holes. So let's just say here, I will just add a new hole object, wall number as wall number that is passed from the parameters. Let's use radius as radius. This is an object. We have constructed a radius object. Okay, this is an object. Now I have to push this to the holes object. So what I need to do is this dot holes dot push this object. What this statement does is it will refer to the current object. This keyword actually is used for referring to the current object, for manipulating the current object we are dealing with. Okay. So this object now refers to the current object, and then inside that holes is a property within the current object. I'm just accessing an array, built-in array function called push. Push actually does push add an entry. It appends an entry into the array. This push is a function on the array object. It's a built-in function in JavaScript for array elements. So I'm using push on this holes array of this object, and I'm pushing the value as an object. Okay, so this also is an object, and this also is an object. So if you are confused about like the dictionary in Python, so Python dictionaries are different, and these objects are different. By default, Python JavaScript by default JavaScript works with objects. That's why it's very simple to declare an object in JavaScript. In Python, we would have to go into like creating classes and then all that. So even the class syntax is available in JavaScript. So this is a very simple way to create an object instead of going through that complexity. We will look into the creation of objects using classes and constructor functions also. There are two other ways to create these objects. This is a simple way of prototyping an object. So I've defined a function here, which in this case is called a method, and I've implemented the functionality to add the add the new hole to the object. Let's try experimenting on this object in our console. Let's go to the console. We have my box object. Now I have, if I expand here, I have color, drill holes as a function. This takes 2 arguments. And we have constructor. These are all inherited properties from the object parent class. So we have holes array, which has 2 elements in it, and strap length. So let's call a function called drill hole on this object. Now let's do my box dot drill hole. This time I'm going to introduce a hole on wall 3 with a radius of 4. Now let's print the my box object and see what happened. Expand. You see holes. It now has 3 elements in it. Length is 3. The old object previously it had 2 holes. Now, as we pushed a new object into this, and this is the last object that was pushed. So this is what we did here, and this is how we manipulate the object. And let's call another function strap length. This is how we manipulate objects. It's fine. Another example we can add as define another function So this time I'm going to add another function in a different way. Strap, new strap length. So one way to define a function or method is like this. And this way I can actually define left, not right. This is also a function declaration. So what this actually means is, this actually means like this. It's same as defining like this. So instead of defining in this format, I can use the name itself. By default, the name will be used as, name of the function will be used as the attribute. So now drill hole is a function, even new strap length is a function. So let's do this dot strap length. So this time I'm going to access a nested object here. Strap length is an object. So how do I access a nested object? Is through another dot notation. If you see left, assign the left property. And the convention is to end statements with semicolons. It's not strictly necessary, but some linting tools allow restrictors to put semicolons. So it's always better to use semicolons. It's up to you whether you use semicolons or not. So I'm going to define or change the right strap length also to the new property value. And this is second way of defining a function or method. Now let's go back to the browser and see my box object. It has all these properties. Drill holes is a function and new strap length is also a function. The name of the function is by default assigned to the attribute. Let's call mybox dot strap length. Sorry, nice. New strap length. Sorry, new strap length. Box. So this time I'm going to change the strap length from 10 to 20, 20 and 30. That's it. New strap length is not a function. I spelled it wrong. Use strap length. I'll just correct this. Strap length. So it automatically reloads when we do a live server. Whenever we change some code, it will automatically reloads the browser. iBox. If I see the properties, new strap length is a function. Let's change the strap length from 10 to 20. iBox dot new strap length of 20 and 30. Okay. Now it returned nothing because we got a return value as undefined because we are not returning anything from this function or method. So we will use the name as method from now on. So from this method, we are not returning anything. By default, it is undefined. So if I am returning something, return strap length, then it would give that strap length in the console. But let's not do it right now. We'll visit that later. As we are not returning anything, by default, the JavaScript methods will return undefined. Let's go back. My box. If you see now, nothing. We have changed the code, so it reloaded. We need to again call the same function. If I now print my box, you can see the left strap length got changed to 20 and right strap length 30. So this is another way of defining a function or method. So we have looked into one way of doing this. So one observation here we need to do is we have used a constant called myBox. So what the significance of constant is that my box value cannot be changed. The properties of this object can be changed, but this my box itself cannot be assigned to another object or value. So this will throw an error. So the reason why we declared this constant as constant is this variable as constant is we don't want anybody to change the reference of this to another object. By accidentally changing that, we will lose this object entirely. That's why we defined this variable as constant. So if you try to change that constant value, it will throw an error. So, but we can actually change the properties of the uh, object color. Let's say blue, I will change. It will now we'll see color as blue. So the thing is, so whatever changes we do on the console, one more thing, whatever changes we do on the console, it's all temporary. So unless we change the code in the script file itself, this is all not retainable. As soon as we reload, all those changes will be gone. Now the color will be back to gray. So it's all temporary here. So that's about constant, why constant is being used. And if we are into debugging, let's do a console log of this my object. Let's put some statement here, console log my object, my box. Reload, and it by default prints this object. So if we have multiple objects in our code, by printing this, we won't know which object is what. It doesn't give us any name or property of the object. So for that, we can actually add some statement like this is my box. If you give us a string here and the second argument as the object for the console log function, it will give us like this, the text of it, and then separated by a space, and then the object value. So by default, the object deconstruction happens here and displays the entire object like this. And there is a better way also. Even without having this statement, I can have something like this. Wrap this object into another object again, console log my box. If I do log like this, so this prints it as an object again. So object property by default, it is taking my box. Just like the function we defined here, by default, the values function name itself is being used as the property, if you see here. So this function name itself is used as the property name. Similarly, this my box variable name itself is being used as the key of the property, key of the attribute, my box. This is another way of printing the objects on the console. So just like we had accessed these values, we can access values, nested objects in any way. Let's print the strap length. As my box dot strap dot left. Nested objects can be referred with dot notations. We can have a number of nested objects. We can all refer to them as dots. And there is another way of accessing these attributes. We will discuss that in a bit. Yeah, that is a dot notation. So we have another notation called string or key notation. We'll look into that now. Let's say I have another property. I'll add another property, volume as 30. Let's go here. I can access it with dot notation, and I also can access it with key notation like this. My box of volume, the same thing will be accessed. So the reason why we use this notation is if I have a property, let's say a variable as a property as a variable. Let's say I have let property name as volume. I can actually use dynamically this property name volume, or here I'm going to demonstrate a simple syntax to use variables inside strings. If I use back quotes, just like f strings in Python, we have back quoted strings in JavaScript. We can use dollar and opening bracket and closing bracket, property name equals my box of property name. So I can actually use something like this also, just like we demonstrated earlier. Volume equals volume becoming out this. So if the property is coming from somebody, or if this property is being generated dynamically, what kind of property we want to access from an object, we can't always know the property beforehand. So if that property is coming as a variable to us, we can access the object's property by variable also, like this. Instead of property name, if I just use quotations volume, that gives the volume of the box. Let's refresh, and this is what is being displayed. This is why we use this is how we use key notation. And now this is good for temporary purposes. If we are defining an object and every time we want to construct a new object, we have to go through this. Let's say I want to create a new object called my box2. I still have to define it like this again, same way of defining, and then use that object. But there is a better way. If we wrap this up into a template, and I can always create new objects, just like in Python or any other language, we can have classes defined. Classes give us the prototype of an object rather than the object itself. From the prototype of the object or the template of an object, so that template, we can create multiple objects. From that template, we can create multiple objects. So let's create a new script called box.js. This time, we are going to make this object as a template. So the way to define that template is to declare it as a class. The convention is to use a capital letter for the first letter of the object or class. Let's define box as a class. And class supports one thing, constructor. Constructor is a special function or special method that allows us to initialize the object. So this accepts a set of parameters. Let's say all these properties, name, color, strap length, holes, all these are functions, methods we will define in the class again. So name, color, these are all plain properties. Let's make them as constructor properties, name, color. Let's use this as strap length left, strap right. And also we can actually indent this code by right clicking on it and format document. Strapline. Will not use holes this time. I'll use volume. And now the constructor, we have received the parameters in the constructor. We have to initialize this object. So this is making our object as a template rather than creating every time all this by hand. We can actually make use of this box template to create an object. How to use that? How to use the create the objects from this template? We will look into sometime. So this time, as we receive these properties, we can initialize this object's properties like this. This dot color, pulse color, this dot strap length equals an object that says strap length as strap length left, right, strap length right. This dot volume as volume. Now we have defined the constructor. We have to define these methods also. Let's say holes, I will define by default as these holes. I'll just use an empty array right now for now. Okay, this is the constructor that will this dot holes. We should use equals. Now we have to define the methods for increasing the strap length and also for drilling holes in the box. So this time we are going to use this syntax, not as attribute and value. So in the class syntax, we cannot use attribute values, but we can still use it inside here, define the methods also, but that's not a better way. This is a better way. Let's define new functions for drill holes. Hole number and radius. This dot holes dot append or push hole number, comma, radius. So this time I'm not going to use it like this, wall number colon wall number. It's similar to this. Even if I'm using like this, it's the same thing as using like this. So this statement and this statement are one and the same. If I don't use any key property name for the variable name itself will be used as the attribute name for this object. So wall number itself will be used as the name and the value will again be the value of wall number. So this is a shorthand for declaring this key value pairs for object attributes. So this time we have defined the method without the function syntax. Same thing we'll use for strap length also. And just this dot strap length. Okay, I have made a mistake. Strap length. Yeah. Now if I right click and format document, it indents it. Now that we have the box class, we can actually construct an object of box by just passing name, color, strap length, left and right, and volume like this. So let's create a new object. Let's use this object. Okay. First thing, we will export this module box object from this module. Let's use modules, JavaScript modules. It's better to use modules when we are using classes. So the way to export this is export default box. This box object, box template, box class is being exposed from this JavaScript module. And now in the script module, I'm going to import that. Import box from script.js. No, sorry, not this script.js, box.js. Box.js. Import box from box.js. So this box I'm going to use at the end. New box, const new box equals new box of name as my new box. And the order matters. The color, let's say I'll use black. Strap length, strap right one. Strap length is, let's say 10, 10, and then 40. This way I can construct a new object. Any number of objects I can create without going through this syntax every time. This kind of floating of code need not be done. And we have made this entire thing into an object, constructed, and then using that class to initialize multiple objects. New box 2. This time I'm going to initialize as blue until 60. Now let's print console log new box. New box 2. To actually demonstrate this, we have to go to index.html and import this box also as a module. This time we are going to use modules because we are using import statement here. Script cannot load it as normal script. It has to be imported as a module like this. Type as module. I'll just comment out this part and add a new statement here just for reference. Script source, type as module. This time I'm going to include both box.js and script.js. Source as box.js. Because it is in the current directory, I can just use box.js. Always the browser will look into the current directory to find the file. So if it is in the parent directory, I would use .. If it is in the root of the website, I can use /. All this we will look into when we are visiting HTML syntax. So box.js, now I've included that as a module. Similarly, I will include script.js also as a module. Now let's go to the browser, reload. The box, new box is constructed, the box object. We can see this initialized, new box 2 has color blue, this has black, this has blue. Now let's manipulate my box 2, new box 2 dot color is red. Is not defined. Okay. New box 2. Oh, because I cannot access the objects within script.js within the file. So if I'm importing it as module, I cannot access this object. These objects I cannot access from the script, which is a module. So if I import it as a module, all the internal objects will not be available to my console. So it's a security tightening. We don't, if I don't need to expose the internal details of the functionality of code, I will use modules, and classes are a best way to abstract away the details. And this way, we cannot basically create new constructor here. Here I cannot actually use my box or new box 3. I cannot usually use new box. Let's try importing box from box.js. So you cannot import statements outside a module. So this JavaScript console is not inside a module. We cannot import another module inside this. So this is a good way to abstract away the functionality, internal details of our implementation from the browser or from the console. Yeah, that's about how to use objects from constructors. Let's look into the global objects. So there is something called date in JavaScript. If you want to refer to JavaScript and all the details of it, you can go to MDN, Mozilla Web Docs. You can go to the references, JavaScript references. All the details will be there. If you want to search for object here, all the properties of an object you can find here. How to access object default properties and methods we can refer here. And there is something called standard built-in objects. If you go to standard built-in objects, so JavaScript by default comes with a predefined set of objects that are readily available to everybody inside the JavaScript content. So for that, we can refer to these, and there is a object called date. Let's search for date. So date is a predefined object which allows us to get the current date or manipulate date entries. Date has a new constructor like this, and you can pass in a string, and it will parse the string and convert into a date object we can compare and use. Let's use that now in the console. But these standard date types are available inside the console itself. Let's do a date here. We can now see the date printed. So if I want to pass in date information from here, let's say something like I have December 12, 2018. Let's see what it gives. It constructed from the string representation. It has constructed an object, date object, which has this. So if I store this value in a constant, let's say let my date dot PC date. So this gives the date of that UTC date. UTC actually means Greenwich time. Let's say if I want to use some properties that are there in the get means get month. We'll just use get from here. My date dot get month. Okay, the month starts with 0. Okay, 11 index actually means if we go to the definition of it, you can see January gives 0. So the month numbers will start from 0. So if I just print the date directly out here, my date, it'll just print the correct month. But when I'm getting the month, it will give one less than the month, which is because the index starts with 0, January is given 0. So this is a way to access predefined objects inside the JavaScript runtime. We can make use of this data object and try to create a new function. So let's do that as a background thing, and we'll visit that code tomorrow, how to manipulate data objects and how to calculate what's the time elapsed between December of last month, last year to current date. What's the time elapsed, and put some logic around the expiry of something like that. We'll visit that tomorrow. So that's about the basic user objects and prototypes. So as a summary, we have looked into defining objects like this, defining objects in the class syntax. There is another way of defining classes, defining objects that we will look into tomorrow. So in our previous class, we have looked into objects in JavaScript. So in this class, we will dig into objects, extension of objects, and inheritance of objects. So we have covered basic ways of creating objects, like this plain way of constructing an object and creating an object template with class prototypes. So this time we will look into one more approach for creating objects, but it is an old approach before the introduction of classes in JavaScript. So let's write that simple way of creating the objects. And then we will look into extending objects and inheritance. So in the back old days, we used to have functions that will create objects. Basically, these are called constructor functions. So I'm going to define a function that will create an object, box object. So we had already seen box as a class. We will now see how, let's say, I'll just make this a backpack object. So this is a function that will create an object. So the way we had created objects is like this. We box, whereas box is a class. If you see here, this was the way we created objects. Now that we are going to use functions to create objects, this time it's going to accept parameters that will be useful for creating these objects. So let's say name, volume, and color, number of pockets in a bag. This is backpack object. Let's say strap length. Let's use this strap length. Right. Basically, this is, let's do the formatting. So this is a function. It doesn't have any body yet. So this function accepts these parameters. Using these parameters, we are going to create an object and return that object. Let's have one more. Open. So this time, instead of using a constructor, class and constructor method, I'm going to use directly this. This is an old way of creating objects, but it is no longer used. So if you encounter code that is looking like this, so that you will, this is to inform you to be able to understand the old code that was written. So if this is the only way in the back old days of JavaScript, this was the only way to create objects. And later we had come up with the classes, new versions of JavaScript. So if you encounter this kind of constructor functions, you'll know what it is. So basically what we are doing here, we are creating an object. So this actually refers to the current object that we are manipulating. Number of pockets. And this strap length equals strap. And have this lid open. Now, if I want to declare a function within this object or the method within this object, I need to make sure that I'm using this syntax. So this is old, but not required. So any new object that you create has to be created via this template or via this kind of method. So this is only to understand back for old code if it was written in that. So this time, toggle lid method I'm writing within this object, that to within this function. So this is a function that's going to accept lid status as an argument, and then it's going to change lid open state to lid status. This is another way of creating objects. So how do I create a backpack object? It's like this. My backpack. It's also like this only. New keyword we should still use. Even with the old syntax, we have to use new keyword. So here we are going to pass something like name, mine. The volume 30. All these parameters we need to pass. And color gray. Let's say I have 10 pockets in the bag. Strap length left is 20, right is 20, and lid open is false. So let's print this thing. So log. So what this does is, if you create a key called my backpack, and then value it replaces with backpack. Let's start the live server. Go here, start live server, inspect, in the console. Let's reload. You see here, my backpack is a backpack object with all these properties. And so this is the final way or old way to create objects. So now now we will look into how to extend these objects. Now we already have seen uh, inheritance in Python. So how do we do that same kind of any object-oriented programming language will give us these kind of properties, inheritance, abstraction, all these concepts. We'll look into how to create these inheritance in JavaScript. Let's do this backpack, make use of this backpack as the base class. Let's create a new backpack.js. Let's move this box over here and change these properties to these. I'm just using quickly creating a backpack object template here. This one, name of this will be backpack. All this will change to this. So here I'm removing this functions and I'll use toggle led function. Instead of toggle led function, I'm going to use toggle led itself. Okay, we created a backpack object here. We should export backpack here. Let's import backpack.js into index.html. We need box and backpack. And in script.js, I need to import backpack also. Let's remove this or comment out this for now. Import backpack from backpack.js. This new backpack I'm creating the same way of creating the create. So this time we are going to extend backpack into a separate object called, let's say, hiking backpack. So how do I define that? Yes, like this. So let's create another file, hiking backpack.js. Import backpack from backpack. So I'm going to extend this backpack to add new functionality into it. So I will define another class, say hiking backpack extends backpack. This is how I extend the functionality of an existing class or object. Like all the constructors, methods, everything will come inherited from the backpack, and extra functionality I can add it here. Same thing, I'm defining a constructor function, all the same properties. And some more extra properties I'm going to. Yeah. Let's add one more property, hydration capacity. And inside this constructor, I need to construct an object of hiking backpack, but actually all this backpack properties also has to be in that object. So I will have to call a constructor here, super constructor. Super actually calls the parent class's constructor with all these properties I'm going to pass till here. So what this does is it will call super superclasses constructor on this object. And then after that, I'm going to create the hydration capacity extra parameter here. Initialize that with the past and value. So this is how I create an extended object that has all the functionality of backpack, but with an extra set of functionality. Let's try creating this object in script.js. Let's import backpack from backpack.js. This time I'm going to create a new object, my hiking backpack. This time name of it changing. Hydration capacity I'm going to give it's formatted. The last one is going to be 10 liters. Or I just keep it as 10 number as a number. By default, we will consider that as liters. So this time I'm going to print my hiking backpack. Let's go to the browser, reload, and something. I think we should start the web server. It's running. Okay. Backpack.js. Okay, we forgot to add this .js here. In React and other frameworks, we don't need to add this .js extension, but in plain JavaScript, we will still need to add this .js extension while importing. So this time, reload. Okay. This time we haven't exported anything from hiking backpack. In order for us to use this class, we have to export this from here. So in order for us to have this import statement from here, we should export this from this file. So all by default, all the variables and constructors, classes, everything will be internal to this particular file. If I want to use this, any variable or any class, any object, I need to export that from here so that some other script or module can import it. So the way to export it is export default hiking backpack. So this default keyword I will explain later. By default, this is the object that is going to get exported from this file is what this means. Hiking backpack, now I can import and use it in the script. Now we can see this reload. So hiking backpack we have initialized. Let's call a function that is not declared in this lid open function. Let's call that. But it is actually declared in backpack. All these attributes and methods will be inherited by hiking backpack. So we can still call these functions, toggle lid function on the hiking backpack. Let's call that function my hiking backpack. Let's see. Okay, this we cannot do it over the console because it's a module. So modules by default are not available to the console, but they are available within this script module. This is also a module because we have defined it here. So let's use that, call that function from here. Let's call mount-that dot delete open. To right now, initially it was false. Now let's make it to true. And then print the -backpack object. At this time after calling let open method. This is just let's reload. This now let toggle it. Sorry, I think it is toggle this one. Toggle it true. Let's reload. So after calling let open method earlier, it was let open status was 2. This time true. Okay, right. So mine -background. Okay, wait. Okay. Let's go here. See what is happening. Let open status. We are initializing. The false should be false. From script.js. Let open should be false. Let open. Here. Let open is true. Let's just print let open status instead of printing entire object before doing any manipulation. Let's just print. Let open is false. Print this. That it is true. So the reason why it is happening is, so by the time this is printing this object, this module has already got executed. So all this has executed, and when we are printing this, it's actually printing the reference of the object. We'll discuss about the references and actual values of the objects in a later class. Basically, if we access this object at any point after toggle, if you are console logging, it will give us that the current object's reference. I'm just trying to demonstrate how to use, how to extend the existing functionality. So if Backpack has a toggle lid function or a method to use, manipulate the object. Let's say if there is a object called door, in order to open the door, we have to do something on the object. Right? So it's just translating that into the programming world. That's what I'm trying to demonstrate here. This toggle lid is a function or a method that is on this object. So if I want to manipulate this object, I can call this function and perform some operations. So lid open means like opening the carry bag. Okay. So the reason we did not get this, I think we'll figure this out now. Okay, this console, this is a problem in the console. This console is actually giving the current state of the object, current reference to the object. It's not actually referring to the previous state of the object. It was just giving a reference to the object. What's the current object it is. So this console will be helpful if we are debugging the current state of the object. If we need to find out the previous state, we will have to log this object entirely. Let's say I'll just do copy. Mhm. Mhm. Use it like this. Let's see if this works. Okay, this time it's little. So basically, what was happening earlier was when we used just the hiking backpack object, the console was actually putting a pointer here. So when we expanded it, the same object is being referred. After manipulating also, this object was also pointing to the same object. So what's happening with dot dot dot, what we are doing is we are creating a new object from the current state of my backpack object. So this is a way to create a new object from existing objects. It's a copy of the object rather than a reference to the object. So when we tried without these, it was referring to the same object. So at this point, printed the reference to the object. When we did a toggle lid function on this object, it manipulated the same object, and I printed again, same reference. If I dereference it, that's when we clicked on this, it's dereferencing and reading from the memory. What's the current state of this object? So that's why we are seeing lid open as true in both the places, because the object reference did not change. The object itself properties got changed. So we are accessing this object through the reference. So in-memory copy of it had already changed. So we are just taking the object reference and dereferencing it when we are clicking on this. So when we did copy that object into a separate object, it became a completely different object. Now, this object and this object and this object will now be different. So all these details I will explain one more time, or when we are discussing about the difference between a copy and a reference. So what's happening here? We are copying this object's current state into a new object and printing it. And here also we are copying this object's current data into a new object and printing it. This time, at this point, it had the current information of the previous state of the object and the current state of the object, like this. We'll go in depth into these references at a later point. But this is just to demonstrate how to use extend how to extend the existing objects and create inherited objects. So all the properties that we have seen in Python, extending classes and objects, same kind of functionality is available in JavaScript as well. So along with this, so these are all custom objects that we created, right? But browser by default has a few set of uh, globally available objects. So those are documented in MDN docs. You see, let's see, date object. Date is a standard built-in object. Date has a certain set of functionalities. We can get the current date and all that. So similarly, we have so many different objects by default available from the browser. Let's say map is a object which we can use to do mathematical operations. It has specific methods. There is especially something called flow. What does math.flow does is it'll it'll wrap up the floating point number to its nearest integer or to the lowest integer. Let's say I will demonstrate an example. Let's go to the console. Math.flow 1.03. It will flow to 1. Let's just do 3. It will wrap to 1. Let's use, instead of floor, we will just do round, or I'll just do something like 5.3. Still, floor will floor it to 1. Let's use math.round, which does wrap it to the nearest integer. So 1.53 is more than half of 1.5. 1.5, it is rounded to 2 here. So if I do the same thing on 1.23, let's see, it rounded to 1. So similarly, we have other functionalities, other standard built-in objects. All these we can use for different purposes. Let's say date, we will use date object for now. If I just do date, it gives me the current date in the full format. Let's just try to string date dot to string. This also does the same thing. So by default, when I'm calling it on console, it's calling the toString function and giving the value. Let's say toDate function. Let's say date string. I think there is something called toDate. Yeah, toDate string, which we can use to only do the date string. Date string. That's constructed like this. I do this, only date will be given. So for various purposes, we can actually make use of standard built-in objects in JavaScript. If you refer to this, you will understand various aspects of JavaScript. Get the link from the video. So these are the default built-in objects in the browser. So what we will discuss next is manipulating DOM from the JavaScript. Now, all these experiments we have done only in the console and in the JavaScript world. How do I reflect that on the DOM object? So the main purpose of using JavaScript is to have dynamic web pages that have interactive elements and dynamically generated content. So let's look into how to manipulate the DOM elements. So what I refer to DOM is this. So this structure is called the DOM, document object model. It has a sort of tree-like structure, which has all this body, name, nested elements, all this. This entire structure is called the DOM, document object model. We can actually manipulate these DOM elements from the JavaScript. So let's try in the console. So now that we haven't touched anything in the DOM yet, let's do that now. So let's print document. So document is a built-in object. If you search for document, so this document object is the built-in object that is in the browser that refers to the current DOM structure. If you just print document, it gives you the entire structure of this document. What we have seen here, the entire thing is a JavaScript object. This document is a JavaScript object. If I want to refer to the head, I can actually refer to it like this, document.head. So it gives the head section of this. Similarly, document.body will give you the body section of the DOM object. Let's try doing some manipulation on this DOM. Let's say we want to replace a specific section. In this section, this entire thing I want to replace. Let's go create some structure, and from JavaScript, let's manipulate this structure of the DOM elements. Let's go into index.html. Let's wrap this up into a new folder. So wrapping, I want a new right. Now let's write one more file, index.html. This time, this data we will manipulate from JavaScript. I'll write simple JavaScript. In body. Script I will import. These two I will copy from body, which has a main element. So all these tags we will discuss when we are talking about HTML. So I'm giving a title. If you see the HTML, it's interactive. As we're running the live server, you can see all the details. So this time, all the features of the backpack, I'm going to list here. Volume, color, age, number of pockets, strap line, right strap line, and leave it open status. This time I want to have those values coming from the JavaScript. This volume, all these property details, I want it to come from the JavaScript rather than me hard coding this data. For that, we will have to use template reactions. What I'm going to do right now is in the script.js, I'm going to copy this entire text, put it here as a template. I will create a new script itself. Let's move this back to part one. Let's create a new script itself with our packable reviews. Create a new script. This time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new object or a constant content. So there are template literals. Actually, we can use backcodes for creating templates like this. If you see here, this is all a text. It's all wrapped up in the backcodes. So basically, strings we can define it as my string with double quotes or single quotes. You can define them within single quotes also. So with this format, if I have to add a new variable within the string, let's say my three. So my is equal to. So if I want to print this, I actually have to do append this. I have to do my variable. This way we can add string and the number. Let's do a console log my string. Very low. So my variable is 3. So if I have like too many details, let's say my variable 2 is 5, and then I will have to append my variable 2 like this. Now if I sneak here, reload. So this way we will have string manipulation done in the old days before the backcodes way of formatting strings was implemented in JavaScript. So the advantage with backcodes is that if I have to use variables inside a string, I can actually define it like this on my string. Two backcodes, opening and closing backcodes. I can just do my variable equals dollar to clever brackets, my brackets, and then my variable b. So this way we don't have to do append operations with plus. So this time any kind of text, any large, any length with a text of any length can be constructed without using these append operations. These append operations are costly in programming. So let's see if you reload, the same string got constructed. So this time, for manipulating these data elements, I'm going to put the volume, color, age, number, all this as template literals like this from the my backpack object. So that's why I'm going to use the back codes. Let's comment out these statements. Let's use volume from here. Let's just try before adding anything here. Let's just try to manipulate this entire thing. I'm going to remove from here, and let's see the back. If you see the from object, we have the main element h1. We don't have the fuel content element. This content element we don't have. Let's add this content element to the DOM tree. So instead, let's have within this main, I forgot to add a tag called. So all this, let's put it in the article. Then, so within this article element, I'm going to add this content, this entire content over here, which is below. Within this article element, we have h1 right now. We will add this with. Now I'm going to refer the document object. Document object is available to the entire JavaScript context in the browser. Within this document or body, inside that there is a function called inner HTML. Let's go to the console. Comment out this part to the document object. So if you see document body, this gives the DOM structure. I just have dot inner HTML. If you give me what text it has inside this inside this body element, what all HTML elements are there, it will give us. So I can just use some string here, some data. I'll just replace the inner HTML with some data as a text. And now printed, some data is there. If you go to the elements, see body, it only has some data. We have actually replaced the entire content with some string we have. So this is what I'm going to do from the JavaScript document.body. I'm going to replace the inner HTML with this content, but this is not the ideal way. I will show you how to do this entire operation in a better way. Let us do inner HTML. It will replace the entire body section with this content. I go refresh the head1 element, all that heading tag, it's entirely gone. This article h1, all this is gone, and the body element now has only this fuel element. Doesn't have anything else. So let's move this article also here. Just move this. From here to here, I'm going to move to this place. So inside that, I'm going to put this UL. I'm going to format this. So we have the entire body content here. and we are just replacing that. As soon as we load this script, we are replacing this body content. If we have something else here, I don't load this script.js, this will show. And if I load this entire thing gets replaced by this content. So here in this volume place, I want to use, I will create a new object called backpack. Import backpack from backpack.js. We should make use of .js extension here in plain JavaScript. So this time I'm going to construct an object my backpack. I'm going to create with the name all that. Name as everyday backpack. Here I'm going to use the name of the backpack. Here instead of this, I'm going to use sign open bracket close bracket my backpack dot name, which is nothing but the name. So this time volume I'm going to use 30. The volume I'm going to use volume. Similarly, color as gray. As you see here. Color I'll use. Let's use this one is number of buckets. Let's use 10. Start length as 20 and left length, right? Let open state is false. I'm going to use a space here. Here's start length dot left. Start length dot right. And this age will be for now. As we will use a date format for that. So if we reload or see, this is actually coming from dynamically from the JavaScript object. So this is how we use JavaScript to replace the content in DOM trees. So if we navigate to any page, I get this data from the database, this template gets replaced by the value that came from the database. And there are built-in functionality to manipulate document objects. Let's take a look at these methods. There is something called insert. We have used inner HTML right now, right? So we can actually append child, append child, append. So these functionalities are all available in JavaScript, which we will use to add dynamic content in the future classes. For now, it's just enough to know that we can replace any DOM object with the content dynamically generated from the JavaScript. Basically, in React and all, you could have an element called object, division with ID as app object. If you see in our previous lessons, we had used this ID and tried replacing this division with the content that was dynamically generated with React. So all the frameworks use similar approach. This is basically manipulating DOM objects with JavaScript. So that's about for today. Next, in this next lesson, what we will look at is appending elements dynamically to the end of the list. Let's say I want to add one more URL element or a list of new property to the list of properties. All that we will see how to use. So, but before that, we can actually take a look at this documentation, see what all document object model methods are available within the DOM trees. So with JavaScript, we can actually create element and then append elements. Append will add to the end of the tree. If I select an element, let's say I want to select a specific element. Let's just click on this and see this element. This H1 element, if I want to select, I can actually use it like this. Document dot query selector. I can actually select H1. The query selector spelling is wrong. Selector H1. So this gives us the head element. If there is only one element called head H1, it will give only that. So if I go query selector per list, query selector all per list elements, li, it gives me a list of all nodes that have the list elements. So all this list elements, it's giving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All 7 it's giving. So all that inner HTML, it can actually manipulate the inner HTML of this list of 2 dot inner HTML or hello from JavaScript. This in here. So this text got changed to hello from JavaScript. So that's how we manipulate DOM objects. We will look into these append child, and query selector, how to select queries, how do you select elements based on specific pattern. So these queries are all called CSS queries. If you see here, this is actually a CSS query. So how to farm CSS queries, we will look into next. So once we have looked into these, we will actually discuss about HTML and CSS in these queries, and we will revisit JavaScript to know all the details of functions, variables, constants, all that. So this query selectors is an important concept. Once we know this query selector, we can actually manipulate DOM objects and add styles to these DOM objects. So there are some things called attributes and classes. Let's just get a brief idea of what that is. Document.body.attributes. If you see, these are the attributes. Let's just try creating a new element with attributes. Let's just say ID everything else. Something. If I see the attributes of this body, we can see all these attributes. So these are called the HTML attributes. These are called HTML attributes. We will discuss about the attributes and CSS next. So we will start looking into HTML, CSS, and then revisit JavaScript to know about these selectors. Okay, now we have our HTML and we have an object constructor here. Like that, and script we have used this backpack object and created a dynamic content to display this content in the HTML. So we manipulated the inner HTML of this particular body element. Let's go start the live server. So this is dynamically generated content from the JavaScript. So apart from this selector, we have specific items we can select. So basically, if I have a complex HTML structure, if I want to select a specific element from the DOM tree, I can use query selectors. There is something called query selectors. So if I go to the browser and inspect this, or in the console, if I want to select a specific list element, if I just go see this list, I can actually select a specific list item and then manipulate that item itself. So in order to select these, we need to make use of CSS queries. Basically, what CSS queries will give us is the ability to select specific DOM elements based on a criteria. So the criteria would be like, let's say I have a specific class in an attribute. Let's just go here and add a specific element. Unordered list, I will add list. Just add some variables here. And apart from this, I'll just add one paragraph. I'll add one head file. I'll add one more paragraph. Just paragraph with children. Inside this paragraph element, I'm going to have text as well as something like these tags and all. I'll explain when we are discussing HTML. Text. And I will have a text element here. Inside this will have article. Element. So these things I will cover. It's just demonstrating a query. Select this. So for this thing, I'm going to add a specific ID and do as an ID. And for this, we'll add classes. And this, I will add the same class. For this, okay. So we have HTML, and we can select this particular elements you go to the browser, if you see here, second, started stream. Okay. JavaScript is replacing the entire content of body. That's the reason the image representation is happening. Let's comment out this part for now. Okay. Now we have this entire text. To inspect this particular element, we can see that it has a class called highlight. The spelling. So let's say I want to select this particular paragraph element and any element that has the class highlight in it. So highlight is there in paragraph and in this list. So these two elements, if I want to select, I can actually select it with the CSS query. I'll just quickly demonstrate a CSS query here. I'll just highlight this with a class. Inside here, I'm going to write a simple CSS style. All this we will explain when we are discussing HTML and CSS. This is, as we are discussing the query selector now, it's important to know the CSS selectors. So for this, selecting a specific class elements is through dot notation. If some element has a dot highlight as a class, it will select all that elements, and I'm going to select background as or outline and just change that to outline. I'm going to do pixel solid. This will highlight these elements. This element has highlight class and this element has highlight class. If you see inspect this list has a class of highlight and this thing has a class of highlight. So same thing we can actually select with JavaScript also. Document object refers to the entire document object, DOM tree. So if I want to select these specific elements, I can just do document.query selector. There are two things, query selector and query selector all. So what query selector does is it will select the first element that is matching the query, and query selector all will select all the elements that are matching the query. Let's use the query dot highlight. This will give us the first element that is matching this. So if you inspect this, this is the first element that is matching this criteria. It gives that element. So I can just change the inner HTML of this to my string text. If I execute this, it will change this text. Reload and show it again. Observe this. The second element is going to be selected with this. And inner HTML, I'm going to change it to my custom text. I've changed this with this query selector. Now, what if I want to iterate through the entire list of all matching elements. So this highlight is actually matching two elements. If I do query selector all, it will give me two elements, not list of two elements. First element is the list element, this one. And second, this one. And second element is this one. Just expand the second element. Second element is the paragraph element. So if I want to manipulate each of these one by one, I can actually use for each loop. Of this syntax we will cover next. The for loops we will cover in JavaScript. So for each of the document dot query selector, so a simple way to do it is store this result in a variable. Let's create a variable. My elements is document query selector all of dot highlight. Now if I print my element, this has two items, two elements in it. First, let element of my elements by just do console log of element of inner HTML. Console. So we can see all the inner HTML of these two elements. I'll just reload and execute. I have to first fetch the elements, then iterate through that, and we are printing this text and this text. This is how we select specific elements with CSS queries. So we will also discuss CSS queries, not just this query class selectors. We also have ID selectors. I want to select a specific element which has an ID of this. I can actually use it with document.query selector of hash. Any ID selection will start with hash. Any class selection will start with dot. The element has a class highlight. If I want to select that element, I need to start it with dot. And if it has an ID, I should select it with hash symbol. So basically the difference between a class and an ID is multiple elements can have same class, but not same IDs. So ID is unique to specific element. This is to segregate or isolate specific objects, DOM elements in the DOM tree. So apart from this, we can also select attribute-based selectors also. I'll show you that next. So if I want to select an element which has a ID as many two, I can do it with this. So let me select the document, sorry, the document. So now it's selected the list item here, menu two. So we can manipulate by selecting any element like this. And we will cover in depth into these query selectors, CSS selectors, when we are covering CSS overall. So for now, I'll just park this one and we'll go back to our JavaScript example here. So let's go create an new functionality on top of Backpack using global objects. So we also have seen there is global object called date. So we'll make use of this global object and put some age to this backpack element, backpack object. So let's say I want the age property also for this, like how old is the backpack? When was it bought? Something like that. So in the constructor, I'm going to add a new field, date acquired, when it was bought, date bought, or date bought, or I'll just bought on. So this time, so when this, so I'm going to initialize the bought on date as bought on. Now, based on the date that we bought it, we can actually find out the age of this using the date object. Right now, in this bought on, we are going to pass in a string, a date string. Let's go to my script. When we are creating this my backpack object, we'll just use a date string to specify the date on which we bought. Let's add something like December 25th, 2024 at 3 p.m. IST. This is a date string that the data object will understand. So we can specify it in any format, but this is a standard way to pass. So now when we are constructing this object, we are taking that string and storing this also as a string. But in order to find out the age, so we have to find out the current date and the bought on date. Let's say how old. Let's create a function called how old. And this time, this is not going to accept any parameters. I'm going to create a new date element. Just 1 second, I'm getting it started. So here's how old. Let's find out the current date with new date. So new date actually gives us the current date. This will give the current date. We have to find out what is the current date. This is now. And we want to convert the date that this was acquired. So new date of this dot bought on. If I do this, let's just go create a new date object which has December 25th, 2024. I'll just put it like this. So this gives us the date in the date object format. It will convert the string date, this date into the date object that the browser understands. So this is going, now we will be able to compare this date and this date. Select bought on. It's now we can actually take a difference of these two and find out the age of the bag. Let's say elapsed time. So now will be the greater than the bought on date, which is older date. Bought on and now. The difference between now and bought on. JavaScript knows how to differentiate between, like if I do a minus on a date object, it will basically calculate the delta of the dates. It knows how to do date arithmetic. So this time I'm going to use a math function to this elapsed time will give us time in milliseconds. So how much time had been elapsed from the spot on date to current date. This will give us a number. If I just do something like this, date minus date of December 2025. This is a milliseconds. How many milliseconds have passed since this date to current date? So current date also actually is going to calculate the number of milliseconds elapsed from a specific time in history. So this gives us milliseconds. For that milliseconds, we need to convert that into days now. So how many days have been elapsed per 1 point? Let days elapse equals elapsed divided by. If we divide by 1000, it will give the seconds, number of seconds. And then we have to again divide by 60 seconds per minute, and then 60 minutes per hour, and then 24 hours per day. So this is the calculation that we need to do in order to find out the number of days elapsed. So this thing will give a division in a floating point element. I do this, it will give us something like, I divide this by 1000 into 60 and 24. It will give us a floating point number. This is giving a decimal number. So we need to convert this into a rounded integer. Okay, this thing is not working because actually I forgot to add the brackets over here. We are actually going to divide this entire thing. That is 86 days and 86.41 days because it's milliseconds and seconds. It will count the seconds also. Unless it is completely elapsed, we don't count it as day as a rounded number. So if 5 days, 6 days, and 7 hours, if it passed, we will just consider 6 days itself. So for that, there is a function called math.floor, which will be used for rounding off the number to the lowest number. So even if there is a decimal like this, it will round off to 86. Math.floor will do that. Math.round will do the nearest integer. So if it is more than 0.5, math.round will wrap it into 87. Math.floor will actually wrap it to 86, even whatever the numbers stay on the right side of the decimal place. So we'll use decimal math.floor to find out the days elapsed. We'll return days elapsed. This days elapsed, I'm going to use in the index.html by calling this function, how old. In the script, age, I'm going to call in. So far, we have been using plain properties. We can actually use the functions calls also. I had that, how. To call the function, I need to specify two parentheses here, opening and closing parentheses. If I don't do that, it will try to access this object as a property in the object, and it will fail. So as this is a function or a method in the object, we need to use this. So now let's go here. It's not a number, it says. Why is that? Return this elapsed. Class Let's do one simple thing here. I'll just do a console log of outbound. Let's see why that is. Invalid date. Start plot on. I should not use comma. Hmm. 1500 minus. Let's try using this instead. Last parameter is supposed to be okay. This is working. Let's try creating a new object with the date format that we used. Silver 25. Just put IST, it's failing. Okay. Said, I think time zone we should not use. Let's eliminate this. How to specify time zone? We can actually get it from MDN docs. We can do that later. There are ways to do this with IST. It's not the time zone. The ST. Let's try using this. Okay. This way it works. Okay, for IST we need to use this. By default, it will take the current time zone. In India, it is IST, UTC plus 530 hours. So let's print this age also. Now we have the age. We are constructing this age from this parameter, and we are good with that. So that's how we use global objects. We have used date object and math object here. So we have seen template literals, string concatenation. We have seen query selector. We can actually manipulate classes. Now we have used query selectors to manipulate HTML text. Now we will use this to actually manipulate the classes. Let's go comment out this portion. Log this. This time, what we are going to do is, for this, I'm going to add a new class with JavaScript. So I'm going to select an element, document dot very selector of highlight. I'm going to store this in a variable that element equals this. So what I'm going to do is here I'm going to add a new class to this particular element. Yep. So if I want to print existing classes, I can do it with element dot class name. And there are two properties here. So one is class name, and there is another thing called class list. So a list of classes we will get with class list, and class name will give us only the class names in a string form. If I want to edit the class name of it, I can actually do dummy class like this. It replace the entire class list. So the highlighting is gone because if we inspect this, the entire previous class list has been replaced by the new class name. So if I want to just add it rather than remove it, I can make use of class list object. Now reload this. Let's do document same selector values. So this time element dot class list we will use. Class list object has all these functions for adding and removing classes. So I'm going to use add function, add a new class. So now if I go to this element and see, it has both classes, highlight and new class. Similarly, I can actually remove the class if you want. Remove a class name. If I go back, here you can see that the class has been removed. Let's say there is another function called toggle. If the class exists, it will remove toggle. Let's use toggle. So if the class exists on the element, it will remove it. If it does not exist, it will add it. Let's do that once. Now if you see, new class has been added. I do one more time, same thing. New class has been removed. So that's a toggle function. Let's say we will see another called replace. Replace will take the new class first, old class first. Highlight, and the new class will be new highlight. Let's try this. If I go back, the class has been changed from highlight to new highlight. So that's about class manipulation with JavaScript. Similarly, we have attributes. If you want to see attributes, all the attributes, that's the ID of these and everything else, we can actually select this document query selector of highlight. Now this time, highlight, this does not have the highlight class because we removed it, replaced it with new highlight. Only this element gets selected. If you print the element, we have the paragraph element. If I want to see all the attributes, I can actually see the elements attributes like this. All the attributes will be coming as a node now. We have a class attribute appearance. If I will add one attribute to this. Let's say I will add ID also to this. Right? Parent and reload. I'll remove this highlight also. Highlight. This time, let's reload, select element with the class name highlight. Let's see element attributes. So it has ID attribute and class attribute. ID attribute has name as ID. Similarly, class attribute has name as class and the value, node value will be highlighted. Similar to this value here, highlight. For ID, we can see the value as my paragraph. Basically, these are new IDs, new classes we can dynamically add based on certain criteria in our JavaScript code. And based on the IDs and classes, we could have CSS styles written. Then when I add a new class to an element, automatically the browser will see the corresponding styling properties of that class and apply those styles to that element. So this is how we dynamically change content in HTML DOM. So if I want to manipulate styles of a specific object, let's go create. Same thing, we will just select this paragraph element. We'll just change the background color of it from JavaScript. Same thing, we can do it with CSS, but if we want to dynamically change based on certain criteria, we can do it with this element dot style. If you see, so this gives us the entire styling of this element. If you scroll over there and see the border property, outline property, outline will be concept. CSS we have defined as highlight as outline. So this only gives us the properties of this particular element if it is only applied to this element, inline properties. What do I mean by inline property? Let's go here. For this element, I can actually define styles over here. Style, I can define like this. Color, red. A reload, the color of it got changed. It's actually an inline property of this element. So I'm not applying this styles from a styling or CSS. It's inline to this particular element. You can actually add the CSS rules inline. So this element, when we display in element.style, it only gives the inline CSS rules of that particular element of it. It doesn't show us the overall applied CSS. It only gives us the inline CSS. If you see here, this inline CSS only color is there. Color. So if you see color, color is red. I just specify outline as 2 pixels solid blue. That also comes here. And print element style and expand it. See, so outline is blue solid 2 pixels. So this is a shorthand way of assigning colors and then style, and then grid. So these things we will discuss in a later chapter or later lesson. So this is how we get the attributes and styles of an element. So also we can actually manipulate this style by just adding this property. Whatever property we want to change, color I will just change it to blue, and I'll just change the background color to. So one difference between element styles here and in the JavaScript is that I specify color, background color as black here. Here, the background and color will be separated by hyphen, whereas in here, in JavaScript, background color will be in the camel case. This is called camel case syntax. So this exactly translates into this. By specifying here, payload, you see the background color from the element, it's black. So now if I change this to blue, it's blue. So in CSS, we will specify it with hyphens, and in JavaScript, we specify with camel case letters. Like this. That's the only difference. What's next is that, okay, I think that's all for query selectors. Next thing is to go in depth into JavaScript constructs like variables, indices, data types, variables, functions, methods, and all that. We will do that in the next class. So we will also cover HTML and CSS once we cover the basics of JavaScript. So we also now have a brief idea on this. Okay. So let me start the live server. I'm going to align it to the right and this one to the left. Can edit the code here and see the result there. Just okay. So last time we just covered script, how to select attributes and classes. We will take a look again. So this time we had these elements with classes as previously. New highlight. We have just changed the class in the console. Let's just check. Yes. Okay. Now, if I want to select an element by a class, I can actually do it with document dot query selector with the class name. So for selecting class name, we should use dot notation, highlight or new highlight. I'll just use new highlight here. Select an element, one element. So this query selector will only select the first element that is matching this class criteria, this selection criteria. So the elements can have two elements or more elements can have the same class name, and it can have multiple classes also. Right. So this has two classes. This element has two classes. This element has same one class, which is highlight. If I select document select by highlight, it will select the first element that is matching this criteria, which has a class of highlight. So instead, if I try query selector all, it will select all the items that are matching this criteria. So let's say I have this list item with an ID as item 1. I can actually select the items by ID. So if I want to select by ID, I should use pound symbol or hash symbol before and the ID of it. Item 1. This selects this particular item. If I have something else, let's say item 2, which does not exist, it gives a none. There is no element that is matching this criteria. And once I have selected an element, let's say I'll select the first element that has this criteria, I can actually get all the attributes of this node. Let's save this thing in a variable. So element dot attributes. So all the attributes it will give us. Even class is an attribute. And if I have something like, let's say, title attribute. These are all HTML attributes. We will discuss this when we are discussing about the HTML. My title, okay. So if I select by this element and print element dot attributes, it gives us all the attributes. It even gave us the title attribute. Similarly, we can actually change the class of this. Let's say add the class element dot class list. If you do, it will give the class list. So same thing. If I do want to add a new class to it, my new class, it adds that class to it. If I now print element class list, my new class also got added. Similarly, I can do remove, replace, add, toggle. Toggle we already discussed. If the element class exists, it will remove. If not, it will add. And replace will replace element dot class list dot replace will take the first item as the old class which need to be replaced and the new class which needs to be put in. So that's about adding or removing classes. So we can similarly we can actually add the attributes also. So we have this title attribute for this element. Let's say attributes element attributes. I can actually add or set or remove attributes. Let's just get some attribute. Let's say I want to get a value of the attribute title. Get attribute. I do the name of the attribute. Let's say title. It will give the value of that attribute. So similarly, I can actually set the attribute, which attribute I want to set, and some other title, the new value that I want to set. So now if I just try to get the attribute title, the new title got set. So similarly, I can actually, if the title, if attribute does not exist, this call will actually add the attribute to it. Let's say I want to add something like source. The source attribute is not allowed in list items, but it allows in JavaScript. It's not legally correct according to HTML standards, but if we can add any type of attribute, let's say data attribute, I will add data source. Data hyphen source is these type of attributes are called data attributes, which we can use any type of data attribute we can use. So it's perfectly valid in HTML. Some data source. So this attribute does not exist on this element, but it will add this when I call this. So now if I print element that attributes, it gives all the attributes. Even data source attribute got added. If you inspect this element, you can see the data source attribute got added in the HTML. So this way we can add the attributes. And similar to this, we can actually check if the element exists as a specific attribute or not. Similarly, let's say element dot has attribute of ID doesn't have an attribute ID. So this item does not have a ID in it. So I can actually add the attribute also. Set attribute, which is nothing but adding if it does not exist. My list item. So if you inspect this element, the ID has got added. And similarly, we can actually remove the attributes also. Element dot remove attribute. Let's say I will remove the title attribute or data and source attribute. This accepts only one parameter. So remove attribute. If we inspect now, element dot attributes doesn't have the data attribute. Same thing reflects in the HTML. Okay, this is how we add attributes and remove attributes. And similarly, we can have styling also. Element dot. So this element we actually got from document dot query selector of I. I'm selecting again. Element dot styles. If you see element dot style, it will print inline styles that were added to this particular element. You see the inline styles. There are no inline styles. We can add the inline styles here. Let's add that element dot style dot color. Let's say I will use blue. So the color got changed to blue. So if you inspect this element and see the style got added when we manipulated it with the JavaScript. So color blue. So even the same thing, color, if you just access this, it will give you the value of the style element. Similarly, we can set background color. It's purple or red. You see here, it is background color has been set to red. So the CSS attribute is background hyphen color, but in JavaScript, it will translate into camel case like this, background capital C color. So this is a subtle difference between CSS and JavaScript. So that's about setting and getting attributes and classes, even styles within. So next thing we will look into is the variables and data types. So first thing that before the introduction of let as a variable, so we had only one data type. Let's just move this away into a old file. We'll just move this all back to here. We start from scratch. Let's create a new HTML file, index.html. Create some sample. We have something like style docs script versions, which will include in here. There is a load script here, script source / r script.js. It is within the same folder. We can use / or even without using / it can refer to the current folder. The script is in the same folder as HTML file. It will take from there. If it is in a new folder, let's say JS, I'll move the script to JS folder. If this is the hierarchy, index.html, we have to use /JS/script. We'll use defer so that it will load at the end. The style, so if it's in a folder, we should use the folder hierarchy like this. We can actually eliminate this / also. This also works. Let's try printing a small info. Let's reload. It's printing. So this script is getting loaded. As soon as we save, it will be reloaded. Okay, now let's do something like define variables here. So in order to use any value or usability of variables, we have to define them in a container called a variable name, my variable. Let's say this is a name. I can give a value to it, say 1, 2, 3. I can just use this value, this variable anywhere. Console log my variable is this. So before introduction of other data declaration elements, only var was allowed in JavaScript. Var is a global scope variable, which means so within a function or within a smaller block of code, if we use var, it has global scope. If we change something within a function, let's just define a function. Functions are defined like this. My function. Let's say my variable equals, and I will call this function. from here to call a function, we have to invoke it like this. This actually changed my variable into type string, it's a string. Now this is allowed when we are using variables. Let's say I have another type called let. Let is another way of declaring a variable. Let is a scoped variable, which means my let variable was string, or I'll just make it as 456. I'll define another function, my second function. Inside this, I will use my let variable as another. I'll call this function to a log of my let variable. So if you see here, my let variable is still 456. Even though I called this function, it did not change this value because it is a scoped variable. Inside this, if I do the same statement inside a function, side function, print this, this is another let. So this is local to this function. Even if I manipulate my let variable, same name here, it won't affect the global scope variable. So this is the difference between variable var and let. So let is a scope variable which overrides within a block scope. If I have had the same value here, var, I'll just print the var. Inside this, it would have inside this the value got changed to high, and if I go here, my variable got changed to 123. So the meaning of this var is if I don't declare this inside this, it will assume that it is the global scope. So usually var was the only way we used to have variables in JavaScript in the previous versions. So let has been introduced so that it will allow us to have local scope overrides. So var, so most of the times whenever we're using variables, you should always use let unless you have a specific reason to use var. Var is a global scope variable, which is confusing if we change it in multiple places. So let will have a secure way of scoping that, and within the block where you declared it, only there it will get changed. So that's about let and var. This is how we define variables in JavaScript. Let's see the data types of these variables. So let's say I can also have variables, multiple variables declared at once. Var x equals 4, y equals 5, z equals 6. All this is still allowed. If I just print x if I access y, z, it's all set all at once. There is an empty value. If I don't assign any value to it, it will be by default undefined. If I try to access that variable, it is undefined. So if I try console log of empty, it will give the undefined value. There is something called null. So where w equals null, I just try to access W, it is null. Null means nothing, there is nothing in it. Undefined means it's not even defined. No value is assigned to this particular variable, is what it means. And we have looked into the scope of this. Let's demonstrate the scope a little bit further. Let's say I will add two new boxes to the HTML content there. So I'll add title, something like here I'll add one more division, box 1, box 2. This I will give class as website. So I will define some styles here. I will use body, I will put something like margin 0. Display, I'll use flex. Flex is a layout mechanism. This and all I'll explain. It's finished JavaScript and getting to style sheets. Justify content center. It's actually indenting content into the middle. Alignment is center. So I have font size as 2.6 and each time we define class as boxes. This content I want to make it display in a grid. So I'll just put boxes. See line here, we can manipulate CSS styling here. Rectangular columns. I want to put it in 2 columns. One. Canvas 2 then. Next with 60. I'll use title for this. Represent. One. Segments. This. And put it outside. So these divisions, I want to put boxes around this. Let's do that. So boxes, inside boxes division, each division will have box size. With as person adding string font size given the color will be gone. If I add the background, it will be written background color. I'll use again. Now we have two boxes. Yes. So now these two boxes we will manipulate CSS of these with JavaScript. Let's go here. We'll select this particular box, right side one, which has the class name sprite, and then change the color of it to something like purple. Okay. So now I'll select document, but very selective, which has dot right class, and then I will use style dot background colors to purple. So not this style, should use style instead. Now it changed. So the thing is, this time we are going to use, let's reduce this. So instead of purple, I'm going to use it in a variable. Let's say I'll use color as purple here. And this variable I'm going to use. Just reduce the font size. That is here. So this is good. Now, if I have to have another function, let's say function called heading color. Now I'll change the heading color from this using this document query selector, which has title in it, style dot color as color. Let's copy it. It's the class is title. Did not change. Let's print this one. Document dot query selector title. Next one. Then color style of color. Oh, style. Okay. So color is not different. That's the reason. Okay, we are not calling this function here. We declared it. We haven't called. So now we called it and just got changed it to purple. Let's say I want this to be blue inside this. I'm going to change color as blue. And I changed this. but outside also it got changed. If I change here inside, it's affecting the other one also because we use the same name. We can instead use a different name here, even when we have the same name. The advantage of using let here is same. So instead of color as blue here, I'm going to define a new variable let stuff. Yes, let color new colors. You want to comment out this part. Use let new colors. Values new colors. So if I use new color with let as a declaration, now it's not changing. This is how we use let and var. Let's find out and see if any other things we can do with variables. Let's say I want to use x's value for, let's try to find out what's the data type of this. So for finding out the data type, in Python we will use type. In JavaScript we will use type of. So type of x is number. Let's just try initializing these values with some numbers. Let string demo. Let's my string. I do console log. Type of string demo. We'll use type of operator here. It's string demo, which will give us string. Type of string is string. Similarly, we'll use integer demo. We use the type of operator. So it is a number. Let's try a float number, float value, let's say 4.6. And we'll use same thing, float demo. What's the value type? It is still a number. So either both floating points and integers have the same data type, which is number. So apart from this, we have null data null type and undefined types also. Let's find that undefined. We can explicitly define it as undefined, or we can just leave it like this without any declaration. We can just use it like this. Without initialization, if we keep the variable, it is by default goes to undefined data type. And there is null data type, which is explicitly initialized to null. We print that. Null is also an object. So if we compare it with if null, print true, else, okay, sorry, I should print it as console log. False. So by default, null will evaluate to false. Even similar to that, we can use undefined also. By default, undefined also will evaluate to false. So undefined. By default, null and undefined will evaluate to false. Wherever in our logic, if we use value like this, it will be always false. And we have another data type called arrays, which we can define with constants. So we have seen let and where. We also have to see a special declaration called const. Const will help us to identify or declare a variable that is constant. It's not a variable, it's a constant. My constant, let's say I define this value to 5, and if I try to change the value at a later point in my code to something else, 6, this will fail. Our JavaScript will throw an error, uncaught type error, assigning to constant. So once a value is assigned to a constant, it cannot be changed. Suppose I have an object, my const object. I will assign it to an object which has a s b. Now, right, I try to change the my const object to something else. Let's say CSD. This is not allowed to throw an error, but we can actually change the values. This is not allowed. So instead, I can actually change text properties dot a equals c console text object. This is allowed. So the properties of an object can be changed. The object reference itself cannot be changed. We cannot reassign or replace the constant entity with a new value, but we can actually change the properties of that. Let's say, suppose I have another data type called arrays, my array. So this I'm going to declare it as a constant. We can use let and var also here, but not strictly necessary. Constant, we can still use constants to store arrays. Let's say I believe have something rectangle. No, I will this is fine. Now, if I want to change this to a new array, this is not allowed. But I can actually append to this array. So let's say I want to push an element. Append is nothing but push in JavaScript, something like I guess I already have one. I'll just use cat. I'll print it again. Now it's allowed. So basically, arrays can be manipulated, but it cannot be replaced. If we used in constants, any object or variable can be appended with. If we are using complex data types like arrays and objects, we can append or manipulate its properties. But if we are using plain data, like integers, float, basic data types, we cannot replace the constants with a new value. So that's the difference. So if we see the type of my array, it's console log type of my array is also an object. This is arrays. And then there is booleans we can use of. Say let A equals true, let B equals false. A boolean. Now if I try to compare two elements, let's say my R1 is 5, my variable 2 is 4. If I try to print my var1 equals var2, this is false. Let's say if I change this to 5, let's say change this to a string, this again gives us true, but it's actually not true. It's a value integer and it's a string 5. But what this equal to checks is it's the loose equivalence operator, which will see if both the values are same in the literal context. So I mean, looks alike if both values look alike. If I want to compare strictly whether data types match and the values also match, I have to use three equal results. This is a strict equivalence operator, which will check the data type of the values as well as the data residing in that also. And comparing these two, we'll use this. There is double equals and there is p equals. Three equals is always we should use. If we use double equals, it will loosely evaluate the values compares it loosely. And if they look alike, it will make sure that it is true. Let's say I have strings 5, EP as 5. Let's try comparing these. This is still false because they don't look alike. So what's next? It's some kind of mathematics we can do with the values. So we have seen arithmetic operations. Say A has 5, B has 4, by 2 plus B. Fine. This is 9. This is correct. Now let's try doing one thing with string and one thing with let's initialize p to 4. Let's do the same thing again. A plus b. It gives 5 and 4. 5 for 54, which is not correct. So let's try getting the type of this. It's a number. Alright, I think we should do this type of A and B plus 20. So it actually converted from B is 4 as it is string. A also it got converted into string and appended these two. So only the plus operator will convert strings. So if I use A minus B here now, and so log A minus B. That's 5 B as 4. This actually converted that into integers. Fine, do that. Type. So number. It got converted to number. Similarly, if I do A divided by B, let's see. So P also got converted into a number and it gave us the results. Similarly, I can have modulo, which will give us the remainder of these two. Then if we want exponent operations, we can do star star, which is nothing but a to the power of b. So 5 power of 4, it gave the answer. So these are arithmetic operations that we can do on the variables. And let's try something with arrays. This time I'm going to declare as the array. I will make it as a constant. I will have a collection which has data on. Let's say I will have one more variable called item. That item as national. So this semicolon is not strictly necessary, but it's a good practice to put semicolon at the end of each line of statements. So this item I'm adding. So like in C and other languages, it's not strictly necessary to follow the same data type in an array. An array can have any kind of data type elements that belong to any data type. So I can have objects, strings, integers, any kind of booleans also. So this particular array has 4 items. One is a string, one is another string, one is a number, and one is boolean. So if I want to know the length of this array, I can do it with collection.length. So it's the collection.length will give us the total number of items in the array, which is 4 in this case. So I can access a specific item. The index starts with zero. The zeroth item is this, first item is this, second item is this, third item is this. If I want to access a specific index, I can access it with one. This will give the first element, which is the element at the index one, collection of one. If you do, it will give the flashlight, which is at the index one, this item. 0, 1, 2, and 3. So similarly, if I want to add a new item to the end of the array, I can actually do it in two ways. So if we just print this collection, let's say console log collection. If you expand this, it has clear properties. Length is 4. Now, if I want to add a new item to the end of this array, I can actually make use of this length property and add an item like this. Collection dot length item. So now if I print the same collection again, it has 5 items. The new item got added at the end. So what if I will just use collection of 9th item, index 9 equals index 9 item. Let's print it again. See what happens. So it has now total length of 10, and there are only 6 items here. But the length is 10. So the Java script has expanded the array length to 10 as we have used 9th element, index 9. So it has increased the length to 10. If I try to access a element at the index 8, let's say collection at 8, which I haven't added. I've added only 9 index. Let's see what it will have. So collection index 8 is undefined. So by default, all the gaps are initialized to 8. Index 5, index 6, index 7, index 8. All those items will be initialized to undefined. And the index 9 is initialized to this new value that I added. So this is how arrays work in JavaScript. So there is another way to add to the end of the array. There are functions or methods that are there in the array objects, which we will explore now. So let's define a new array. Backpack contents. I'll just use pt headline. Then this time I'm going to use array methods instead of index lengths. Backpack contents will print now. So it has 3 items. Now I'm going to make use of array functions, array methods. So before that, I'll just use push. To push a new element, I will add a pencil to it. And now print it again. So this has pencil also got added at the end. And there is something called shift and unshift, which will allow us to pop some element from the front or from the back. Let's say I'll use unshift. which will add a new item at the beginning. This actually added the item at the end, and so push has added at the end. Now I'm going to add it at the beginning with unshift. New item I'm going to add unshift. I will use pencil, and let's say I will use 5. For these two elements, it's going to add to the beginning. Let's print it now. Now it has 6 elements in total. Pencil at the front, 5 at the front, the remaining elements. Similarly, I can actually pop some element from the back of the array with pop function. Let's just use backpack contents dot pop. Pop by default removes an element from the end. I just print backpack again. So this pop will remove from the end. So earlier before the pop, we have pencil. Now we did pop. It removed the element from the end. It gave us this. Pencil got removed. What remains is 3 elements. Pop, unshift, and shift we haven't used. Let's use shift. Shift actually shifts by 1, removing the first element. Let's go here. So we have at the end, we have these 5 elements here, pencil, 5, 18, and lamp, 10. Let's do a shift operation on the backpack contents. Shift, which will remove the first element. Let's print it again. And so it got removed. First element got removed from pencil, got moved into the array of those items. So these are the operations we can do on arrays. So what if I want to iterate through these arrays? There is loops in Python where we have used for loops and range of indexes in the array. So we can still use the same kind of logic in JavaScript also. For iterating through all the elements of an array, we can make use of for each loop, which will allow us to have items in the function. This is a callback function. This gets called for each of the items. For each of the items, this for each function accepts a function itself. That function is going to have one argument, and I will just use. So for each item, it will print this list of items here, the list of all items. For each loop, we'll be calling this function. What we are doing here is passing a function to it. So for each accepts a function parameter. So let's define a function. Let's say let my function equals, it's nothing but declaring a function. Function that accepts item, any argument, one argument it will accept. This does console log of item. So this function we're actually passing on to for each loop. That will do the same thing. My function 2 values, name was already used. So this for each all has called for each of the items in the backpack array. It called this function with that particular item as an argument. So in a shorthand, I have used this entire thing in this place. Removing this. And this is a shorthand way of writing inline functions. So I will visit how to define functions three other ways, but for now we'll stick with this. So there is another way to traverse these items. We can actually use backpack in use of for loop for let item of backpack contents console log of. This is another way of accessing the array elements, but array itself will give us this functionality for each functionality, which iterates through the entire list of all the items. So for now, we will stick with this. We'll visit these for loops in a later session. So we'll make use of this for now. And there is another thing called join, another method called join, which will allow us to join elements of an array with a specific string, substring. So let's use join. Just use console log join. By default, this joins with comma. So I can actually specify what is the character that I want to join with, comma and space. It gives spaces in between. If I want to join these elements with hyphen in between, with spaces, two spaces front and back, I can use that. These are the methods that are there in arrays. And there is a method called splice, which will remove items from a specific location. Let's say I want to remove an item headline. So we have to find out the index of the headline. Basically, we can find out that with index of, let's say, index of operate. Index of method we will use on backpack items. Index of, let's say, headline. This will give the index of this particular item. So index is 2. So if you see here, 0, 1, and 2. So 2 is the index of headline. So I want to remove the headline and also pen. Let's say from here I want to remove 2 elements. For that I have another method called splice. Splice actually accepts the starting index of the item that I want to remove and the length of the items that I want to remove. Let's say I will use this index of headline, which is actually 2. Let's store this in index of headline. We use let with. Here I'm going to start removing this headline and also the pen also. So starting index is 2, which is the index of headline. And I want to remove 2 items starting from here, 1 and 2. So I'll use 2. If I use 1, it will only remove that headlamp item. Let's see that. So if I print now, it had removed headlamp. And if I use 2 items in a row, this is the length of items to be removed. It has removed headlamp and pen. Instead of headlamp, if I use begin here, index of begin, I use starting from Piggy, it has removed two items, 1 and 2. And now what remains is 5 and 10. So this is another method in JavaScript arrays, which we will be mostly using in our day-to-day work. So there is another method called map. So let's use that. Let's try backpack contents. Let's not remove these items for now. We will just comment out this. Map accepts another function inside. So function which accepts an item. This actually has to return another item. Say I will do something like li plus item plus li. This is very useful when we are appending list items to an array, to HTML content. So this actually gives another array, new array. Let array. Arrays are nothing but lists. Let's print console log. Okay. So new array has for each of the items, file, wiki, headlamp, and we have this. For each of the items, if I want to add new content or manipulate the existing content and return a new array, I will make use of map, which will traverse through each of the items of the array, and whatever return value we give, that will be passed to the end array. So there is a shorthand for declaring the functions. Let's try to use functions in 3 ways. For this map function, I'm going to use it in 3 ways. One way to declare a function is my function. Okay, this is just an example. This accepts an argument called item. This gives a return the same thing. Return this. Yeah. This is one way to declare function. Instead of this, I'm going to pass into my function 3 as an argument command. This will do the same kind of thing. So next time, I'm going to use function in another way. I will declare the function in a new syntax called arrow syntax, which actually is like this. Or before covering this, let's go look at anonymous functions. I'm going to define a constant which has my function for equal to function. This function does not have a name. So if you see the difference here, this function has a name called my function 3, and this function does not have a name. This variable or constant has a name, my function 4. So this is an anonymous function. This function I'm assigning to this constant. The same thing I'm going to use. And instead of my function 3, I'm going to use my function 4 here. It results in the same set of data. So these two are equivalent. In another way, there is another way to define a function called arrow functions. The syntax is like this. Item equals greater than, this is called the arrow, and return this. This is called the arrow function, which we cannot save it directly. Const my function 5. I'm going to use this. What this does is this will declare a function and assign that function to this constant. If I use the same function, same thing. So there are three ways to define functions. One is like this, second, and third way is like this. This is the most famous. And instead of defining it here, I can actually write it in line like this. This does the same thing. Same thing. It does the same thing. And there is a shorthand. If we have only one statement in the function, only one return statement in the function, I can actually define it like this. Function 6. Instead of curly brackets, I can have opening and closing brackets like this. Return I don't have to use. So if I'm using like this, I can just use it like this. If there is only one return statement in the function, in the arrow function, I can use it like this. First is the parameter, after the arrow, the return value. This works the same way. Same thing. I can even go even further. I can eliminate this. Brackets also I can remove. This also I can remove. Just one simple arrow. This is the input parameters. And this is the return value, that function. This inline defines a function. Which does the same. I can just replace the entire string with just this syntax. Does the same thing again over and over. So this is about functions, how we define functions. That's about for today. Let's see objects and iterating objects tomorrow. There is something called for item in object. This is what we'll use for iterating through items in an object. This we will see tomorrow. Let's start our live server. We have seen functions also last time. Three ways of finding functions. I don't think we covered functions. So we covered till array methods. We will start with functions, how to define functions, and there are special keywords like this in JavaScript. Let's see how those things. Okay, now we have this. I'll just move this to the side. So there is something called functions. In objects, we call it as methods. And if we declare these functions outside of objects, we call them functions. So how do these functions work? So basic structure of a function will be like this. If it's declared outside of a method, it should start with the function, do something, the name of the function, and the set of parameters that this function accepts. It can be A and B are the parameters that it accepts, and within this opening and closing brackets, we will define the business logic And at the end of the function, we either can return a value or we can just ignore this. If we don't return anything, by default, it gives a null value. Let's do call this. For calling the function, we use the function name and two parentheses. And if there are parameters that need to be passed, we can actually pass them in the order that they are defined. So if I do console log of do something here, so log, this gives me the return value, is the return value of this do something. By default, it is undefined. You don't return anything. So if I just return something like a plus b, that value is stored. The basic use of functions is to divide business logic into function components, which allows us to divide the whole logic into chunks. So reusability is the main thing that the functions solve. So there are different ways to define these functions. This is one way of defining the function. There is another way by defining a constant to some other thing. It's a constant that stores the function. Now I'm going to assign a function, anonymous function to this constant, which is done like this function. So if the function does not accept any parameters, we just put empty parentheses. If it does accept, we will put values, variables there. And this, let's do, does the same thing. For calling this function, this constant name is what we can use. With parameters like this. So what we are doing here is same thing like this. So basically we are declaring a function and the name of it will by default becomes name. Here we are defining a function, an anonymous function, and assigning that function to variable constant. So this is second way of declaring functions. There are something like recent addition to JavaScript is arrow functions. The arrow functions we have briefly seen well when we have looked into MAP. We'll just cover that one more time. The arrow functions are defined like this. Opening and closing parentheses, arrow mark, and closing parentheses. So this specifies the list of arguments. This function, this is actually a function. This is a list of arguments. Let's say if a function accepts parameters A, B, and C, we would declare it within this parenthesis. And within this brackets, we will define the business logic. A equals A plus C. It's just an example. B equals B plus C. And then I will return value B plus C. And we don't have a name to this function at all. We cannot actually call this function without the value assigned to it. So we can actually assign the same way. Like this, we can define a variable name const my arrow function equals this. the same thing as defining function. We are just eliminating the function keyword and we are placing this instead of function. Like these are the parameters and this is the business logic. We can call this and what if there is a optimization that we can do on this function. If there is only one return statement, I don't even have to put these opening and closing parentheses. Let's do something like my optimized arrow function. Let's remove this logic. We are just doing simple calculations and doing one return statement. If there is only one return statement here, we don't even have to specify this. Return also I need not specify. Just A, B, C, I can put it here. This I can put it in brackets. And this is optional. It's only one line. We don't even have to put that brackets, but for clarity's sake, I'm going to put that. So this is much more optimized and simple way. This actually means the left side one is the list of arguments this function accepts, and the right side is the return value. So if it's simple, we can use this shorthand. If not, we have to use like this. So there are three ways to define a function. One is this, and arrow function is another way. So inline, if we have to use like this, we can actually need not assign a value to it, assign the function to any constant. We don't even have to do that if we are doing inline. If we go see the map function here, we're passing the item and return value like this. This is itself a function. And what if we want to call the function without assigning the name? Like there are some scenarios we want to invoke functions as soon as they are defined, and we will use this syntax. This is an arrow function. If I want to call this function immediately, I don't have to assign it to a variable. I can just wrap this over in a parenthesis and then call this with dot on my. So that's what this does is it will define a function and immediately calls that function. It returns the value, but it doesn't print anything. Let's do something like console log immediately invoked function. Second output, I'm passing this. I'm defining the function inline and also executing that function immediately. But if it is all confusing, you can just go back to this mode, and that should be enough. As you dig into JavaScript, learn more about JavaScript and practice, you will become familiar with the other syntax. So now we'll look into this keyword in a function. So in our previous examples, we had covered an object. Objects we have covered. Let's define the object inline here. Let's find something like green pack. It's just a simple object. Name of the pack. I'm just defining an object here. Color is green. Polygon, number of pockets. So here I'm defining a method, a volume, that changes the volume of this bag. I'm defining a function, anonymous function. Anonymous function is nothing but a function without a name. We're actually defining the value attribute of this object and making that a function. There's a new volume that we are going to assign to this dot volume. If you see this keyword, this actually refers to the current object that we are working with. Similarly, and this works as it is. It's no problem. Console log. I'm going to call this function new volume of 40. I'm going to go. Let's print. I'm going to call this and then print the new volume. Print X new volume. Initially we defined it as 8. Then we changed it to 40 by involving this method. So we now see this. Okay. Now, if I have to do refer to this keyword within this, let's try adding a new function here. I'll just do console log this dot volume, the nested function. So this is nesting, like we can have any number of functions defined within another function. This dot volume. I'm just printing within this console, and within this I'm going to call it in. I'm defining and calling it in. So if you see here with this keyword and the anonymous function, it's undefined. This keyword is not allowed within the anonymous function. If we do it like this, it's allowed. Let's do it in another way now. Instead of doing it as an anonymous function, let's use arrow functions. So anonymous functions do not have this reference that points to the immediate object. Let's comment this out and define this as an anonymous function or an arrow function like this. This does same thing. Let's copy this and use this function and call it. So I'm just trying to show you the difference between anonymous function and arrow function. So within the arrow function, this keyword is allowed because arrow function does not have its own scope. It actually inherits the scope of the previous immediate parent function or immediate parent entity. So wherever this arrow function is defined, this arrow function will have the same context as of the defining parent element or parent entity. So whereas anonymous functions will by default get global scope. In the global scope, this does not have any meaning. So that's why we cannot use this keyword within an anonymous function. So if in doubt, you should always use the arrow function rather than anonymous function. So arrow functions are a new addition to JavaScript. This helps us do inline coding, and it's best to use arrow functions most of the times. So where do these arrow functions help? We will just demonstrate a simple example of where these things help. So these are used for callback mechanisms. Let's say I want something to happen after a function has executed, and the function, once it is executed, I'm going to inform the function to execute another function, which is kind of a callback function. When do we know that this particular uh, calculation or this particular set of instructions have been completed? So that time we will use callback functions. Let's say I will define a function, my main function, and this accepts something like A, B, C, and then a callback function. It's just a keyword. It can be anything, any callback function. And this is going to do something like A plus B plus C, do calculations like this, and do whatever it is. Let's say now the result in this function, I'm going to, at the end of the calculations, I'm going to call this callback function with the parameter, let's say A plus B plus C. And now let's define another function, my callback function. It accepts one parameter, let's say result. It just prints console log result. Result. So we have defined two functions, one function that has a callback, and at the end of the calculations, it will do the callback function, all the callback function. And we have a callback function created. My, instead of naming this as callback, my generic function, I'm going to name it my generic function. This I'm going to pass it to this by calling this function my main function. I'm going to give for A, I'm going to do 2, 3, 4, and then in place of the callback function, I'm going to pass in this name. So at this time, what happens is it's printing result 54. Basically, what it is doing, this function is taking this as a callback function. At the end of the calculations, it's calling this function with the result A plus B plus C. This is the use of callback functions. Once, let's say, in this particular function, if it needs to happen, if it needs to call some other APIs or backend operations or any disk heavy operations, IO operations, if it has to do, we don't have to wait for this function to complete. We won't know when this operation has been completed. So we're just by passing the callback function, we are informing this function that whenever we are done with your work, just call back this function so that we know that your job is completed. That's what we are doing here. So in asynchronous mechanisms, this is very helpful. So we use we will go into asynchronous declarations and how to use promises and callback functions at a later chapter. Right now, this is the use of callback functions. So where these arrow functions help is, let's say I don't want to define this beforehand. I'm calling this function, I can actually define an arrow function in line. So this time I'm going to call it 3, 4, and 6. And here, instead of defining a function previously and passing it, I'm going to define a function in line. Result or I'm going to define the function like this. Also log. So in line, I'm defining and passing this as an argument. If you see here, this is the same as defining the function and then passing the name. We are not assigning any name to it. And once this line is executed, we don't have reference to this. So this is also a security, it's better for security reasons. Also, we don't have to confuse about it, having this scope of this function available. So even after this function is invoked, we would still be able to call this function. We don't want that. We can actually define inline functions in passive. Similar to this, we can actually define anonymous function also. Unless we are using the keyword this, we can use anonymous functions anywhere. Instead of this, I want to use anonymous function that does the same thing. This is anonymous. It does the same thing. So always do semicolons, but it's not strict also. That's about callback functions. Now let's look into conditional statements. If is switch. So we had seen already previously in our Python lessons, you know, if conditions and else conditions, but the syntax is a little different here. So the syntax of if condition is if the condition and something goes here, if not, and the else is optional. If is all compulsory, else do something, else not. There is another else if statements also. This condition. So in Python, it was elif, but in JavaScript, it is else if. Condition 2. This is syntactically not correct. I'm just demonstrating that. And at the end, you can have else. So let's do this. Let's define something like a equals 5, b equals 10. If a greater than 5, else if a greater than or equal to 5, or I'll just do something like this. B is greater than or equal to A. And conditions are being satisfied. So else condition has been satisfied, and now we are getting this statement. This is how we use conditional if statements. So in this regard, we need to cover something like absolute equivalence and strict equivalence and lazy equivalence. Let's say I have A as 5. A is 5 already. Let's define C as 5. If I do if A equals C, instead I'm going to use console log A equals C. Here it's going to print a Boolean value if it's equal to C, if it's evaluating to equal, and it's going to give a Boolean value. It's giving true. So, but this is a string and this is a number. Similarly, if I do triple equals, this actually is going to compare absolute equivalence, and string 5 and number 5 are not equal. So we should always be using this absolute equivalence operator rather than using the lazy equal to operator. So this is a deviant from other languages. Most of the languages use double equals for absolute equivalence, but in JavaScript we have to use triple equals. So let's just to cover one more operator. Let's say console log A. If we want to check if A is absolutely not equal to C, then we need to say like this. If you want to negate the operation, we have to do the exclamation mark before. So this checks for absolute equivalence. If I do this instead, it will be false. So basically, JavaScript is evaluating, in this case, double equals A equals C is evaluating true because its string and number are similar, like 515. But if I negate that same thing, it's becoming false. When we are checking for the absolute equivalence, it was not equal, and we are negating that, and this is true. So this was false earlier, and this will become true. This was true earlier, and this is false now. So we'll move this to so this is a subtle difference. Are they greater than or equal to greater than or equal to less than or equal to double equals triple equals not equal to not absolutely equal to. These are the different operators, comparison operators. Okay. Now we have seen if these conditions. Now it's time to look at switch conditions. Switch is another type of conditional statements which allow us to have multiple else conditions. If I want to compare a value against multiple values. Let's just say A is something like, let's say I have A as 20. I can use a switch statement to compare this based on different conditions. I'll just demonstrate the syntax and then explain how it works. So switch has statements like case, like this. Case A is 30 and 100%. Let's put it as image state. It's less than 50. And so if we have to do the same thing with if else conditions, we can still do that, but we will have to compare each and every value in the else if conditions. We will have to stack up else if. In this particular case, we don't have to do that. And that is something called default condition, which will give us did not match any else. So if we have age as 20, so we can compare the age to different values. Instead of putting else if conditions so many times, we can use a switch statement to compare a specific number or value against different values. So if age is 30, it's going to execute this block, and in each case we will have to specify a break statement. Otherwise, it will continue executing the other cases as well. So if I have to have multiple cases having the same set of instructions, I can use something like this. Greater than 50 or greater than or and less than 90 or greater than 35. Let's do, we put 90, 60 here, 45, 55 here. For these both conditions, these statements have to get executed. I just change this now to, let's say, 56. It's greater than 50. This is what it is doing. And let's say 66. This is getting executed. For both these conditions, these statements get executed. This can have multiple statements also. Again, equal to 16. And so on. So if you have multiple statements, it will execute all those statements and then return from there with the break. If I don't put a break here, it will execute the default condition as well. So it's compulsory to put a break statement here. So if it's in here, it's executing this. So if none of these conditions are matching, it will go to this. Let's say I have a negative number -1. This is not getting executed. Let's see. I'll change this to less than 16. And change this to 70. Greater than, there is a condition here. Let's move this. It's matching this. We will use this. So if I want to execute this, so if any of these conditions did not match, it will go to this default case at the end. So this is the switch syntax. So if we have to compare multiple values to a specific thing, we can either use else if along with else if conditions, any number of else if conditions. If he matches this, else if he matches this, and so on. Or simply we can use a switch statement. Switch statement is a more performant way of comparing multiple values. And now let's look at loop statements. So basically in JavaScript, we have for loops. We can use for loops. A simple syntax for loop is this. Like I is an initial value, I less than a maximum value, and I plus plus. So I have to demonstrate one simple thing before we go to this. So the meaning of I is this. Let's say I define a value for a as 10. Console log of I'm going to use a here. So it is 10. Okay. So if I just do a plus plus, so, but it still is 10. If I print it again, the a, it would have become 11. So what this plus plus means is that it first assigns this current value and then increment a by 1. So it's nothing but print here. Let's comment out this and demonstrate it. What that means is console log of a and then a plus a equals a plus 1. Instead of doing this, I can actually do a plus plus. So if I now print console log of a, the value would have become 10 plus 1, 11, and plus 1, 12. If you see here, you can see that. Let's just see now. I'll assign b to a plus plus. So the assumption is that if we are assigning a value and then incrementing this with plus plus, first the assignment will take place and then the increment takes place. If we print console log of b, b's value is still 12, and now if I print a, Base value has been incremented to 13. So this increment happened after assigning this value to this. There is another syntax now. Let's see, let's say C equals plus plus A. Instead of incrementing afterwards, this is going to increment before assignment. Now let's do console log C 14. At this point, it was 13, and as we are incrementing and then assigning, C's value becomes 14. Now, if I print again console log A, this value also is 14 because we are pre-incrementing it before assigning. So this plus plus is for incrementing. But let's say A minus minus is for decrementing. Decrease by 1, A minus 1. A as A. So it's reduced. Now, similarly, if I do minus minus A, console log, it will pre-decrement. I'll assign this to D. D equals A minus minus by 2. And before decrementing, this would become, so we assign to D. If we print A again here, so these value will be 1 greater than 8. You see here, clear this. Let's comment out this. If you see D, D's value is assigned as 13 and A got decremented afterwards, which is now 12. So if we pre-decrement and then assign A to D, so it's decremented to 11 and then assigned to D. So D also is 11, A is also 11. So using this incremental syntax, what this loop does is, first it will define a variable I with an initial value as 0, and as long as I is less than 10, it's going to loop this statements we write in here. So for every iteration, it's going to increment the I value by 1 and then go till I becomes less than, I becomes greater than 10 or equal to 10. So this condition, every loop, it's going to check. Let's try printing this. So log of I. So if you see here, I's value starting from 0 to up to 9. So for each loop, it's going to increment the I value and printing it. That's one way of writing for loops. Let's say if I have an array of items, let's say I will define an array, something like stuff. And now if I want to iterate through each of these items, I can go to multiple ways. I can either use it like this, that I equals 0, I less than stuff dot length. The length property gives the length of an array. I do console log of stuff. Gives the length of the array. It's 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. But the index starts with 0. So that's why I'm going to use 0 as a starting value for I. So now I'm going to increment I every in the tree. This time I'm going to print stuff of I. You can reference the indexed element with the index. Let's say if I want to print the fifth element or fourth element, stuff of 4 gives me the value at 4, index 4. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I use 3, making the letter D. This. So I'm going to print, go through each of the items with the index, and then I'm going to print that. So it's printing A, B, C, D. So another way of iterating through all these array elements is like this. Same thing, for loop, I'm going to use. This time I'm going to use a constant. We can actually use let also, that's no problem. Const is a better way. Wherever necessary, wherever is possible, use constant. If not, use let. In the rare cases, you can use where. Where most of the times you won't have to use. So you can always use let. Here, the syntax is for each item of stuff, you can actually print item as item A, B, C, D. So this is how we create each element. So one more way of iterating to the elements, but with a callback function, is like this. On this array object, we have a function called method called for each. So on this stuff object, I'm going to call in for each method. So for each method accepts a callback function that will be called for every element in the array. So the callback function has to be defined like this. So that this callback function accepts a value argument. It's even defining it as item. This value name can be anything. You can actually use it as a also. Item, I'm going to use the name as item. So for each of these items in the stuff array, it's going to call this function. This is an arrow function. Within this arrow function, I'm going to define console log a item for each loop for each item, so that we can know the difference is for loop and this for loop. So for each item, it's going to call this function, and that is going to print this the specific value that it passed with. So let's say I want to create another array for each of these items, doing some manipulation. We can still do that. Let's say I will declare let my new array. I'm going to define it as empty for now. For each of these items, I'm going to define something like this. My new array push item. This is going to create a new array, push these items to this array. If I not print this. This has the appended text like this. This is how we use for each loops. Let's say I have an object. Let's just take an object. We can use for loop for iterating through an object. Let's define an object. My nested object. This time I'm going to have item name and type toy. I'll define item 2. So this is a nested object. Within an object, other objects are there. So for P, this is similar to database, what we will get in a database. Wait, let's go with this. So for each of the items in this nested object, I want to get that nested object. We can do it with for in loop, for const item or my object in my nested object. Nested object. Let's just print and see what it gives. So this is actually giving only the keys of this object. It's not giving the object itself, entire object, it's not giving. So in order to accept or get the entire object, we have to use console log my nested object of this one has to be this of the key of the object. If we do that, we get all the entire object. This is how we iterate through objects using the for loop. There is a method called map that we have already seen in our previous lesson, but we will cover it one more time. So map function does go through the entire list of items and then returns a new array. Let's define stuff.map. This accepts callback function. I'm just going to do a console log of item. And let's store this into a new array. Let my name array. This time, let's return something like this. There is a subtle difference between map and for each. For each just does call the function, doesn't return anything. If we see the return value of for each, let's store this in for each return. Let's do a console log of this. For each return is undefined. So the for each loop does not return anything. For each method does not return anything, whereas map returns an array, another array that is constructed from the return values of these callback functions. So let's try printing this. So map as It's whole. So the mapped array is now an array. So this return value for each of the items is going to get stored in the resultant array. So this is very useful in our React for displaying list items. So this is the map function. And now I think next topic is covering DOM events. Whenever a click or scroll or any event happens on the browser on the elements, we can detect that from JavaScript. Let's say if somebody clicks on a button, how do we detect that? If somebody scrolls on an area, how do I detect that? Those things can be covered with events. So there is something called add event listener. If we go to MDN documents, we can see this add event listener. You can actually define what's the event that you want to listen for on any document element, DOM element. Let's say this is a box, inspect this element. On this element, we can actually listen for any events. The type of events, event types, we can go through the reference here. There's something like click events we will listen for. Mouse events, we can, for mouse events, we can see the event type will be click, click event can be handled like this, add event listener, click, and then a callback function. Whenever somebody clicks on a specific element, if we have a listener added to that, that function gets called whenever somebody clicks on that element. This kind of reference, we can go through this reference. We will discuss this DOM event handling tomorrow. So this is a very good place to start. So add event listener is what we are going to use tomorrow. For scroll events, for any type of events, this is what we are going to use. And complex interactions, animations, games, everything can be done with this event handling. Go to our code. Let's start the live server. Okay, so the events are nothing but what they say. So whenever I interact with the browser or any of the DOM elements, I can listen for specific events and perform action on top of the DOM elements. So not only on the triggered item, event that was triggered on, it can affect any other item in the DOM structure. So this box, if I click on this, it need not affect this box itself. It can affect any other part of the browser DOM tree. So let's go to MDN docs. So we have different set of events that are triggered on keyboard, mouse, trackpad. If we have any other devices, we can track events on those also. So the keyboard events, we can see which key was pressed, which key was released, all that we can identify. So we can also get from the key code what's the key that was pressed. So let's try adding some event on this box. Let's go to our code. Let's say this is the box I want to listen for events on. So I can select by this class. Just 1 second. Let's say the way to add events, event handling is by selecting the element and then adding an add event listener. Let's try that. So let's select this element. The way to select this element is through query selector, document dot get query selector. The by class we're going to select, which is the class of this element, is left. And we have the element, left box. Let's say I'll store it in a constant left box. Now I want, while we are at it, we'll just see this side by side. We keep the console cleared. Here I'm going to add a listener for click events. Left box dot add event listener. This accepts 3 parameters. We are only going to use the first 2 parameters. If we see add event listener, let's search for this is the event listener method, which accepts 2 parameters, 3 parameters actually. We can make use of this too. So this options is an advanced parameter which we'll not be using in this class, and most of the cases we won't be using the options. It's to customize the event triggering mechanism. So that's an advanced concept. Most of the times we won't be using it. So the type of event will be dependent on what device we are identifying. So type of events is going to be, for us, it's going to be the mouse event. It's a click, right? So inputs, keyboard, mouse. So if we see this, events related to computer mouse, if you see, we can get all the reference of all events that the mouse can trigger. Yes. So we are actually interested in click. Let's search for click. Click event, double click event, mouse up and mouse down. So these are the mouse events. So let's go into click. If you see the syntax, so this is how we should add the event. So the type of the event is going to be click, and then a function that accepts an event as a parameter, and then something happens on that. Let's just print the event that was triggered. Let's go to the process, and then let's click on this. So this has logged an event. We can see all the properties of this event. Alt key was false. So if we see the client X and client Y, this is the position on the screen where the click happened. So at location X, location 280, and Y location 370. So X coordinate starts from here to the right, and Y coordinate starts from here, top left to the bottom. So X and Y, so horizontal and vertical. So the 00 location is at the corner of the document. So 280 pixels right and 370 pixels down. That is where the click happened. Is seen here. This control key specifies whether the control key was pressed or not at that point of click. And also we can see X and Y, same thing. So we have identified this. Now, how do we interact or change this DOM tree based on the events? We can actually use this keyword. Let's print this. Inside this context, what does this point to? Let's click on this item. And if you see that this element, this is actually pointing to the window item, the start window. So window is the topmost object in the browser DOM tree. So if we try to print window, so window is available, window object is by default available to the entire context of the JavaScript. I click. So this is the window tree, window object, which has global parameters properties. If you want to store something in the browser, we can actually make an object and add to the window object. So in this place, we are going to use left box to actually get the styles. Left box class list, let's say class list dot add active. I'm going to add class as active. If we go inspect this element, this class has only left. So let's click on this, and now the active class has been added. Suppose if we have some styling applied to active, as soon as we click it, active will apply those stylings. Let's use the styles, something like active. Let's put some active class here. Apply some styles to this. So background color, I'll just put red. Let's go on this. As soon as we click, the background color has to change. So it did not. Let's find out why. If we inspect this, let's see if there is something overriding this property, color red. So this is more specific. There is CSS rules apply in the most specific items. The selection criteria, if we have more specific rule, that gets preference over less specific rule. So any item that has active class, it's going to apply this. As we are specifying boxes and div, this has higher preference over this. For that, I need to add this to active to override the specificity. This is called the specificity of CSS rules. We'll look into that in the CSS classes in the upcoming days. So if I click now, this class is getting applied, active class is getting applied, and the rule that says the color should be red is applied. So we can do animations, we can do much more with event listeners like this. It's just a sample of what we can do in mouse events. We will look into mouse enter and mouse out also. So upon a specific location, when a mouse enters a specific location, the browser can detect that location. Let's just search for mouse events. Yeah, this mouse move events is what we need to identify. There is something called mouse enter also. Let's search in documentation. Okay, this mouse enter event will identify when the mouse pointer has entered a specific location. Let's add an event listener for the right side box. Use and this time mouse enter event I'm going to add. This is going to be right box. Let's figure out. We have a right and the CSS rules boxes division active. This is going to add the class active to the element. Let's refresh. Click. And this is not working. Mouse enter. Let's just try printing the event. If the event is getting triggered or not. It got triggered, mouse event enter. Now I'm going to add the class right box dot class list and mouse entered. We go to the elements. Okay, now it has added the mouse entered event. Let's try adding active. Now it's added active, but this is not applying this color element because there is a more specific rule, element style has been applied. If we go into the DOM tree, background color, somebody has applied background color as purple. So this is overriding the element styles. So let's do one thing. We'll comment out this rule. So the more specific rule is that is specified in the DOM tree itself. If a style has been specified for an element here in the attributes, that will take the highest preference over other rules that we write in the CSS. So these things we will discuss when we are talking about CSS rules and specificity. So for now, we'll just comment out this section. Not this purple. This one I'm going to comment out. It's not adding the. Okay, heading color is not defined. Okay. I think we should still have this. Don't change this. Okay, now mouse event is getting triggered. Now we are going to add active got added, but styles are not applied. It's still having the background color as purple. New color. Okay, this is the one. Here we should comment out. Yeah, now it works. So as soon as we enter refresh, as soon as we enter this box item, the color is changing to red because it's adding the class active. And background color is red for active elements. Now, as soon as this leaves the mouse exit is another event that we are going to use to remove this active class here. Upon the mouse exit, or mouse leave, sorry, mouse leave is the another event. Mouse enter and mouse leave. This mouse leave event is what we're going to use to detect if the mouse has left this box. We'll add one more event listener for mouse leave event. So we are going to remove the active class from here in this box. Now, as soon as I enter it, it will be active. Leave it, the active class got removed. So this is how we add interactivity to elements with friends. So let's use something called this. So this is anonymous function. Inside this doesn't have any context. This element, if we console log of this won't have any meaning inside it. That's this is actually printing the window object, which is the global this object. Let's try adding this event listener as an anonymous function. Instead of using arrow functions, I'm going to use a function like this and print this keyword here. So I enter, exit. And this now refers to the element that got the event. So in this case, this keyword refers to the right box that referred this event, that got this event. So this will closely help us to basically manipulate the current object that the event got triggered on. Instead of using the write box item here, I can actually use this dot class list dot remove of active. Same way, we can have if I use anonymous function instead of the arrow function, I can use this keyword to refer to this write box instead of finding out the object. Even if we don't have the reference to the object, within the function, we can find out the object reference. Clear? Active. Now let's do another way. Let's say create a function. My event, my let's say mouse enter handler. This accepts the parameter event. Inside here, let's print this keyword. Similarly, we'll use mouse leave handler. So in place of this, I'm going to use mouse enter handler, removing the entire thing and just adding the function reference. Similarly, instead of this, I'm going to use mouse leave handler. Let's move these two calls to the bottom. These things also to the bottom. So now I define two functions on enter, on leave, and adding those functions here. Let's see if I enter it, that this keyword is now referring to the button that was triggering the event. So in this fashion, we can actually manipulate that object directly from this keyword. Class list add active. Inside this, remove class active. This way, without having to parse to the DOM tree, we can add or remove attributes to the elements that had the event triggered. So this is a good use case for this keyword. So I think we have covered basic events, but you can do infinite number of things with all the keyboard events, key down event. Similarly to mouse events, we can have keyboard events. Let's go back. So key down event, we can actually identify key down events. So like this, if any press of key happened, any keyboard key got pressed, this event will have the entire details of what key got pressed and everything. So we can handle different type of operations. So we'll get into this event handling when we are actually handling real-time projects. So for now, this is just enough to know this documentation, and this need not be remembered by heart. We can refer to the MDN docs and find out the event types, this keywords and all we can use. So with that, we have one last topic to discuss. If at all there is something wrong with your JavaScript, let's say even your event handling is not working properly or not. So we can have debugging mechanisms built into the browser. Let's go to browser, expanded. Suppose this active, inactive, this is having a difficulty. So we can actually go to the sources to find out a specific line where the problem is and identify. I go to the scripts. If you see here, this gives us all the source code that we have written. In the sources tab, we can find all the source code of this website or this web page. So index is the HTML. You don't have to debug anything there. So what we are interested in is the script.js. So we can have, let's say, if something is failing, if something, this active inactive is not working, and it's one way to do it is putting console logs and checking like this, whether that is entering this particular loop or not, block of code or not. So if that is not helping you, then you can actually go to sources. And let's say in this line, we can see all the code that we wrote. Suppose mouse enter. In this line, I am having a problem. Mouse event handler. So this statement is not working. Then I can have a breakpoint put under this place. If you go to the line number and click on it, so it will put a breakpoint here. So while the code is getting executed, the code will pause over here and show you what all values it has in this particular location. Let's go to the mouse enter. Now the browser has paused execution of code and stopped there. It shows you what values are there in this particular location. The event, we can see the values of it. You can see this keywords value. Let's say if you have local variables, those things also you can see. The way to move forward is you can actually step by step execute each of these lines by going through this step function. If I click on step, it will go to the next line of code and executes that. And then if I go step again, it will execute the next line. Step again, it will execute the next line. And if it is going into the internal JavaScript routines, we can actually step out to come out of that routine. You can come out, or if you don't want to step execute, if you just want to continue executing, you can actually resume the script by clicking on this. This is called the debugger, and these are called the breakpoints. So we can have any number of breakpoints. Let's just put one more breakpoint somewhere around here. If I reload this page, so first thing, it gives me the values for each return. What is this doing? Item has flashlight in it. And if I put one more breakpoint here and continue executing, it will stop in the next breakpoint. You can see the values in line here. This is how we debug JavaScript. If console logs are not helping, we can debug it like this. Okay. So far we have seen basics of Python, how to write basic code in Python. We have seen threads and process, and most of the times our Several programs will run in threads. Any request that comes to the server will spawn a new thread and run the application logic in that thread. But that is all abstracted away by the frameworks that we use. So, for us to experiment with the REST APIs, we already know that REST has equivalents for CRUD operations. So a brief introduction of CRUD and verbs like get, post, put, delete, options, head. All these have been discussed already. So today we are going to implement these verbs in a simple framework called Fast API. So let's try to use that Fast API. Let me install Fast API. So this is a simple framework. So compared to Django, Fast API is a lightweight API which only gives API functionality, whereas Django is a full stack framework. It allows us to have templates, rendering, UI logic, and database integration and everything. Fast API only gives the bare minimum functionality required for implementing REST APIs. It doesn't give any ORMs like Django does. So first let's explore Fast API, then we will dig into Django and implement full stack applications on Django. For now, I have installed Fast API here. Let's create a new program called server.py. So if I installed it correctly, Fast API should come in the terminal. So it's use Fast API. Let's run this. So all the dependent packages, it did not install if I used just the Fast API. If I use standard, it's going to install all dependencies. It depends on the package which we are using. Okay, Fast API is now available as a command line utility. So now let's try creating a new program. So from Fast API, import Fast API. Just like Express, we will just import Fast API and we can initialize an application with Fast API like this. And let's run this application. This just initialized an application. It doesn't serve any URLs or any requests as of now. Let's try running this server if it works. Fast API run server.py. This is a production server. It runs in production mode. So we can reach to this server with 8000 port on the local host. Let me open a new tab and present. Local host 8000. So no APIs have been served so far. Its server is running. So also one more thing I get by default with Fast API is the documentation for the APIs that we write. If you go to docs, all of the APIs that we write will come here. It's a UI for experimenting with the APIs without using the Postman. We can actually use from here itself. So we haven't written any APIs so far. That's why we are not seeing any APIs. Let's implement a new API, then we will get back to this. So as I'm now creating a new API, so I have run the application in a server production environment. Let's say if I do run means this is actually running in the production environment. So it doesn't automatically refresh the server or restart the server whenever I change the code. If I run it here and let's try creating a new handler for get. So how do I write a get function is through a hand annotation or decorator called get. So the path of that will be specified in here as an argument. And I'll have to write a definition of a function that does the health check. The decorators, we have already discussed about how these decorators work. And this is a built-in decorator that allows us to serve HTTP GET requests on this particular path. So whenever somebody requests /health path from the browser, we'll have to return something. So I'm giving some none here, nothing, empty. Let's try accessing the server, but it did not restart. So if you see here, the server did not restart. If I go access the server URL now, it doesn't have that because we haven't restarted the server. Not found. So it's a default error that is giving that the fast API is giving. It's not able to find that path because we haven't restarted after changing the code. Let's restart the server, or there is one better way to do it. If I'm in the development mode, I can run the dev server so that every time I change the code, it will automatically restart the server. Let's cancel this process. Let's run the fast API server in dev mode. We can run the dev server with dev like this. So now let's go back to the browser. Refresh. Error is null. Okay. Now I'm going to change the code to return something apart from error. This time I don't have to restart the server because I'm running a dev server, which automatically takes care of restarting the server whenever I change something. Let's change this thing to message. I'm up and running. If you see this is actually called JSON. We already had a brief introduction to JSON. This is actually going to be an object that's converted into JSON and sent into the browser. So if you see here, the server application has restarted. Let's try to go back to the browser and check the status. So message is coming and error is null. Okay. Now it's time to have some more advanced things. Now we have run it in a development environment. In production, how do we run this in production? There is a server called UVCon server, which we'll be discussing in some time. Let's have some APIs that are asynchronous. Let's say this is actually a synchronous process. If there is some operation that reads files or writes into some files, and we would have to do some complex operations. Let's say if a server is required to do some complex operations, it requires time, right? So for that, we will have to use asynchronous operations, just like in Express, we have async await. We also have the similar functionality in Python using async IO. Let's use those async IO functionality. And as I've mentioned earlier, so if not as a server like this, we can actually run this server directly, server.py directly. If I have some code, a metadata code, if I write here, just like we had earlier, if the name is equal to main, I can actually load a server component. Basically, what Fast API terminal command is doing, what this is doing is it's starting a Unicon server, UVCon server. UVCon is a package or a server, HTTP server implemented in Python. So same thing, we can import and use it directly. Instead of relying on Fast API's CLI, we can import UVCon and start the server ourselves directly by executing server.py. Here UVCon dot run the application. This way, we don't have to use Fast API utility or CLI. We can directly execute server.py. It will start the server. Fast API import. Okay. It's unable to find the path. Let's not have this. We'll revisit this in some time. So now it's time to go back to the async IO. How do we handle, let's say I have a large program or complex set of instructions that takes time to calculate. How do I handle that kind of scenario? Let's simulate that scenario with sleep, time.sleep. So let's import time module. Let's implement a new handler called normal system sleep. Let's just sleep for 1 second here. Time.sleep. Return error as null. Let's handle this with app.get sleep system. Okay, this is normal way to sleep while accessing an API. Basically, this sleep I've introduced only to introduce a delay. Apart from this, we can also implement the same logic with an asynchronous mode. That is through declaring this function as asynchronous. System sleep, if I'm going here, instead of system sleep, if I do time.sleep here, basically what it does, so this actually uses a special library called async IO, which blocks the system from doing any other operation. If I try to access this API, let's just copy this get decorator to use async system. If I access this API now, this will sleep for 1 second. Let's add it. And all the threads will be blocked. If I am using asynchronous handler before, this will block all the system activity on this particular endpoint. If anybody accessing 100 times the same API will be waiting for the API to complete, for the first process to complete. So after the first process is completed, then the next thing will get served. It's like serializing the threads. So when we did not use threads, it was serializing every time, right? Every request was executing one by one. So that is what this will achieve. And if I do the same thing, just a little bit different, async, asynchronous IO. This time I'm going to do asynchronous IO. Instead of using time sleep, so because this is a system library, this will hold off the system's activity till all the asynchronous operations are completed. So instead of using this, if I do await and use async IO sleep, I have to import this async IO. This, what it will do is it doesn't wait on the program or thread to complete before proceeding with the next request. So this thread spawns in a different, this function runs in a different thread, and all the new requests will be spawned independently with new threads. So this is a way to use asynchronous IO operations. Let's run the server. We cannot demonstrate multiple processes running in parallel right now with the browser. Just to know is enough here. So there is something called async IO, which we can use to have asynchronous threads running in the server. That's all we need to know about. So let's write one more handler that uses some dynamic utilities like date time and everything. Let's write an API, info API, app.get info. Let's write a function called info, return a dictionary. This dictionary is going to be serialized into a JSON object. So far we have been hard coding all the values. Now this time we are going to generate new values every time. So let's just say version as 0.1.0. Time, this time I'm going to calculate every time dynamic value. So there is a library called datetime in Python. This gives datetime in current date, import from datetime, import datetime. This is all, we are all using get APIs here. Similar to this, we can have post, put, delete, all that. We will be implementing it shortly. User, let's just say who is actually running this server. If I want to know, there is something called environment in Python. This is a package we should import. Import from OS, import environment. So all the variables set by the system in the current environment will be coming in the environment object. So what's the user that currently is running this server can be known from this. Let's try running this server. Let's run it as fast API dev server.py. Let's go to the browser. So we'll just access the API info. There is some error. Let's go back to the code and see what's there. If you see the terminal, you can see the errors. Key error. So user variable is not found in the environment. That's the error. This is because we are using the Windows environment. Let's try using home instead of user. Sorry. Home. Let's see if this is going to work. Let's try to access this separately out of this context, server context. Let's create, go into Python, import from OS, import ROM. If I just print and ROM, okay. Now I have home. Let's try. Home is also not found. So what is available? These are all the keys that are available in this Enron dictionary. Number of processors. If I'm executing the same program in Linux, it would work because home and user will be defined. But in Windows, we have to use something else. Home path. Let's use home path. Let's go back here. Okay, it's not going away. Let's run it again. I have to kill this process with task manager. Let me do that. Okay, let's now kill the process again. Now I'm going to start the dev server. Let's go to the browser. Now it's loading info. And same thing, if I go to /docs, Fast API defaultly gives all the experimental UI. So all this, I can actually request the API from here. If I execute, the response will come here. Similarly, if I do this, this will respond after 1 second, after sleeping for 1 second. And this one, this also does that, but it is going to halt the system for 1 second and then return. This one does asynchronous processing, doesn't wait for the request to complete before spawning a new request. And this one, info, I'm doing a get request right now. What it does when I click on execute is it's going to send this request. If I want to do it from the command line in a Linux terminal, I can copy this command and execute. It's going to do a get request on this endpoint /info endpoint. And the response I got is this JSON. So that's about dynamically generating content from the backend. Now, what about accepting parameters from the URL? Like if we have seen, if you know, so there are some URLs like logs, let's say start date equals 2025 0301 ampersand end date equals 2025 0303. So this kind of, these are all called URL parameters. How do I accept, like, let's say, based on this URL parameters, I want to dynamically generate content or a database query. If I have to see the logs of the last 3 days or last 2 days based on the start date and end date, how do I accept these parameters from the URL is something that we are going to be looking at. Let's go back to our code. Let's write some handler called logs handler. Similar to this above thing, we are going to have this decorator for logs. This time we are going to accept two parameters, start time and end time. So those things will come as arguments to this function start. So one thing we have to note here, so in just like in TypeScript, we can define the data type. So basically the Python doesn't need to have data types declared by the program. I'll just kill this process 1 second. So Python a equals 5 for 4. This need not have any declaration about what's the type of a. So we can also define it and not define it. Both ways is allowed. So if I say a colon int 4, this is allowed. This is also allowed, but it's only a hint to the linting program. Linting means it's actually validating whether I'm writing correct code, syntax is correct, all data types are correct or not. ESLint is one such utility, but that will check while you are writing the code, it will check if you have written code correctly. So syntax errors and all will be handled. So we can actually give the hints to the linter so that it validates the code before I compile or execute. So that's, I'm going to use this syntax for hinting my linting program. So this start is going to be, this need not be required, need not be, it's not compulsory for the Python to have these annotations, but it doesn't harm adding it. So this start is going to be a datetime object. So Fast API has a built-in functionality to convert strings into datetime objects. Based on the data that we send in the URL parameters, it will automatically convert into UTC datetime. So start is a datetime and end is also a datetime. These are the parameters that is passed from the URL parameters. And let's have one more thing called level. It's a string. A default one, I will default it to none. So return something, a list of objects. I'll just send the same data back. Start and level. So a trailing comma is not compulsory, but it's better to use a trailing comma. So what this does is whenever I access this URL with the URL parameters, it will read them and add it to this. If I have custom logic to database to a query to database to retrieve logs in this time range. I can pass in these values. That way it's dynamically generated. The response is dynamically generated. So let's try accessing this API now with our browser. If I refresh this, this will automatically show us that API. Sorry, docs. I have to start the server. Just give me a minute. Fast API dev server.py. Reload. If you see logs, it accepts three parameters. Two are compulsory, start and end, and level is string. So these two came compulsory because we haven't mentioned any defaults to these two arguments. If I go access this, I can do it like this: info/info start equal, sorry, question mark start equals 2025-0301 ampersand and equals 2025-0303 ampersand level info. If I do this, it's giving the same. Sorry, wait a second. It's actually going to the slash API because we have added a default handler for info logs. Sorry. This is going to info. Actually, I need to send it to logs. So now it gives the correct values that I passed here. So same thing I can achieve with this Swagger. This is called Swagger interface. This is a UI to experiment with the values. I can do that with 2025-0301 2025-03. Okay, that's fine. Now what if I give some wrong data? Something that is not possible. So there is a validation by default with this interface. Let's use this here. Error. Input is too short. And whatever error happened in the backend, it's throwing to the UI. Let's go back to the server and see what's the error it's showing. But none. It's actually coming from the fast API. While parsing it, it's getting into that error and throwing that back into the UI. But if we see the back, inspect and see, let's see, is it throwing the correct response code or not? If I go inspect this, let's see the network. Let's do another refresh. It's giving a 422 error. Unprocessable content. This is actually being thrown by the fast API while parsing these date strings. So by default, we have the functionality. We don't have to handle this error in the code. So fast API gives that functionality for us. And if I have to have some extra parameters or extra validations, I can add them. Let's add some custom validations to our code. That is through raising exceptions. We can raise exceptions. So let's just do a check if the start time and end time are correct or not. Let's say if start is greater than is end, we will raise an exception, raise HTTP exception. This HTTP exception comes from Fast API. Let's import this HTTP exception from Fast API. From Fast API, import Fast API, comma HTTP exception. This exception I'm going to raise here with a message, and status code I'm going to use as HTTP status. This HTTP status also is a library class which we can import with HTTP from HTTP. Import HTTP status, and this has a set of statuses, status codes, just like 404, 403, all that. It's a bad request. Bad request. Similar to this, we will have one more error condition. Let's say log levels. I will, or else if I just say if log level is not in info warning errors, raise another exception, HTTP exception with status code as HTTP status bad request. Let's say detail as invalid log level. So these are all standard parameters that HTTP exception handles. If you go to Fast API documentation, you will find this information, how to use these exceptions and everything. And if, let's say, level equals warning, this I'm just raising an exception just to demonstrate the 404 error also. HTTP exception, status code 404. Let's HTTP status not found. Okay. So there are three scenarios we are calling. We have to test if start and end date. If I give the same, it will give me a bad request. And let's have a detail here that says do not have both start must be before end. And another one, if I pass a wrong level, it will give an error. And if I pass warning as an info log level, it gives a not found error. Let's try this in the browser. Let's keep this to the side. Logs start date, I'll just give 2024 0301 or 02. Same date I'm going to use in the end. And this should give me an exception. Detail start must be before end. It gave me 400 error, which means a bad request error. This is a bad request, 400. So if I try it here, skip, start must be before and error, bad request. Let's try using a level that is not in that critical value. Let's try this. I'll use a valid number here. Invalid log level. This is also a bad request. Let's try warning. Not found. 404. This is how we raise exceptions from the backend API. And what about now? We will look into post requests, which allow us to create new content in the DB or in the server. So I've seen last time that there is Fast API, initializing Fast API with this, just like Express. So we have annotations or these decorators, which will allow us to do get request or post request depending on the purpose we are using this API. So whenever this endpoint is called, this function gets called, and whatever this returns will go into the browser, the client response. So we have seen asynchronous handling of requests. Most of the times we won't be needing async unless we are doing some heavy lifting in the backend. So every time we use async, we should ideally be using async IO functions. If not, we should always try to do it this format. So that's about the get requests. We have seen parameters, URL parameters. The URL parameters are passed like, let's say, the request will come like this: http localhost 3000 logs ? Each of the parameters, URL parameters, will come as a set. Start equals something 2020 5003. Ampersand means each and every parameter will be separated by an ampersand. And yes, 2020 5004, and then ampersand. The URL and the parameters will be separated by the question mark, and then each of the parameters is separated by the ampersand. That's how we pass in URL parameters. This is the sample request format, get request, that will do it in the browser. So this is about get requests. So let's look into how the post requests are made. So similar to this get request annotation, we will have something called post, which I'll be using now. I'll create an endpoint. So let's say for recording new sales of an enterprise. So I'll just add something called app.post. The endpoint I'm going to use as sales. And let's define a function, new sale. So this has to accept an object. Basically, what data we accept in the JSON, like whenever I'm sending a post request, what will be there in the body is what we will use it here. So that we have to define as a parameter and has to be an object. So let's say there is a sale object. And in Python, we can also specify an optional parameter. What's the type of this parameter? Let's say if this is an integer, let's say a variable is an integer, x is an integer, then I can actually specify x colon int equals 5. This colon int is not compulsory, but it helps us understand the code better. So this is only a convention, not a compulsory requirement. So now I'm passing sale object, which is type sale, but I haven't defined this sale type yet. I have to define the class sale. So in order to use this sale, I have to define a class sale. I'm just going to do nothing here. This means a sale object, an empty object, no parameters, no attributes are there. But I actually need data to be passed from the body, request body, into this function. So I have to define the actual structure of this document. So in Fast API, any object has to inherit from base model in order to be passed into the post request function. So this base model has to be imported from the Fast API. Fast API has a support library called Pydantic, which is by default installed along with the Fast API. Let's use the Pydantic base model. From Pydantic, import base model. So this base model is what we will be using as a parent class for the sale class. So inside the sale, I'm going to define some set of attributes that I'm going to pass through the request body. Let's say I have at what time the sale happened. This should be at date time. And this is one attribute. And I will have customer ID, which is a string. So this customer ID, I can actually use it, use a field attribute. A field is also a data type that is defined in Pydantic. Let's have import a field also. This is similar to database field. So ultimately what we are going to do with this sale object is that we are going to store it in a database. So that field has to have set of rules or limitations, we can say. So what's the customer ID should have is, let's say, minimum length I should have as 2. So at least it should not be empty. That's what we are trying to impose these rules. But when we define these kind of rules, when it's parsing the data from the request that we post, if there is something wrong with the request, if the body does not match these criteria, it is going to throw an error that you have passed invalid data to the post request. That's the advantage of having pre-validations here. Okay, I have time, customer ID, and I will have one more thing, amount as an integer. That is also a field which is greater than 0. It's an integer. Price is float. Again, field greater than 0. We can pass price and amount as 0. And that's it. We only need this. So once we have the sale object passed into this, we need to store that somewhere in the DB. Let's say I will have stored it in DB database and then return the response. When I pass a dictionary, it's going to convert that dictionary into JSON response. and then yeah, it passes on to the client. So now I'm defining one attribute called say ID. So 1, 2, 3, 4, or I'll just say put it as a string. So once we store it in DB, we will actually get an ID. That ID will be passed as the response object. And now, so once this data is stored in DB, and how do I get it? Is through get request. I'm going to define another get request for getting the sales objects. And this one I'm going to pass as ID as an argument, as a URL. Basically, what this defines is so after sales, if there is a ID that is coming, it will be used as the parameter. So how do I read that parameter? Let's say this one, I will make it as get sale. So I'm going to pass that ID as a parameter here. That's actually going to be a string. And we can also specify what's the return type of this function. So like this. This is a new syntax. This is not all compulsory, but it's helpful to know what's the accepted parameters and what's the return value. This is a special syntax we haven't covered yet. But this is not compulsory. It only helps us understand the code better. So this time get the data from database. How to retrieve from MongoDB we will discuss in some time. Storing in DB and retrieving from DB, that we will cover in a later class. For now, let's say I have retrieved the data, something like s equals time is something like data. But now customer ID is a string, so it should be this is dummy data. I'm sending it to the client. Amount this should be an integer. Minus this should be a floating point number. Okay, now we have the post request body method and get request method. And this time after retrieving, I need to pass that, return that object from the DB. So I haven't retrieved from DB yet. I'm passing a dummy object here. Let's run the server and get it tested. Fast API dev server.py. Let's go to the browser. Localhost 3000 docs. I think something is not. I think the port is 8000. So we have post request and get request. Let's do a post request now. So, but this thing, you can actually do it with Postman also. So let's do it, try it out. And it's already defined a sample data for us. I'll just pass this information. 23400 is 2.50. This data, I'll leave it as it is. Execute. And it's successfully executed and given the response as ID 1234. If you go back to the server logs, you can see here the get request and post request came last. Post request went to the sales endpoint, as you can see here. So now let's do a retrieval of the data with the get request. Let's just do one simple validation. I'm going to pass in something like 1234. Let's see if the validation is working. So this is supposed to be a string. I'm passing it as an integer. Let's try it out. Unprocessable content. So response body is giving as input. It should be a valid string. So this validation is automatically happening with our field definitions that we have added. So that's a good sign. Let's do a retrieval of this ID. I'm going to use it as 1234. Execute, get request. We are getting this dummy data that we are passing from the data from the backend server. Now, the same thing can be extracted from MongoDB and fetched into the browser. And post request can similarly do store it in the DB. So we have actually made a basic interface that can store and retrieve information. That is basically create and read. So update and delete, similar to create and read, we can have update and delete operations as well. Let's go over simple form. Let's just give me 1 second. Okay, let's create a simple form then. So now we have seen how to do CRUD operations, see and read, create and read operations. Then let's implement a sample user interface to do that only the post request. So how do I actually use this in an actual application? That we will see now. So in order to build UI on top of these requests, we need to use HTML. So before we can use HTML, we need to handle or render the HTML from the server, right? So that we have seen in Express. Let's see how to render an HTML page from within this fast API. Let's create an API, just like previous post request. We are going to do post request. And I'm going to have a HTML file, let's say where I'll create a new directory called static, which has all HTML code. This is all template code. So in proper frameworks, we will have templates in Django, in framework like Django. But here we have the flexibility to choose whichever folder we want to do. We want to use as templates folder. So all static resources I'm going to serve from this static directory. So this static directory, I'm going to create a sample HTML file. So I'll just create as HTML called index.html. For now, I'm just going to do hello world. Later, we will build a form that will do the post request to the APIs. So this static folder I need to serve from, but server doesn't know it has to serve this index.html whenever somebody accesses a page. It doesn't know. So we have to actually add that code to the server to be able to serve this. For that, we need to use something called fast API static files. From fast API, it gives a static files middleware from fast API dot static files import static files. This is a middleware that will be useful for serving static files from a specific directory. So after initializing the fast API, I will specify. So if there is a request that comes to an endpoint, static endpoint called /static, and serve the files from the directory static. So whenever somebody accesses static /index.html or just the static, it's going to look for a file within the static directory and serves that file as a response. Let's try running this from the browser. Static still, what is it? Mount, sorry, this is not static, it's actually a mount. Mount means on this path, serve the static files from this directory. Let's run this on the browser and check. So this time I'm going to access localhost 8000/static. And by default, when you access static, it's actually not running. We have to restart the server. Yes, yet 1 second. Okay. Let's try accessing static index.html. Okay, now we have it. So hello world is coming. Now it's time for us to add some HTML form to it so that we can do a post request to the APIs. Let's add some code to this index.html. The first thing we need to do is define a form, or let's say I'll just define some sample HTML template. This is something like a survey form. Let's have something like a form. Basically, what we need is a form element, and the method should be post These all will be covered when we are covering HTML basics. So this is how you define a simple form in HTML. So what on action specifies on submission of this form, what action needs to be performed is what action specifies, and the method in which the data has to be passed to the server is specified in this method parameter or attribute. So action has to actually go into something like what we defined in here. We don't have a post. We haven't defined the post request method. Let's just try defining one thing called at app.post, something like survey. So this is going to have a function survey. We'll define the parameters later based on the fields that we use in the browser. We'll define these. Let's just simply add this here. So I will use a name, one parameter called name. What's the name? Who is the one submitting the form? Let's have some validations here. There is some library called typing library, which allows us to validate these. Even Pydantic uses that. We can directly use that library from typing import and annotated. This allows us to validate. These are all system libraries that each framework will use its own set of libraries. Pydantic is one that is used by FastAPI most of the times. And typing is a default library that comes from Python. We can use that to validate input data. So let's use a validation called annotated of string and the form. So what this form, where this form comes from is through the FastAPI. So this form element, when I'm accessing this actually is going to retrieve the form's name element. So whenever I submit something to the post request through a form, all that comes from form element. So basically what this means is, so what this means is get this name object from the form that was submitted to this post API. So when I'm doing the post request through the Swagger API that I've shown, that's actually sending JSON data as the body. So when I'm submitting through a form in HTML, it's actually going to send by default as a form submission element, form element. It's called multi-part data in HTTP post request. That multi-part data will have to be retrieved from this call. So it retrieves that data and it extracts the name parameter from that data and uses in this. So this is a hint to the Fast API server that I need name to be string, and that has to be extracted from the form that is submitted to this survey endpoint. So name I will retrieve for now and just do a print of name here. Okay, let's go to the form, define the endpoint where we need to send it is the slash survey endpoint, and there should be an end form like this closing tag. Inside this, I'm going to have a simple field, input field. So I'll have a label which has our name, and then I'll add an input field called text. Just like that. And this one I'm going to use for ID. I should use an ID here. ID as name, first name. This label belongs to this field is what I'm specifying here. Okay, let's run this in the UI browser and check if it's rendering properly. Instead of hello world, it should render the form. So okay, it's coming. Your name, say, and I don't have a submit button here. Unless I have a submit button, I cannot actually post the request. So I need to add the submit button to the form. Let's add it. I'll create a button called at the end. I'm going to create a button. Right, submit. This is all HTML. We will go over what these elements, each and every element we will do. Discuss about these HTML later. Right now, it's just a sample for demonstration purpose. So now, whenever I click on the submit button, it submits this data to the post request. It will send a post request with the form submission. We will go over that. Let's go to the browser. So before I send it, let's inspect and go to the network tab and then refresh. So I have a submit button. So let's say I'm doing a simple text and then closely observe the post request that goes here. Submit. Detail tag missing. Body name required. Name field required. Okay, basically what this is doing a post request and it's not passing the body because there is no ID called name here. Let's fix that. Here, the name I have specified, ID I have specified, and also I have to specify the name property also in order to make this work. So this name is what the browser will consider for submitting this information. So we are actually specifying the name as name. Let's try now with the new HTML. Refresh. Server. Plus static text. Okay. Oh, I'll submit something here. Okay, now it's passing. So if I see inspect this survey post request, this is actually a post request and response is 200. And payload, if we see, this is going as form data, name as Matish. Let's go to the Fast API. And when I'm submitting this information, let's do the same thing. Inspect and go to the network tab. The difference between form and post request with JSON, I'll show you. If I do a post request here, it's actually sending the post request in the JSON format. Request payload is JSON here. It's passed as JSON. Although it's failing, it's passed as JSON. Whereas here, if you see, it's going as form data. This is called multi-part data. So when I'm submitting information through a form, it's going to submit the data in the form data or multi-part format. It won't go as a JSON string as a body. So for submitting JSON strings, JSON body, we have to make use of JavaScript to AJAX request. What is AJAX request? We'll go over next. But to basically know the difference between form submission and API request through the request payload as a JSON object, this is what it is. So that is why we have used a form element to parse this form data from the request. So request format is different here. If I go over to the code, so the difference between this one, this post request, and this post request is different. The difference is this, we are getting it as an object. So this is through JSON body. If somebody submits a post request through a JSON body or through AJAX syntax, it will come as a JSON object. And if it is JSON object, it will by default convert that into this object that we specified. So when we are handling data submitted from the forms instead of from the API calls to AJAX or through JavaScript, we have to handle the form submissions like this. So what this does is it will extract the data that is passed in the form, and with the name, those things will be passed on to the exact parameters. So the name object, it's going to retrieve and pass it on to that particular parameter. So that's the basic difference between form submitted and the JSON requests. So now let's go implement a full scale interface. Now we are getting a response as null. So but we need to make sure that this goes to a landing page. Once form submission is done, something has to happen. Let's do that now. So I'm going to have a simple change. So after submitting, let's go into the I've logged thing and I haven't returned nothing, but I'm going to redirect to a specific page. Let's say I have thanks page. I want to redirect this user to thank you page. I'll just use redirect response. This also has to be imported from Fast API. Redirect response accepts two parameters. One is the URL. I'll just use static/thanks.html, but this is not defined yet. I'm going to define that in a bit. And also status code, I have to make sure that this is a success code. HTTP status.font. So these two things we need to import from Fast API. Redirect response comes from Fast API responses. Basically, I'll teach you one simple trick. The convention is to import all the data, all the imports in the top. And actually, Python allows us to import data whenever we need. I can actually put an import statement here. Import from fast API dot response. Import responses. Import redirect response. This is perfectly valid. So usually what we do is we put all this imports in the top because it will be less confusing. So, but wherever we need, we can actually import those things. And now we also need the HTTP status. HTTP status is a standard class that is defined in the HTTP library, which comes default with Python. From HTTP, import HTTP status. This has to be HTTP status. So that's it. Now I'm printing the name and then saying thank you. Let's have some more information. Instead of just the name, I'll have some extra information. Okay, I still need to implement thank you page. Thanks.html. What this does is it'll redirect the user after submitting, it'll redirect the user to the thanks page. So I have to something here. I'll just put a template HTML again. Just put a thank you here as a title. So this time I'm going to do some small trick with Bootstrap. There is something called Bootstrap library for HTML, CSS, ready-made CSS. I'm just going to use that Bootstrap library. This is the URL to that library. Yes. So this is the link to the library. I'll give you this. I'll post it here. But once I have this, I can define some classes in the HTML, and that will automatically get some styling elements to it. So let's use that. So I'm going to define a container here. The class as container. This is Bootstrap classes. We will go over Bootstrap. This is just a teaser of what's going to be taught in the next upcoming lessons. Container. So this is Bootstrap class. So based on this, it will define some styling, this Bootstrap library. So I'll have one div class row. I have another division which classes with the classes column flex. This is display flex. These are all actually CSS rules abstracted away by Bootstrap into classes. So we'll go into the depths of CSS, how to define styling through CSS, plain old CSS, and then wrap them up in libraries. Justify content center. So this class is going to align the text to the center of the page. Alert, primary. So these are all different ways to represent. This will define the background of the thing. So let's define some thank you here. H1. Thanks for submitting the subject. Let's run this from the browser. So static, go to static index, submit publish, and then now I see this page. This is actually coming because of the styling elements I've added. If you see inspect this, you can see this deep flex alert primary. This background is coming because of the alert primary. So if I go to the CSS rules, so alert primary class has CSS styling. So color as this, and background border color as this, background color as this, link color as this. So likewise, we can actually define these styles ourselves or make use of existing libraries, just like Bootstrap, and add classes to the HTML element so that it will by default get those styling elements. So let's modify this further a little bit and add some more to it. This is how we build user interface, even complex user interfaces. We build it like this with libraries. Let's have another row. If class, so and I'll have another division class column. This means column, call means column. I'll find a paragraph, taking mention. Person. Now let's go to index, create some more elements just like these. This time I'm going to add a proper classes so that it looks good. So if you see the difference between, let's capture the difference. Let's go to the static index. I'll take a screenshot of this, or I'll just keep this like this and open another tab. Almost static index. Let's add some more styling to this page also. Let's have again, this division has to be inside a container. Class container. Inside this, I'll have row, which has content center, alert, because I'll have 7. I'll have another row. Column. You're taking this away. You have another column now. In this column, I'll have the actual form defined. Class row, another row, another column. Inside of here, I'm going to have this form entirely copied to this. So this stays same, but inside this, I'm going to have this wrapped up into one more element called form group. Form. Simply speaking, I will add some more elements to it. Form control as a class to it. Class as form control. Some specific styling, and I'll have placeholder as sample type your main, and then some more elements I will add. Label for copy class, or I'll just say demo. Select. I'll create a select element class as form control. ID as happy and name as happy. So name should match the one that we define. Happy. This element has to come again in the server. If I have to retrieve and see the information, I have to put it here. Annotated. This is going to be a string again. String, and then should be extracted from the form. Let's go over here. Define the options. Option 1 is very happy. Other one, happy. Not satisfactory. Okay. Satisfactory. So we have 5 options that will be displayed as a form drop down. We will see that in the upcoming. Let's have the button here. Button itself is there already there, but I'll move this button inside of the form. There in the form itself. Okay, that's it. That's about what we need. Happy sleeping. And is there anything that we want to retrieve? Talk. Okay, we will have one more added. Let's say I'll have course. Demo. Okay. Now we have this. Let's add this also to the form. I'll just add this. And I have name happy course. Okay, we're almost done. Okay, now let's go to the browser. Refresh this page. Looks better than this. You have to see, I think we have missed one small thing. We haven't added the Bootstrap CSS to this. Here, I think we should add the Bootstrap CSS here also. We've added to this, but not to this. Copy and put it over here. Let's refresh the browser now. Okay. Now this is what it is. Okay, drop down I'm getting. This I'm getting. I think submit button doesn't have the styling applied. Let's have those classes added to the submit button. I'm going to add class as button and button primary, class as btn primary. That should give us good button. Let's go back to the browser. Refresh. Okay, now it gave a good button here. I'll just add my name, happy. Then if I submit, and we got it. And if I go back to the server logs, I would have printed the data. So printed, submitted name, happy course, all this has been printed. So instead of printing, I can actually write it to the database and everything I can do. So that's a simple form build with post request. And we have seen post request with JSON and post request with forms submissions. There are two types of post requests that will come. So with the body as JSON and with the body as form data. So this form data retrieval can happen through this format, not through this format. So if the data comes in JSON format as a post request, then this form will be used. This kind of retrieval mechanism will be used. When I'm getting it from the form submission, I need to use it like this. So that's about the post requests. And next thing is retrieving raw data from the requests and extra information, if not the pagination, all the pagination elements, how to paginate and build more complex JSON responses, how to build and convert an object into a JSON response. All that we will see next. So in our previous class, we have looked into building post requests and get APIs and post APIs with fast API. So this time we have seen the post APIs will accept objects like this. We have seen two different ways to submit information. One is through the JSON, JSON body, which will be passed into this API through this objects format. So we inherited from base model, and from there it works. So another form of submission is through the form data, which we have seen in the survey application. Let me start the server and we'll go from there. Fast API, dev server.py. And we have seen this JSON mechanism of posting data, and then we have created a form, sample form, to submit the data, and we kind of refined it to go into a better CSS. So once we have this information submitted, if I inspect it and go to the network tab, see if what requests are going. So there is a survey post request has gone with the payload as form data here. So this accepting this form data is done through similar mechanism that we used for post. When we do post here, the data goes in the JSON format like this. Request payload goes in JSON format. And whereas in the form, if we submit, it's going to go through this mechanism. So different ways to handle that form data has been discussed. Now let's go in depth into how these request objects can be processed. If not form data, if some raw data is coming, if the request object, all the header information and everything, if we need to read and process that information, how do we do that? Is what we will look into today. So for that, we actually need to import request object from Fast API. So whenever a browser requests post request or a get request, we'll get that in that request format. So let's define a handler and accept Fast API request object from it. Say example API. So in this, I'm going to accept request as a raw request object. This request object has to be imported from Fast API. So, but this convention is to put this entire imports at the top of the file, but it works either ways. I'm just going to import it here so that it's near our code. So in this API request, basically I have to assign some endpoint to it. So the way to define it is through the annotations or these decorators. This is going to be a post request. Let's say I will say example raw API. Inside this handler, I'm going to get the header information from the request dot headers. I'll just print these headers on the console. And I'm just going to return these headers itself. Return this headers first. Headers headers as a JSON object. Let's see how this looks. Let's go to the docs endpoint. quickly, I guess. Execute. It has sent the headers as a response. What these headers are, it's actually reading from this API request itself. If we closely observe the headers that we passed, request headers, all this information is passed from the browser. So this information, the server is reading that information and sending it back as a response to the API that we are calling. So this time we will do some more operations. Let's say if I want to handle image uploads or handle some errors, let's implement an advanced API that will handle this. So this one I'm going to rename this API, create a new API. Let's say app.post. Let's say I want to upload an image and want to get the size of that image. Let's figure out I should do it. Size as a function. It's going to accept request. It's a hint to the interpreter or the editor that it is a request object that is coming from FastAPI. So I'm going to read the content request. If we see the request object, it will have a field called content length. I will just go back to the browser and show you what I mean. If you see here, so every request will have a content length in it. So what's the data that we are passing? So our entire payload of the request, how much length in bytes, how much size it has. It has 633. Oh, sorry, this is response header, request headers. If you see the content length, how many bytes are we sending in the body? So we are actually not sending anything here, but if we are uploading an image, we will have some data in it. Let's go back and read that request content length, request.headers. And a foolproof way to get the content or any field from the headers is through the get function. We can pass in what field we want to extract from the headers. Content length is what we need. And if it is not there, a default value, I'm giving 0. And this I'm going to store it in the size attribute. I'm going to convert this into an integer. Now we have the size. If there is if size equals 0, then I want to raise an exception, raise an error. You have to give non-zero content. You have to upload something to the API. So here I'm going to raise a HTTP exception, which in turn is from the FastAPI itself. HTTP module, HTTP error, FastAPI HTTP exception. So I'm going to use this and send out an error to the browser with the status as this is actually function. Status code, I have to give it as HTTP status dot bad request. So you haven't uploaded the file, that is why I'm raising an error here. And we can have some details. missing content attention. And a simple way to do this is if size equal to 0, or just I can put if not size. If not size actually checks whether size is 0 or not. If the size is 0, it will be false. So that means not or false will become true, and this gets executed. If size is greater than, let's say I want to have a data not more than 5 MB of data, let's define a maximum length for the data that I want to receive. Max means size, say 5 into 1024, 5 MB I'm keeping. So if the size of the request is more than max mean size, then also we want to show bad request. Same thing, privacy exception. This time we want to show a different message. Size cannot exceed 5 MB. Now, okay, we have done the validation. Now we have to actually read the data from the request. If somebody uploads an image, we need to read that data from the request. So that data will come as request.body. So this request body will have the raw content of data, but we want to process this data into an image and find out the length, and let's just get the size of the data. Return size. So how do we now upload the file, send the file to an HTTP request? That we have to see now. So if you refresh this doesn't have any idea of how to upload an image. I can actually have some script written to the upload. Let's try figuring out with this Postman now. I'll just do upload post request. I'll do the upload with the post request. Let's do one thing here. I will open my Postman. I'm sharing my Postman link. So this time I'm going to use the URL localhost 8000. This time I'm going to use post request localhost 8000 and then size. In the body, I'm going to send raw data. 1 second. So this binary I'm going to send, some image I'm going to upload from my downloads folder. I'm just sending this. Let's go back to the code. Okay. This data actually does not have length property. Let's fix that. Let me go back to the, okay, we are already in the code. Now let's do something here. Instead of data, we will convert this into bytes IO object. This request data object cannot be directly read into length. Let's create a bytes IO object out of this data. So this bytes IO comes from the IO package from IO import bytes IO. Actually, what this data is a buffer object. We need to convert that into bytes object. So this bytes object can have the length, suppose. Let's run it and see. Still has the same error. Bytes object is what? Okay, let's convert this into an image rather than trying to do. I will just use this IO data and convert that into an image. So for this, I'm going to use a package called image. There is a package called image.io in Python. Let's install that. With install, there is something, the image package name is Pillow for manipulating image objects. Let's install that. I will import that library from here, from PIL. So this Pillow package will give us the PIL library, import image. So this IO object, I'm going to convert this into image of IO. Start open. Actually, this should be done like this. So this IO is a stream object. So when I converted this data into a stream, so it's an asynchronous way of reading the data from the network. We don't get all the information at once from the request body. So it has to be done through an asynchronous mechanism. So for that, I need to define this as an async. And here, request body, when I'm reading that, I need to make sure that this is waiting on this. That's why we have been getting that error so far. So this time, I'm going to read the data from the request body that I uploaded and convert that into an image. And that image size I'm going to get here. Let's try to get the images width and height. Height as start height. Width I'm going to use here. Let's try now. find it again. Okay, now it's successful. The bytes object, why it did not give earlier, let's figure out. Let's debug and find out. So this time what we did differently is we have added async and await. So let's remove this also. This I'm going to make sure that I'm reading the size of this data. Or else I'll just do type of data. Note that this time I'm not going to use the async function. Okay, I'm using async function. I will remove it and then verify it again one more time. Let's send it, and there is a problem. Object is not iterable. Okay, I think data type. Then there is a keyword called type in Python, so it's not allowing me to use that same name. Object is not iterable. Again, the same issue. I'm just going to use type of data. Yes. Send the request one more time. Let's see the response. It's the type of the data. This is a bytes object. Okay. Bytes object, we should convert that into, okay, if I don't use await, let's see what's the object. It's a coroutine. Okay. So this request body function has returned an asynchronous promise. It's a promise. Coroutine is in Python is in JavaScript we call it as a promise, and in Python we call it as coroutine. So it's actually a asynchronous handler. So we have to wait for the asynchronous coroutine to complete before proceeding with the next operations. So let's do await. So that's why we were not getting on a promised object, we were not getting the actual data. So whenever I'm using await, I still need to use async in the handler function definition. So this data is actually raw bytes of data that is coming from the request. So we can read it into an IO buffer and then read it into the image. And there is a way to convert bytes IO object into a string. We can convert that into a string also, but this time it's not going to work because it's an image object, which is a binary. We cannot convert that into string. So this is how we read raw request from the post data, raw request body from the post data. Not only the form data and JSON data, we have seen now how to read JSON data like this through the post request, how to read form data that is submitted from the browser. And apart from that, we also have the ability to read the raw request headers and also the raw request body. A binary also we can read from the request. So any request that we send, we can either send it in application JSON format or the form data format or any kind of binary format. So all three types of requests can be handled in this way. So we have seen three types. So the same set of operations can be done on put requests and patch requests. So instead of post request here, if I just declare it as put request, it's going to use put. So rest of the things all remain same. It's just the mechanism, which type of verb we can use. It's only a convention rather than a rule to follow these post, put, delete operations. You can do get delete operation on a get request also. It's up to the implementation what we do in the server code rather than sticking to the verb that we use. But REST API definition allows us to use post request for create and put request for update. So most of the times we will be using post requests only for most of the update operations also. So that's how we build APIs. Now, let's go a little bit into practical implementation of how these things can be applied to us, practical use case. Let's say I have a data center or a server which I can start with the APIs. Let's create a new API. It's just going to wrap up all the things that we learned so far into one single API server. So this time I'm going to use enums. Enums is a feature in Python which we haven't looked into yet. So let's use that from enum. Import enum. So enumeration, the enum nothing but is an enumeration. Enumeration means it's a collection of predefined data strings. Let's create a class called image that inherits from an enum. So this is a server image, let's say, or I can say OS image. Let's say Ubuntu. I will define Ubuntu as an OS image, which has a string Ubuntu 24.04. I'll use another one, Debian. I'll explain what this enum is and how this works. Alpine 3.20. What this OS image is, it's a enumeration. So enum is also a class in Python. So enums allow us to have predefined set of values to this object. Let's say in an application, let's say we want to allow only a specific set of values to a particular entry. That time we will have to use enums so that we will predefine those values and not allow any other types. It's also a string. A predefined set of strings only is allowed for that field. So in those scenarios, we will use enums. I'll use this enum and then it'll be evident how to use those. Let's create a class called VM that has base model. So it's an object. We are going to receive a request through the VM object from any post request. I'm just giving a name to this. So it's a virtual machine, let's say. And this is kind of so what I'm going to write here is the service will start the virtual machines on a remote data center. That is what we are trying to write, a practical application of this. So a client will request for a virtual machine from the data center, giving the image name. So what's the image name I want to bring up my virtual machine in? So what is the virtual machine and all? We can discuss later. So I need a virtual machine with a CPU count as some number. It's an integer. We have already seen that all API requests in every object that we use will have field as an initializer. So what's the validation that we want to use? Greater than 0 and less than 65. Memory size in MB or in GB. That is also an integer. Field greater than 8 GB. Basically, greater than or equal to I can use. And it should be less than something like 1025. These are the parameters that are going to come from the post request. And then image, I'm going to use as OS image. So what this makes sure is that it doesn't allow any other string other than these 3 strings. Either Ubuntu, Debian, or Alpine. Any of these 3 are only allowed. If any other thing is passed, it will throw a validation error for us. So this time I'm going to add one more. Now we have defined the data structure that we will receive from the post request, and now I have to write the data post request itself, post request handler. So this time I'm going to use VM start, define a function start VM with the base model VM virtual machine. So I'm going to use a unique identifier, UID4. There is a library called UID4. We haven't installed it. I will import some UID. Yeah, this will give a unique string. Let's visit that and see how that works. I can import from UID, import UID4. And we have to install VLAN install. from UUID, import UUID 4. So what this UUID will generate is a long string of data. That's a universally unique ID. So in large databases, large data applications, big data applications, we use this UUIDs extensively. So for that VM, I'm going to assign a specific ID with the UUID. Now I'm going to start that VM with VMs of ID. Let's define a data structure here. VMs as a dictionary. That's it. Now I'm going to return this ID to as a response. Let's try running this now. Let's go to the browser. So if you see here, it allows only the values that are defined in the enum. Let's just try giving something like 25. Let's see if the server allows it. Start, and the server has automatically given a response. Unprocessable content. Let's try what's the error. Let's figure out. Let's stop and start the server again. Let's use a valid number first and see if things are working, then we will try to break things. Okay, so it was successful, and let's try 25.04, which is not defined in the enumeration. And it threw an error, unprocessable content. And response, and if you see the response, the same response is here, error, unprocessable content. Expected one of these three. Input should be one of these three, and input has been given as 25.04. That's the advantage of using enumerations. So even if somebody sends wrong information, we will automatically have this evaluation done by the server if you use enumerations. Okay, so we have seen that. Now let's go to serializing a specific data format. Let's say if I have one object, how do I serialize that? So by default, objects can be serialized if the object has properties, all default properties, data types as integers, floats, or default basic data types of Python. All of them can be serializable. If some object doesn't have that, how do we do that? Dumping of serialization, we will see next. And there is some kind of advanced concept called streaming the responses, which I don't think you need it right now. Once we look into the implementation of UI to current APIs, so 99% of the times you will be using the API mechanism only. So streaming data will not be required. So that's why I'm going to postpone the discussion for further time. Streaming responses need not be done right now. And I think we have mostly covered the basics of REST APIs in Fast API. I think we should look into Django, and then we will have to implement a UI on top of Django with the HTML basic JavaScript.
Generative AI has come to design to help you produce better designs faster and output directly to code. So, in my position, it's key to stay at the forefront of technology and understand things like artificial intelligence. In this course, I'm going to share what I've learned about the latest trends in AI and design. We'll explore how AI can help anyone create clean prototypes with appropriate images, content, and icons quickly and easily. So we'll look into how to use Figma plugins and other design suites to go from text prompt, paper sketch, or screenshot directly to wireframes and prototypes in seconds, and then export dev-ready web or mobile code. You'll be amazed at what you can do. So let's get started. Why AI and why now? Something happened in 2022, and as we rolled into 2023, all of a sudden AI was everywhere. Headlines about how ChatGPT is coming for our jobs, AI profile pics on social media, headlines worrying about the ethics of AI, and more. What's happening? What's happened to make such a leap? At the heart of this new AI revolution is what's being called generative AI. Simply put, this is AI that can create text, images, and even video. Tools like ChatGPT, Bard, Bing AI, and Midjourney are now in use everywhere. Since the advent of natural language processing, called NLP, about 15 years ago, AI has evolved mostly through ML or machine learning. This involves training vast amount of data on models and enabled things like facial recognition and pattern recognition. But with generative AI, these models are now applied to creative and creating content. So not only are the patterns recognized like seeing a face, but AI is now able to use those patterns to generate content like new faces that didn't exist before, but falls into the patterns that it has learned. This latest step in is very good and revolutionary. With most of these new generative AI tools, users type a descriptive text about what they would like to see, and the application will output a response to that prompt. Using this methodology, I have personally used ChatGPT to create marketing plans, write blog posts, and even write usable code, and created some very interesting and often unusual graphical images. There are certainly limitations to what these tools can do right now, but the possibilities are nearly limitless. Many tech companies are racing to capitalize on this technology and integrate it into existing applications or create new ones that can make our jobs easier or possibly eliminate them. At the moment, while AI can make some interesting images and help us out, it is far from replacing designers. It can, however, help you automate tasks and do your job better. We will have a look at what generative design can do for us in next. I've spent the last few months evaluating and analyzing tools available to designers, engineers, and product managers to support the work that we do to make our lives better and easier. So there are a myriad of tools available, and I've likely missed some, but the areas that I found where AI can help us most currently are in supporting automations to eliminate repetitive work, speeding the process of going from design to code, understanding data, and auto generating and intelligent editing of websites and application prototypes. So we'll delve more deeply into each of these areas, but suffice to say, there are a lot of reasons to be excited about this technology. So the first area I'm calling is automation, but really what it's about is speeding the design process. The tools we discuss can help you speed the process of designing primarily in Figma. Generating images, icons, and content is something that usually requires reaching out or lorem ipsuming your way through it, but no more. So now we can use tools like Magician to generate these elements right in our Figma design using a special plugin. If you don't use Figma or are looking for full service design tools, there are entire design suites that can generate content and designs from prompt sketches or screenshots and more. Entire prototypes can be generated with a simple prompt using tools like UIZard and Wisely. Now, imagine you have completed your prototypes and need to hand off to your developers to start building. Some of the most powerful AI tools in the design world are all about generating code directly from your Figma or other designs. Later in this course, we will go over some of these, and though there are a few different approaches, the result is that you'll be able to generate HTML, Angular, Vue, React, as well as mobile code in Swift, React Native, Flutter, and more. This includes creating components and the whole bit, style sheets, and everything you need. Generative AI has gotten to the point where designers and even business users like product managers and startup founders can now create designs faster and significantly speed up time to app by generating the UI code right from our design tools. While AI offers a ton of ways for us to work better, it doesn't come without risks. Let's have a look at some of the risks and problems with artificial intelligence. Yes, there are the big risks. AI could take your job, or even, as some have suggested, take over the world and make us slaves to the machines. While we should be aware of the overall dangers, these are large issues to consider in the future. There are, however, a number of issues you want to consider when using AI now. To start, AI can lie. Well, not lie per se, but spit out things based on untruths or to match a pattern. For example, it knows a date should be next based on the content it's creating, so it just makes up a date. So be very careful when you are generating content that you don't assume everything is accurate. ChatGPT and similar technologies are referred to as large language models or LLMs because their models are trained on, well, basically the whole internet where there are lies, lots of them. As we used to say, garbage in, garbage out. Keep in mind when using prompting tools like ChatGPT that this data is going to be into their engine and used for who knows what. So, any data that is private or sensitive should never be used in your prompts. Until we have the ability to train our own generative AI engines on our own data, this will continue to be an issue. Another pitfall in content generation, textual or image, is copyright and intellectual property rights. If you're using images or content, there is a possibility that you may be using something generated with proprietary images. The law still hasn't been settled on who will be responsible for these types of infringements. For now, the recommendation is to exercise caution. So, if you're using AI to generate code, keep in mind that this code should be reviewed by a developer. If there are security flaws or other issues, you or your company could be held liable. So, most of the platforms we use in this course output pretty basic code, but I still recommend that you make sure to have it in your process to analyze the generated code just to be safe. Because AI is using the same basic data to create content and designs, there is a great possibility that designs could be homogeneous or at least reflect and exacerbate biases. Remember that while AI can help us be better and faster, we shouldn't look at it as an opportunity to become lazy. It's important that we are always doing our job as designers to make designs that are unique and offer a good experience for our users. One caution I would give you, having used these tools, is to learn about them first before doing any work. I've made the mistake of going in with complete Figma design only to realize that I need to basically completely redo them in order to use the tool that I'm using. And of course, they'll each require slightly different approaches. My recommendation is to decide on your tool first and then start designing from scratch using the parameters necessary for that particular tool. Ultimately, this technology is still very young. Many of the tools we will be reviewing in this course are still in beta or just out of it. They are not perfect, and this entire area of progress is still finding its feet. In a few years, many of these products will be gone or highly evolved. New ones will be appeared, and new laws will be in place to regulate AI. For now, by all means, have fun and use them, but be careful and be aware that they are far from perfect. Over the last few years, Figma has moved from a small player to the preferred prototyping design tool, with the added benefit of FigJams for online collaboration. There are lots of opportunities for AI within Figma because of three things. One, they have a robust plugin architecture for third parties to create AI plugins. Number two, they have added dev mode to assist with the design handoff. And three, they have acquired Diagram, a startup that was focused on developing user friendly and AI enabled plugins for Figma. There are tons of AI enabled plugins that range from worthless to invaluable. In this unit, we'll go over some of the plugins that can make designing easier and faster. Dev Mode Open Beta was introduced in the summer of 2023. It allows developers to inspect elements in Figma and get sizes and style data. They can easily extract styling code in CSS, Swift, or Android. Some of the better AI plugins also support dev mode, so you can get full code right from here, which we will discuss in another unit. Diagram has been building some great tools to support a number of fast design features. Notably, a few plugins like Magician are available for Figma. Unfortunately, a couple of them, their design tools, are still coming soon. I suspect they might turn up integrated into Figma at some point in the near future. AI can make designs go faster in Figma by generating design elements from widgets to entire screens, or even flows and content like icons, images, and text. Figma is already a great tool, so these new AI features look to make it invaluable by speeding up designers' time to create prototypes. Figma recently announced Jambot, an AI helper tool widget that's built into FigJam. It's extremely flexible and we can use it to create mind maps, kick off brainstorm sessions, learn more about things, generate user journeys, and so on. Honestly, the possibilities are virtually endless. This is their widget page, but you don't need to do anything to use Jambot other than open up a FigJam. So if you create a new FigJam, you can actually grab this Jambot icon and drag it out into the screen. You can also open up the widgets section and you can search for it and it shows me recent. But if I search for Jambot, it'll come up and you can drag it from there. Whatever works best for you, you can try that. Once you have got it on your FigJam, you can then do all these different items. You can ideate, you can ask a quick question, you can ask it to teach me about something, give me something, rabbit hole, which is going to take you sort of deeper into a topic, find similar stuff, summarize and rewrite, and then do some other things like turn it into something or code it up, and you'll see once you start using it, this dialog keeps changing and new things keep popping up. So it's awesome. So let's go ahead and start with ideation. So I'm going to click on ideate. So let's say I'm going to develop ideas for e-commerce website about, let's see, robots. All right. And then once you have typed it, you click ideate. Now Jumpbot does its thing, and you can see it then gives you some ideas. A virtual reality e-commerce platform that allows users to explore and interact with realistic 3D. Oh, that's pretty cool. Personal shopping assistant, online marketing, um, personal shopping assistant, online marketplace exclusively for robot enthusiasts, right? So now you have these other things, and you could be like, oh, augmented reality, huh? I want to know more about that. And then from where you can take the Jamboard, right? So here we have virtual reality e-commerce. Well, teach me about this. I don't really know anything about virtual reality, so right. So now this gives me sort of some information, and if you want to delete it, you can go back and you can say, oh, instead of that, why don't you, let's go down the rabbit hole with this. So we are going to go deeper, right? Advantages of virtual reality and e-commerce, challenges in developing a realistic 3D model of a robot, right? And you can learn all this more stuff about whatever and generate things. Now you can see if you have a collaborative session and people are entering things, it really allows you to go deep, and it helps to get some things on the board and get things moving when you're working in a group. So note that all these options basically generate text, and it's just really on sticky notes, which is great, but it won't be like a specific mind map or whatever out of the box, but it's super helpful when you are working on something. Keep in mind that since this is running on an API like ChatGPT or something, there might be some limits in how many calls you can make and how quickly it runs and so on. So please be patient. So Figma's Jamboard is a great way to integrate AI into your collaboration or brainstorming sessions. Jamboard's AI can help push you through some of the pre-designed work and either give you support as an individual to see the greater picture or kickstart and amp up online FigJam collaborative sessions. Magician is a great little plugin by Diagram, who were acquired by Figma, that can help you to create or generate elements for your design in real time using AI prompts. Icons, images, and textual content can all be generated using this plugin, saving you the hassle of lorem ipsum and actually helping you deliver a site or app that makes sense to your users out of the box. In order to use this or other Diagram plug apps, you're going to have to sign up at diagram.com. So you have to create a new account. It's very easy, just like you would anywhere else. It is free currently, and then you'll get this special key that you can use to run the plugins. So if you open this link, this will give you a project that tells you about Magician. I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and add the plugin. So if you create a new design file, I can then go into the plugins. This is the area, and I can search for Magician. And then I'm going to go ahead and run it. Now I've already installed it, but the first time it'll ask you to put that key in from your account in order that you can run it. And now I do uh, now I choose, do I want to run icon? do I want to run magic copy or magic image, right? Copy would be text, not copy as in copy paste. So let's go ahead and add icons. Okay. Oh, there's my access key I need to copy that, and all right. So once you're in, then you can go ahead and do something. So I can do something like I need an icon for driving with the top down, like in a convertible. That's not something that any icon library probably has. So let's see what it gets. All right. So once I have generated, this is weird. AI sometimes does some weird things. This looks like I'm going to crash this. I'm not sure what the arrow is. This probably is the best one. You can regenerate it if you want to, and you can give them feedback. Always a good idea. And then once you pick the one you like, you can just drag it onto the canvas and it'll appear for you. And then you can use it however you want. So it's pretty slick. So let's go back. Let's try and generate some copy, right? So I want to have a paragraph about the feeling when driving in a convertible with the top down. Let's see what it generates. And it gives you a few different options, right? So you can look through them and see what they like. I like the feeling of freedom, right? So note there is this little plus you can do, or you can just copy and paste it. Oh, actually, when I double click on it, it looks like it already added it. And then you can do what you want to edit this, fit it into your UI how you want. Obviously, it's in this big long one, but I can resize it as I need to. And I can, oops, I don't mean to turn that upside down and put it where you want it. So that is generating copy. And then we'll do one of image. The rename is kind of neat. Just you highlight something and it'll rename the layers as things get more intuitive. So that comes into the automation. Super helpful. It's new. It's in the alpha. So I'm not going to do it, but you can see it. And I would say definitely play around with it. So I want an image of, let's say, convertible driving on PCH, Pacific Coast Highway. Okay, all right, so now you can see my images. This one looks like it's driving off the road. That's a little scary. This one looks like it's actually pulled over. This one's driving on the wrong side of the road. You know, the AI is it's a little bizarre, but let's go ahead and just drag this one on and look at this image. So funny. So, you know, if you haven't played around with AI, it's really interesting to see what it does. I'm not sure what it was trying to do here. It looks like that's Garfield there, you know, so you can get some funny artifacts, but look at this one. That is definitely cool. Oh, it's like a post-apocalyptic version, you know, it's something to play around with and to test. And, you know, look for the first example when we are just creating wireframes. This can be great to create hi-fi wireframes without having to do too much work. Yeah, so that's basically about it. So Magician is a handy little AI toolkit, and it'll help you to generate some content bits while you are putting together your apps and prototypes in Figma. So key tool its key tools are for generating icons, images, and textual content, but there is also a new tool that can help you to rename layers, and I suspect more and more is going to be added to this to make designing life easier inside of Figma.
In today's tech landscape, Docker has become the backbone of modern development, and it's important to stay ahead. Networking is a core part of Docker's functionality, allowing containers to interact with each other and the outside world. In this course, you will learn why networking is fundamental to containerized applications and how it supports seamless inter-container communication. Whether you're connecting microservices, managing multi-container setups, or troubleshooting networking challenges, this course equips you with the knowledge to create robust, well-networked applications. Please join us in this course on Docker networking, creating, managing, and troubleshooting container networks. Before diving into the exciting world of containers and networks, let's talk about what you need to know to make the most of this learning experience. You should already have a good understanding of containerism. This course will deepen those skills and provide you with a practical application so you can learn more about how Docker networks facilitate communication between containerized services. You should have basic knowledge of Docker, including how to pull images, run containers, and manage them with common commands. If you're new to Docker, I recommend starting with the Docker foundations before jumping into networking. This learning path will guide you through the basics of containerism, building your first Docker project from scratch, and everything you need to know about Docker Compose. You should also be comfortable with moving around in a terminal. We'll be using the shell for a large part of this journey, so being familiar with how it works and what to expect will be useful. If you need to brush up on terminal skills, check out the official Bash Academy guide at Guide Bash Academy to hone your skills in writing Bash scripts. Understanding basic networking concepts is also essential. Things like IP addresses, DNC, subnets, and ports will come up frequently. If you've ever set up a home network or worked with servers, you probably have the knowledge that you need. And finally, you should be comfortable using GitHub. There's a repository for this course, and it includes a cheat sheet with every command used throughout this course. There are further instructions on using this repository in the README. With these prerequisites covered, you're all set to dive into Docker networking, and remember, even if you're a little rusty on some topics, don't worry. I'll guide you through step by step. Now, let's get started and explore Docker networking. What is Docker networking? If you've been working with Docker, you know containers are lightweight, efficient, and powerful. But how do they communicate with each other or with the outside world? That's where Docker networking comes in. Docker networking refers to the system that allows containers to communicate with each other and external resources. It's a critical part of orchestrating and scaling containerized applications. A network in Docker is a virtual layer that connects containers. Docker provides different types of networks depending on how you want your containers to communicate. The most common types are bridge, host, and overlay networks. We'll dive deeper into these types throughout this course. Docker automatically assigns DNC names to your containers. This allows containers to communicate with names like web or database instead of hard-coding IP addresses. This feature is a game changer for dynamic environments. We'll discuss this topic in depth later in this course. When a container needs to communicate with the outside world, it's accomplished by exposing ports. For instance, a web application container might expose port 8080, making it accessible to users and other services. These terms networks, bridge, host, overlay, DNC, and ports form the foundation of Docker networking. Don't worry if they sound complex right now. As we progress through this course, we'll explore each concept with practical examples to solidify your understanding. Next, we'll discuss why all of this matters and how Docker networking is used in the real world. Why Docker networking matters? When you're working on a project with multiple parts, a database, a web server, maybe an API, how does everything communicate smoothly? If you're using Docker, the answer lies in Docker networking. There are 3 key reasons Docker networking is so important. First, modern applications are often made up of microservices. Each service runs in its own container and needs to talk to others. For example, your web frontend needs data from a backend API, which might pull from a database. Docker networking makes it seamless for these services to communicate whether they're on the same machine or across a cluster. Next, scaling. When traffic to your application grows, you might spin up additional containers to handle the load. With Docker networking, you can add or remove containers without manually reconfiguring how they communicate. Networks like overlay networks are perfect for this dynamic scaling. Security is another major reason Docker networking matters. By default, Docker isolates containers from the outside world, which is great for security, but you can fine-tune your networks to allow only the traffic that you need, like exposing a web service on port 80 while keeping the database private. Docker networking is more than just a tool set, it's a critical piece of containerized application design. When you master it, you'll gain the confidence to build scalable, secure, and efficient systems. In the next section, we'll dive into some basic Docker networking commands. Basic Docker networking commands. Now let's talk about some basic Docker networking commands, how to use them, and where they fit in real-world scenarios. I'm in the terminal that's available in Docker Desktop by clicking the terminal option at the bottom right of the screen. To create a network, use the Docker network create command, followed by the name of your network. In this case, I'm naming it my network. To list all networks on your system, use the Docker network ls command. This will show your network's name, driver, and scope. Notice how the type for this network we just created is set to bridge. This is the default network type used if the type is not specified. We'll talk about the different network types later in this course. Now, let's run a container that's attached to our newly created network. To do this, we'll use the docker run command and name the container myinc. We use the network flag to assign my network. The D flag will run the container in detached mode, and we'll use the P flag to map port 8080 on the host to port 80 in the container, and we'll use the inc image. You can verify that the container is running in Docker Desktop. Click on the link for the port mapping next to the running container in Docker Desktop, and the inc welcome page should show up. Alternatively, we could have used the docker network connect command, passing in the network and container names. The error message here means that the myinc container already uses the network we created. This only works on existing containers. If you want to remove the container from the network, you would use the docker network disconnect command with the name of the network and container. You can get more information about the network we created using the Docker network inspect command and the network's name. This provides invaluable information, including the name of the Docker network is my network, when the network was created, the scope of the network, in our case, it's local, the network driver used for this network, which in our case is Bridge. The Docker Network Inspect tool is something we'll review in detail later in this course. Now let's stop and remove our running container. You can do this in Docker Desktop by clicking on the delete icon to the right of the running container. This will completely remove this container so that we can move on to the next step, which is removing the network. Finally, to clean up and use networks, you can remove them using the Docker network rem command with the name of the network you want to remove. Just make sure that no containers are connected, as this command will remove the network, regardless of whether it's being used or not. To verify the network has been removed, run the Docker network ls command again. Now that we've covered the basic Docker networking commands to create, list, inspect, and remove networks, you will have a challenge to put these skills to use in the next section. It's time to test your knowledge with a challenge exercise. For this challenge, you'll create a bridge network, verify that the bridge network was created, and run a container and connect it to the bridge network. First, create a new bridge network named MyBridgeNetwork. We'll use this network to run a front-end container in a minute. Verify that the bridge network was created by listing all networks created on your system. Note the network ID and verify that the driver is bridge. Next, run a container and name it frontend. Connect it to the MyBridge network we just created. Run the container in detached mode. Map port 8080 on the Docker host to TS port 80 in the container. And use the Inc image. That's it. Now let's review the solution for this challenge. First, I asked you to create a new bridge network named MyBridgeNetwork. The answer is to use the Docker network create command and pass in the name MyBridgeNetwork. Since Bridge is the default driver for Docker networks, you do not need to specify that network type. The next exercise was to verify that the bridge network was created by listing all networks created on your system. You do this using the Docker network ls command. This will list all networks that have been created on your system. You can also verify that the driver is bridge. Next, I asked you to run a container and name it frontend. This is done using the Docker run command. Connect the container to the MyBridge network using the network flag and the name of the network, which is MyBridgeNetwork. You also needed to run the container in detached mode, which is done using the D flag. Mapping port 8080 on the Docker host to TS port 80 in the container can be accomplished using the P flag. And finally, use the Inc image. That's it. In the next section, we'll look at the different types of networks. Overview of common Docker network types. Docker containers communicate with each other across servers and even with the outside world. But how is that done? In this section, we'll review the 3 Docker network types in detail and learn how each one plays a unique role. First is the bridge network. For example, my bridge. This is Docker's default network type. When you create a container without specifying a network, it's automatically placed here. Containers on the same bridge network can communicate with each other, in this example, DB and web, but they're isolated from the outside world unless explicitly configured. Containers are sandbox, meaning external systems can't directly access them without routing. The bridge network sets up a private network on the host, allowing containers to communicate while blocking access from other Docker networks. In this diagram, our application is now live on port 80 of the host. Thanks to the Docker bridge, the web container seamlessly communicates with the DB container by name. Docker creates an isolated network for containers with their own private IP addresses. Behind the scenes, Docker handles everything, creating Linux bridges, managing IP tables rules, setting host routes, and assigning private IPs through a built-in EPAM or IP address management driver. The next type of Docker network is the overlay network. These are useful when you're working with multi-host networks. They allow containers running on different Docker hosts to communicate securely as if they're on the same network. In this example, we have two containers, named DB and web, deployed on two separate Docker hosts. Our web app is still running on port 80, but now it's deployed across multiple hosts. The Docker Overlay Network driver makes multi-host networking simple and seamless. As a swarm scope driver, it operates across an entire swarm or aux cluster, handling EPAM, service discovery, encryption, load balancing, and multi-host connectivity, all without extra provisioning. Using an industry-standard Wilks-main data plane, the overlay driver separates the container network from the physical infrastructure, ensuring portability across cloud and on-prem environments. With centralized control via Docker X, you get robust policy management, visibility, and security for large-scale clusters. Another benefit of the overlay network is that scaling is simple. Swarm and X networking automatically distribute traffic, ensuring seamless load balancing as you add more web containers. The Macmillan network is the third type of Docker network. It assigns unique MAC addresses to containers, making them appear as physical devices on the network. This lets containers bypass the Docker bridge and communicate directly with the host network interface. In this example, the DB and web containers are on separate Macmillan networks, each with an external IP from its respective network. Macmillan is ideal for scenarios where containers need direct access to the physical network, such as integrating with legacy systems, meeting strict compliance requirements, or avoiding network address translation, or NAT. This setup lets operators manage network policies externally and segment containers at layer 2. Alternatively, both containers could share VLAN by placing them on the same Macmillan network. It's really useful in environments with tightly controlled IP management or where containers must mimic standalone devices, like in financial services or IoT setups, and that's it. Bridge, overlay, and Macmillan networks are Docker's three main network types. Now you're ready to choose the best network for your applications. Overview of other Docker network types. Even though these are less common, there are a few more network types that you should be aware of. Let's start with the none network type. It provides a completely isolated environment for a container with no network connectivity. This disables any external or internal communication, making it ideal for tasks that don't require networking, like running secure, standalone batch jobs or testing applications in isolation. Containers using the NUN network can still perform tasks internally, but they can access or be accessed by other networks. This ensures maximum security and control for specific use cases. The IPLN network is another type. It allows containers to share the host network interface, assigning each container its own IP address directly on the physical network. This setup bypasses the bridge, providing high performance and simplifying integration with existing network configurations. IPLN is ideal for environments requiring strict IP address management, things like legacy systems or tightly controlled enterprise networks. It enables better traffic segmentation and scalability, while maintaining compatibility with traditional network policies and tools. The final network type for us to talk about is host. It allows a container to share the host network stack, giving it direct access to the host's network interface. This eliminates the need for virtual bridges or network address translation, providing minimal latency and improved performance. It's ideal for applications requiring high throughput or real-time communication, such as game servers or monitoring tools, but since it bypasses Docker's network isolation, use cases should prioritize trusted environments where performance outweighs the need for container isolation. This course will focus on the most common network types, but you can look at the Docker documentation for more information on NUN, IPLN, and host networks. In the next section, we'll look at the most common network types in action. Docker network types in action. Now that you have a good grasp on the bridge, overlay, and MacBoolean network types, let's take a look at them in action. Since the bridge network type is the default, there are no necessary customizations or flags needed when you run a container. Here in the terminal, I'm going to run 3 separate containers using the docker run command. First, we'll run a Postgres container. Type docker run, the D flag, then this name flag set to database. Add the E flag to set the Postgres password environment variable to example. And use the Postgres latest image. Next, we'll run a Python container. Again, type docker run the D flag and set the name to backend. Add the environment variable for database URL and set it to Postgres, then a colon, and 2 forward slashes, followed by database port 5432 MIT. Then use the Tiangoli Oski ink flask Pithrami 8. And finally, we'll create an ink container. Type docker run the d flag and set the container name to fondant, add the p flag, and map port 8080 on the host machine to port 80 in the container. Use the ink latest image. Let's list the networks using the docker network ls command, and you should see the bridge network. To make sure that these containers are running on the bridge network, we can use the docker network inspect command and the name of the network, which is just bridge. You should see the 3 containers we're running listed here. You can also create custom bridge networks, and we'll cover that in the next chapter. At this point, we can stop and remove each container before we move on to overlay networks. Next, for the overlay network, we need to initialize Swarm using the docker swarm init command. Overlay is a swarm scope driver, which means that it operates across an entire swarm or UXA cluster rather than individual hosts. Next, we'll create an overlay network using the docker network create command, a driver flag set to overlay, and name it my overlay net. Let's run docker network ls to make sure our network is present. It is. Now let's deploy services and attach them to the overlay network. In this case, we're creating 3 services and using this network flag with the name of our network. These services are database, backend, and frontend. You can copy these commands from the cheat sheet in the GitHub repo for this course and paste them into the terminal. The services may take a few minutes to run. Once that's done, we can use the Docker network inspect command to verify that the containers are running on the same network, which they are. Before we move on to MacVLAN, you'll need to remove the services we created using the docker service rim command. Then leave the swarm using the command docker swarm leave and this force flag. The MacVLAN network type allows containers to appear as individual devices on the physical network. First, in the Docker desktop terminal, create a MacVLAN network on your host using the docker network create command. Set the driver to MacVLAN, and then set the subnet, which defines the IP address range for the network. This gateway option specifies the gateway for the subnet. The containers connected to this network will use 192.168.1.1 as their gateway to communicate outside the subnet. The O option specifies the parent interface on the host system that the MacVLAN network will bind to. Here, S0 is the physical or virtual network interface on the Docker host that connects to the network. And finally, name the network MacVLAN network. Again, verify that the network exists using the docker network ls command. Now let's run 2 containers using the MacVLAN network. Type docker run, then the dflag and the name of the container db. Set the network to the MacVLAN network, and then assign the IP address. Add the Postgres password that is required, and use the latest Postgres image. For the second container, name it backend and set the network and IP address. Add the database URL and use the InkFlask Python image. Again, use the Docker network inspect command to verify that both containers are running on the MacVLAN network. Before we move on, you can delete the running containers in Docker Desktop. Let's also remove the unused networks by typing docker network prune. Great job! In the next section, you'll have a challenge to help reinforce what you've learned in this chapter. In this challenge, you'll be given a scenario and questions to reinforce your learning about types of networks. The topic for this challenge is isolated database and web containers on the same host. Here's the scenario. You're deploying a web application with a database on the same Docker host. The web application needs to access the database, but you want to ensure that these containers are isolated from other applications running on the host. The containers should be able to communicate with each other, but not with external applications, unless explicitly exposed. Which network types should you use to isolate these containers while still allowing communication between the web app and the database? What benefit does this network type provide compared to others? That's it. Good luck on this challenge, and in the next section, I'll show you what I came up with for the solution. Let's review the solutions for this challenge. In this challenge, I asked you to consider a scenario where you're deploying a web application and a database on the same Docker host. And the containers need to communicate with each other while remaining isolated from other applications on the host. I asked you to answer the following questions. Which network types should you use to isolate these containers while still allowing communication between the web app and the database? What benefit does this network type provide compared to others? A bridge network should be used in this case because it allows containers on the same host to communicate with each other while keeping them isolated from the host's external network. The bridge network ensures that the database container and the web container can communicate with each other using container names, which Docker automatically resolves via internal DNC. However, containers on the bridge network are isolated from containers on other networks and from external traffic unless specific port mappings are configured. This is ideal for applications where you want containers to be isolated, yet still need them to communicate with each other. That's it. Congratulations on getting through this challenge. In the next section, we'll learn about creating and managing custom networks. Creating a custom bridge network. Working with the default bridge network is okay for quick testing or in development environments where networking complexity isn't a concern. It works out of the box for basic container-to-container communication on the same host. But what if you're working on multiple projects and projects with multiple containers that need to communicate with one another? That's where custom bridge networks are necessary. A custom bridge network is similar to the default bridge network, but provides more flexibility and control. With a custom bridge network, you can assign specific IP addresses and custom settings. You can also control which containers can communicate with each other. Custom bridge networks are ideal when you need isolated networks for your containers, or if you want to set up more complex configurations with multiple services interacting. Let's take a look at some of the options available when creating a custom network. In the terminal, type Docker network create, and then the help flag. Driver specifies the network driver. Since the default is bridge, this can be omitted when creating a custom bridge network. Gateway IP sets a custom gateway IP for the network. IP range specifies a specific IP range from the subnet to assign to containers, and subnet allows you to set a custom subnet, which controls the IP range for containers on this network. Now let's create a custom network with the subnet option. The command is docker network create, the subnet option, and I'm going to set this to 192.168.1024 and the name custom bridge. Suppose you're building a multi-service application with a web server database and cache server. You want these services to be able to communicate with each other securely, but without exposing them to the public internet. You will run each service with the network flag to attach them to the custom bridge network. Now, the web server, database, and cache server can communicate with each other on the custom bridge network, but they're isolated from other containers on different networks. To confirm these containers are communicating, we can ping from one container to the other. To do this, we're going to run one more container using the Alpine image, which already has the ping command assigned to path. Now we can run the command pinged Viervers. You should see the results of the ping command showing the Alpine container is receiving bytes of data from the Viervers container. Note, the IP address is within the IP range of the subnet that we provided when we created the custom bridge network. To stop the ping command, you can type crefc. And that's it. In the next section, we'll discuss managing network connections. Managing network connections. Until now, we've added the network to our containers using the docker run command. In this section, we'll focus on connecting and disconnecting containers from Docker networks using multiple networks and best practices for organizing and securing your containerized environment. The Inc., MySQL, and Redis containers from the previous video should still be running. First, let's create a new network named Custom Bridge using the docker network create command. We can connect the existing web server container to this network using the docker network connect command, then the name of the network and the name of the container. In Docker Desktop, click on the running web server container and click the Inspect tab at the top of the screen. Click on Networks. Here, you can see that the web server container is using both networks that we've created. Attaching a network to multiple networks refines communication, enhances security, and supports a modular architecture. It can serve external clients on one network while accessing sensitive resources on another. Different networks may enforce distinct firewall rules or access controls. This layered approach improves isolation, reduces unnecessary exposure, and simplifies maintenance. By bridging multiple tiers, a single container can securely interact with various components, ensuring better organization and scalability across complex applications. Let's look at how to disconnect. To disconnect a container from a network, use the docker network disconnect command with the name of the network and the container name. Go to the Inspect tab for the web server container to verify that the network has been disconnected. Even though the network was disconnected, it should still exist on your system. Even though the network was disconnected, it should still exist on your system. You can verify this using the docker network ls command. It's a best practice to clean up any unused networks using the docker system prune command. Enter Y when prompted, and you should see that the custom Bridgestone network has been removed. There's another way to remove unused networks. First, let's stop and remove the running containers in Docker Desktop by clicking the Delete button next to the names of the containers. Type Docker Network Ream Custom Bridge to remove the unused network, and you can confirm that both networks have been removed using the docker network ls command. Effective Docker network management involves clearly defining and organizing your networks using meaningful descriptive names to quickly identify network purposes. Isolate sensitive services like databases on internal-only networks and expose only what's necessary externally. Employ multiple smaller networks to maintain logical separation and limit cross-communication. Routinely remove unused or outdated networks to keep the environment lean and secure. By combining thoughtful segmentation, strict access rules, and continuous oversight, you can maintain more resilient and maintainable Docker network architectures. It is time for another challenge. In this challenge, you'll create a custom bridge network, run a container, and then connect and disconnect it from the network. And finally, you'll remove the network. First, create a custom bridge network and name it My Custom Bridge Network. Next, run a container named WebApp. Run it in detached mode and use the inc image. Do not attach it to the network yet. Connect the network to the running WebApp container, then disconnect the network from the running WebApp container. The last step is to stop the container and remove My Custom Bridge Network. Good luck with this challenge. See you in the next section, where I'll walk you through the solution. Let's walk through the solution to the challenge. In this challenge, I asked you to create a custom bridge network, run a container, connect and disconnect it from the network, and remove the network. First, I asked you to create a custom bridge network and name it My Custom Bridge Network. This can be accomplished using the Docker network create command and the name My Custom Bridge Network. Then I asked you to run a container named WebApp in detached mode with the inc image. Do not attach it to the network yet. You can do this using the docker run command, followed by the dflag, and then name it WebApp, and the name of the image, which is inc. The next step was to connect the network to the running WebApp container. The way to do this is to use the docker network connect command, followed by the name of the network, which is My Custom Bridge Network, and the name of the container, which is WebApp. Then I asked you to disconnect the network from the running WebApp container. For this, you would use the docker network disconnect command with the network's name and the WebApp container's name. Then remove the network using the docker network rem command and the name of the network, My Custom Bridge Network. Great job on this challenge. In the next section, we'll talk about container communication and DNC resolution. Using Docker DNC for container discovery. Now that we've discussed the different types of network drivers and how to connect containers to networks, let's talk about the underlying connectivity using Docker's built-in domain name system, or DNC. Docker's DNC simplifies container communication by letting containers use names instead of hard-to-manage IP addresses. This is especially useful in dynamic environments where containers are frequently created, destroyed, or scaled. When containers are attached to a user-defined bridge network or an overlay network, Docker automatically provides a built-in DNC service. This DNC enables name resolution, meaning containers can reference each other by their names rather than relying on static IP addresses. By default, when a container is launched with a specific name using the name flag, Docker registers that name with its internal DNC system. Containers on the same network can use that name to communicate seamlessly. DNC-based communication eliminates the need to hardcode IP addresses, which can change when containers restart or scale dynamically. Imagine an environment with multiple containers running microservices. If one container needs to connect to another, using IP addresses is problematic because IPs change when containers are recreated. Managing IP addresses manually doesn't scale for modern applications. Docker's DNC resolves this by dynamically updating name-to-IP mappings for containers on the same network. You can simply refer to a container by its name. Let's talk about how to leverage Docker's built-in DNC for container discovery. First, let's create a custom bridge network named My Network. Docker's built-in DNC works seamlessly on user-defined networks because it supports automatic DNC name resolution. This creates an isolated bridge network called MyNetwork. Docker uses its networking stack to manage this network, assigning IP ranges, and enabling DNC for containers on it. Next, we need to attach containers to the custom network so that they can resolve each other's names. We'll do this using the docker run command. We'll create containers for Inc, MySQL, and Alpine. The Network MyNetwork option attaches the containers to the custom network. Docker DNC service registers the container names, app and DB, and their IP addresses within the network. When you run the pingdb command, Docker's internal DNC resolves the container name, which is DB, to its dynamically assigned IP within the MyNetwork subnet. Containers run an isolated network namespace connected via virtual Ethernet pairs to the bridge network. The bridge network routes Internet Control Message Protocol, or ICMP ping packets from the app container to DB. The DB container responds, and Docker routes the reply back, completing the communication all within the isolated bridge network. You can type crethc to exit the shell. In the next section, we'll discuss the benefits of Docker's built-in DNC and some real-world examples. Benefits of the built-in Docker DNC. Docker's built-in DNC makes it easier for containers to communicate by automatically matching container names to their IP addresses. It's really valuable in dynamic, scalable, and distributed environments. Here are some scenarios where Docker's DNC excels: microservices architecture with microservices. Services like API and DB need to communicate seamlessly. If a container restarts or scales, DNC updates automatically, ensuring no disruptions. Scaling services. When services scale horizontally, IP addresses change automatically. Docker DNC registers all instances under the same network, enabling smooth load balancing. For example, a load balancer routes traffic to backend services by name. CCD and development environments. Docker DNC ensures consistent connectivity across development, testing, and production. Applications reference container names, making configurations environment agnostic. For example, an app container connects to DB locally, and the same name works in production. Distributed systems. In multi-host environments like Docker Swarm, DNC ensures seamless communication across hosts using overlay networks. An example could be a web app on host A that connects to the cache on host B using the service name. Zero downtime updates. Updating a container is smooth when services reference names. For example, replacing the app container with a new container keeps connections intact as DNC updates automatically. Docker DNC makes things simpler and more flexible, which is why it's so important for modern applications that use containers. Connecting containers with aliases. In multi-service applications, containers often need to communicate seamlessly and adapt as the environment scales. Docker's network aliases offer a powerful way to simplify container communication by providing alternate customizable names for containers. This flexibility ensures that your setups remain clean, predictable and adaptable as the application grows. A network alias is an additional name assigned to a container within a Docker network. Aliases allow containers to be referenced using multiple names, providing a layer of abstraction that simplifies communication between services. Containers within a Docker network can have their default name, for example, API, and one or more aliases like backend or servicing. Other containers on the same network can communicate using these aliases instead of the default container name. Aliases are useful when services need multiple references or when transitioning from one service name to another without breaking connections. Let's take a look at this in practice. First, let's make a new custom bridge network named MyBridgeNetwork. Next, we're going to use the docker run command to run two containers connected to the MyBridgeNetwork network. The first one will name DB, then specify the MyBridgeNetwork network, and then we'll add a new flag for network alias and set it to database. We will finish with the SCLA password environment variable and the MySCLA image. We will repeat this to create an Nginx container, and this time we'll use the network alias frontend. Now the DB container has an alias of database, and the Nginx container has an alias of frontend. This means that these containers can be referred to as either the default name or the network alias name. To test the network connectivity, we're going to run an Alpine container and connect it to the MyBridgeNetwork custom network. Let's open the shell so that we can use the terminal. If you ping DB, you should see some bytes being returned from the DB container. Now stop it, press Ctrl+C. Now ping database to get the same result, verifying that you can use either the default container name or the network alias. Note that the IP address is the same for both ping commands, which tells us that we are pinging the same container, but with different names. And we can do the same for the app container. Ping app and you should see communication with the app container. Ping frontend, and you'll see the same communication using the same IP address. Now we can remove our containers before we move on to the next section. Type exit to exit the shell, and then click the delete button to the right of each container name to stop and remove the containers. Network aliases have a significant impact on how you structure and manage multi-service applications. A single service can have multiple aliases. This is useful when one service fulfills multiple roles or needs backward-compatible references during migrations. In the next section, we'll discuss managing custom networks using Docker Compose. Managing networks using Docker Compose. Until now, we've managed our network connections by running single containers one at a time, but if you're working with a multi-container solution, you would use Docker Compose instead. Let's take a look at how networks are managed using Docker Compose. Here I have a composed YAML file in a directory named Docker Networking. I'm using Versus Code as my IDE, but you can use the IDE of your choice. You can find this file in the GitHub repository for this course. At the bottom of the composed file, I've specified a custom bridge network and set the driver to bridge. You can use any network driver that we've talked about here, including overlay, NACVN, none, etc. I have two services set up, one for the app and the other for the DB, just like we did in the previous section. Both containers are using the custom bridge network, and I've set the alias for the app service to frontend and the DB service to database. Now we can open a terminal in Versus Code and run one command docker compose up and the D flag to run it in detached mode. This will create the custom bridge specified in the network section. You do not have to create it using the docker network create command, then the containers are attached to the network and the proper aliases are set. Note that the name of the custom bridge network that was created is actually Docker custom bridge. This is because Docker creates the custom network using the name of the folder where the composed file is located. Now we can do a Docker network inspect for the Docker custom bridge network. You can see here that the default names of these containers that are attached to the network also include the name of the folder containing the compose file. Back in Docker Desktop, we can inspect the DB container and go to the network settings. Here you can see that it is connected to the Docker Networking Custom Bridge network, and the aliases are shown. In Docker Desktop, let's shut down the containers we just created before running our next test. Since we use Docker Compose, we just need to delete Docker Networking, and that'll also delete the other containers. You can also override the default name by adding the custom project name to the top of the compose file. Here I'm naming my project my app. Now if we run Docker Compose up again, we should see that the default network name is now preceded by my app instead of Docker Networking. This is just another way that Docker allows you to customize naming conventions to make things easier to manage services and networks. In the next video, I'll give you a challenge to test your understanding of the topics presented in this chapter. You should stop and remove your containers in Docker Desktop before proceeding. In this challenge, you will create a new custom bridge network and run 2 containers on the same network. To verify communication between the containers, you'll set a network alias and ping one container from the other container. First, make a new custom bridge network named My Custom Bridge Network. Next, run a container in detached mode and name it WebApp. Connect it to the My Custom Bridge network you just created and give it a network alias named Frontend. Use the Inc image. Run another container in shell mode and connect it to the My Custom Bridge network. Use the Alpine image. In the Alpine container shell, ping the WebApp container using the network alias. Bonus points if you can answer the question, which names can you use to ping any container attached to the same network? That's it. Good luck on this challenge, and in the next section I'll walk you through the solution. Let's walk through the solution to this challenge. First, I asked you to make a new custom bridge network named My Custom Bridge Network. This can be done with the Docker network create command and entering the name My Custom Bridge Network. Next, you need it to run a container in detached mode and name it WebApp. Connect it to the My Custom Bridge network and give it a network alias named Frontend. Use the Inc image. To do this, you would use the Docker run command with the D flag and then this name flag with the name WebApp. Add this network flag and set it to My Custom Bridge Network. Use this network alias flag and name it Frontend. Then use the Inc image. Then I asked you to run another container in shell mode and connect it to the My Custom Bridge Network. Use the Alpine image. This can be accomplished using the Docker run command followed by the it flag, and then this network flag set to My Custom Bridge Network. Add the Alpine image and sh to open it in shell mode. And finally, you needed to ping the WebApp container using the network alias in the Alpine container shell. Since the network alias is Frontend, the command you need to enter is ping Frontend. You get bonus points if you can answer the question, which names can you use to ping any container attached to the same network? You can communicate between containers using either the container name, which is WebApp, or the network alias, which is Frontend. That's it. Good job on this challenge. In the next section, we'll talk about troubleshooting Docker networking. Common Docker networking issues. When you're working with Docker networking, you're bound to run into some issues. In this section, we'll take a look at some common issues and how to resolve them. One of the most frequent problems in Docker networking is when containers can't communicate with each other. By default, Docker containers on the same bridge network can talk to one another using their container names as DNC addresses. However, if your containers are on different networks, this breaks communication entirely. Sometimes even when containers are on the same network, DNC resolution can fail due to configuration errors. Another common cause is an issue with the bridge network itself. If it's not set up properly or it's corrupted, traffic between containers can be interrupted. When containers are isolated in this way, your services and applications can fail to connect, so verifying the network configuration is critical. Another common problem arises when containers experience port conflicts on the host. This happens when multiple containers attempt to map to the same port on the host machine. Docker doesn't allow two services to bind to the same port simultaneously, so the conflict prevents one or both services from running correctly. This issue often occurs when static ports are hard-coded using the pflag during container startup, and you're unaware that a port is already in use. For example, if two containers both map to port 8080 on the host, only one will succeed while the other fails. Managing port assignments carefully is essential to prevent these conflicts and ensure that all of your services are accessible. Sometimes you'll notice that a container cannot access the internet. This can break updates, API calls, or external dependencies. This issue often stems from misconfigured DNC settings inside the container. If Docker's DNC resolver isn't working correctly, the container won't be able to resolve domain names. Another culprit can be the firewall or IPTables rules on the host machine, which might block outbound traffic from Docker's network. This often happens when custom firewall rules are set, without accounting for Docker's default behavior. Without external connectivity, your containerized applications lose access to critical resources. Another frustrating issue occurs when services running inside a container are unreachable from the host machine. This usually happens for a few reasons. The ports aren't exposed properly, or the service inside the container is bound to 127.0.0.1 instead of 0.0.0.0. By default, if a service listens only on the container's local host 127.0.0.1, the host won't be able to access it even if the ports are mapped. Another potential issue is forgetting to map the container port to the host port during startup. Without proper port mapping or service binding, the application running in the container remains completely isolated and inaccessible. That's it for the most common networking issues. In the next section, I'll walk you through how to troubleshoot and fix networking errors. Essential Docker networking commands. Docker networking errors can prevent containers from communicating with each other or with external systems. In this section, I'll walk you through a step-by-step process to identify and resolve common networking issues using basic Docker commands. Back in VS Code, open a terminal. When troubleshooting, start by checking the available networks and their configurations using the docker network ls command. This command shows the list of networks including bridge, host, none, and any custom networks. Look for the network your containers are connected to. You should see the MyApp custom bridge network that we used in the previous chapter. If you don't see the network, open the compose file in VS Code and run docker compose up and the dflag. You can also inspect a specific network using the docker network inspect command and the name of the network. This displays details such as the containers connected to the network, IP addresses, and the network driver type. Look for discrepancies such as missing containers or incorrect IP addresses. If a container is not listed, it may not be connected to the network. In this case, you can inspect the container either using Docker Desktop, as we've done before, or using the docker inspect command and the name or ID of the container. Look for the Networks section in the SON output. This section shows the container's network connection, IP addresses, and network name. Some key details to verify are the correct network, name, and ID. aliases, IP addresses within the expected range, and DNC names. If a container is not connected to the correct network, you can manually attach it. First, you should disconnect the container from the network using the Docker network disconnect command, then disconnect the name of the network and the container name. To verify that the network has been disconnected, go into Docker Desktop and restart the container. Then inspect the container again, and you should see that it is now connected to the default bridge network. To connect the container to the MyApp custom bridge network, type the command docker network connect, and then the name of the network and the container. Then inspect the container again, and you should see that it is now connected to the MyApp custom bridge network. Networking issues can sometimes arise from unused or conflicting networks. You should make a habit of cleaning up unused resources to eliminate potential conflicts. Let's stop and remove the running containers by clicking the Delete button next to the container group name in Docker Desktop. This will not remove the custom network, which will cause errors if it's not cleaned up. The first way to clean up unused networks is to use the Docker network prune command. This removes all unused Docker networks. Before running this command, ensure that no critical networks will be removed. Alternatively, you can remove unused containers, networks, and volumes using the Docker system prune command. This command removes all stop containers, unused networks, and dangling images. You'll need to confirm the changes before proceeding. By inspecting networks, checking container configurations, and pruning unused resources, you can troubleshoot and resolve many basic Docker networking errors. Always validate changes by testing connectivity between containers and external systems. This systematic approach ensures a clean and reliable networking environment in your Docker setup. In this challenge, you'll run containers connected to a custom network and troubleshoot network connectivity errors. First, there's a file named Compose Challenge YAML in the Docker networking folder. You can find this in the branch named 5.3, the GitHub repo for this course. Create and run the containers for this challenge by typing the following command in the terminal in versus code docker compose, then the F flag followed by the name of the compose challenge, YAML file, and the command up. You should have two running containers, empni1 and bni1. A custom network was also created by the docker compose up command. What is the name of the custom network? One of the containers is not connected to the custom network. Which one is it? Once you have identified the container that is not connected to the network, connect the container to the custom network. Verify that the container is connected to the custom network. Good luck with this challenge. I'll walk you through the solution in the next section. In this challenge, you ran containers connected to a custom network and troubleshooted network connectivity errors. First, I created a file named Compose Challenge YAML in the Docker folder. You ran the containers using the docker compose command, then the F flag, followed by the name of the Compose Challenge YAML file, and the command up. This should result in two running containers, empni1 and bni1. A custom network was also created by the docker compose up command, and I asked you the name of the custom network. You can find this information using the docker network ls command. This will list all networks created on your system. The custom network for this challenge is Docker Chulhan Custom Bridge. One of the containers was not connected to the custom network on purpose, and I asked you to identify it. You can view all of the containers attached to a network using the docker network inspect command, followed by the name of the custom network, which is Docker Chulhan Custom Bridge. The container that is not listed here is the DBIME1 container. Now that you have identified the DBIME1 container that is not connected to the network, connect the container to the custom network. This can be done using the docker network connect command, followed by the name of the network, Docker Chulhan Custom Bridge, and then the name of the container, Docker Chulhan DBIME1. And finally, I asked you to verify that the container is connected to the custom network. You can do this using the docker network inspect command and the name of the network. You should see both containers listed here. Great job on this challenge. In the next section, we'll wrap up this course and discuss the next steps in your learning path. Course recap and key takeaways. In this course, you learn Docker networking essentials to aid you in ensuring that your containers are communicating properly. We also talked about basic troubleshooting tactics. We discussed the types of network drivers available, including bridge, overlay, ACVL, IPLN, host, and none. We've reviewed the purpose of each network type and their use cases. I showed you how to create a custom bridge network using the docker network create command. You learned how to connect containers to a custom network using the docker network connect command. We also talked about disconnecting containers from custom networks using the docker network disconnect command. I walked you through how to manage your custom networks by listing them using the docker network ls command. We've reviewed network settings using the docker network inspect command. We talked about inspecting networks and containers and troubleshooting errors. We reviewed removing containers by running the docker network rem command, and we talked about removing unused networks using the docker network prune command. We discussed how effective Docker network management involves clearly defining and organizing your networks using meaningful, descriptive names to quickly identify network purposes. It's important to remember to routinely remove unused or outdated networks to keep the environment lean and secure. We've reviewed the underlying connectivity using Docker's built-in DNC. I showed you how the built-in DNC simplifies container communication by allowing containers to use names instead of hard-to-manage IP addresses. This capability is especially useful in dynamic environments where containers are frequently created, destroyed, or scaled. We talked about how network aliases impact how you structure and manage multi-service applications. A single service can have multiple aliases. This is particularly useful when one service fulfills multiple roles or needs backward-compatible references during migrations. I showed you how Docker Compose simplifies network management for multi-container setups by automating network creation and enabling secure isolated communication. We talked about how Docker Compose allows seamless service discovery via service names. It supports custom configurations, improves scalability, and ensures reproducible, efficient deployments. This makes inter-container communication straightforward and manageable with minimal manual effort. And finally, we discussed common Docker networking issues, including container communication failures. These are often caused by misconfigured networks, DNC errors, or corrupted bridge networks. Port conflicts occur when multiple containers map to the same host port, preventing services from running. Containers may lose internet access due to DNC misconfigurations or host firewall rules. Additionally, services can become unreachable from the host if ports are improperly mapped. Careful configuration and troubleshooting ensure smooth connectivity. We learned a lot in this course. In the next section, I'll provide you with additional resources for you to continue your learning journey. Solidify your Docker knowledge. Now that you understand the basics of Docker networking, let's talk about the next steps you should take to help solidify your Docker knowledge. If you haven't already, you should go through the courses included in the Docker Foundations. These courses are designed to provide you with the knowledge that you need to work with Docker in a professional setting. This course covers Docker basics, container management, image creation, troubleshooting, and best practices, enabling efficient, consistent deployments across environments. My course on Docker Fundamentals walks you through containerizing an existing web app from scratch. This course covers how to set up your development environment, write a Docker file, build and manage custom images, and run your Docker containers. Learning Docker Compose course explains how Docker Compose simplifies managing multiple Docker services, addresses local development challenges, and explores its capabilities, limitations, and advanced features for efficient multi-container setups. Another good course is Docker for Developers. This course teaches you how to leverage Docker for application development, from setting up containers and managing multiple services with Docker Compose to deploying apps in the cloud. This course covers Docker fundamentals, Kubernetes clusters, Docker Swarm for scaling, and continuous integration practices for efficient scalable deployments. With these courses, you will learn everything you need to know to be a successful Docker developer. Thank you very much for watching my course. I hope you enjoyed this course and found it helpful for your career.